price is going to matter so much. Like you have a size down, widen stops, or you can, if you try to be really, really tight with entries and exits, it's going to be very difficult to do that on a day like today. So just be nimble, be patient, because this is a kind of day where volatility, it's just going to be double, and you have to be able to deal with that.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild. I was looking at, I woke up, look at the VIX chart. I'm like, damn, we're at 11 event level prices, event level areas on the VIX. Just looking back at it, every time it's been crazy, extended volatility has expanded like crazy. It's always been due to like something, right? Like you can, if you look back at the VIX chart, 08 had one, March 2021 had one. So it's like we're back in some of those areas again. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm going to be patient, like you said. I'm going to wait for things to fall into my lap. I think like outlier opportunities will kind of like show themselves. If there's significant panic, I feel like participants are going to show themselves on the tape. I think things that we can watch for as day traders are definitely going to be. Today's a day to snipe. Today is a day for sniping.
To that point, I think. So what are you saying? If participants show up and panic, like if you see a stock that you're trading, like go to like break a key level, and then all of a sudden underneath that level, someone's just jamming on the offer, huge size. Like in 08, the simple answer was just join them for the ride, and that's all you would do. And I'm not like it is what it is. I know it's all more fun when stocks go up, but we saw this happen in 08 often, and today's the kind of day that you might see things like this. So when you have, I mean, Apple losing $200 right now. Maybe there's not as much panic in something like an Apple, but if I saw, as it's getting underneath 200 as we speak, if I saw some panic selling, I just want to jump out in front and scalp it. I think even dollar breaks are going to be pretty key as well, especially if you can find any that are good. It is what it is. I'm not discounting what would happen often when you gap down like this. Also back in the financial crisis, and we saw some of this in COVID if you traded back then. A lot of times at the open, you'll see like these big rallies that, the market's bouncing. But if you stuck with the short and found a good place to short the pops, it would make your entire day. That's not an easy trade to do because a down 10% stock bounces, it can go very, very far and not put a dent in these moves. So let's stay nimble, everybody. You know it's going to be a wild one. You only need one or two good trades on a day like today.
Looking at Berkshire's, this is before this sale of Apple shares, was more than 40% of their entire portfolio. Yeah. And they've trimmed 50% of that position. I'm going to look into this today, but it might be worth actually going back to the last time they've sold that significant amount of such a big piece of their overall portfolio. But when someone like Warren, when someone like Berkshire is raising cash to that extent, you know, you have to kind of take a step back and make that a note.
He didn't address it specifically this time, but last time he made it very clear that the dividend payments and how they're taxed is a major focus for him. Now, obviously, no Charlie Munger to kind of guide the ship there, but specifically what he said last time around was if capital gains tax gets taxed at a different marginal rate than it is right now, his model with how he receives dividends from some of these income payers is going to have to substantially change, Brando. So right now, for the highest ever, he's held in cash $203 billion.
Yeah, you got to take a step back and say, that's significant. Market, meanwhile, at lows currently for the S&P 500 right now. We'll keep an eye on the overall market. It's worth noting SoftBank over in Japan. I wanted to show that chart because it's pretty ridiculous. If you're just joining here, that's the VIX this morning. Hi, this is a weekly chart of the VIX. So that's 2020. That's the pandemic. So significant move here for the VIX. If you go to, I think it's 99. Oh, I can't do it that way. It's 9984, I believe, in Japan. Yeah, SoftBank is a significant owner of ARM shares. So that's the weekly chart of SoftBank over in Japan. So 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks in a row, straight to the downside here for SoftBank shares. As I mentioned, SoftBank, significant owner of ARM. ARM is getting absolutely smoked here this morning. 23.8%. Again, that's a weekly chart. So you got to go all the way back to April of this year.
And no, not a specific ARM headline, Brenda, but this was really interesting. MKHD, Marquise Brownlee, did a review of the new Windows Surface Pro, whatever they're calling it nowadays. It's an ARM-specific laptop. A lot of praise, but some compatibility issues with the ARM processor now that they moved away from Intel and the x86 system. So we'll have to see how this all works out.
Yeah, it was interesting to... Those laptops, or that line of laptops, have kind of been quietly creeping up in popularity. But I mean, he even mentioned on that video, I watched it as well. They went through the Samsung chips, and then they went back to the Google chips, and then now they're on to ARM chips for Windows. But as you mentioned, it was at one point entirely Intel-based, and it was always an Intel-based PC. Just be aware, guys, Fed's Goolsbee is speaking right now. There's still some comments coming through here. Not that it's going to matter any, but just a heads up on that too.
Yeah, ain't nothing Goolsbee's going to say that's going to... what's he going to say? Oh, my goodness. I don't even have a good quip for that. Maybe he can talk about how fun it is to watch the Olympics. But look, I want to talk about something. He's going back to Japan for a quick little second there. I have real thoughts about ARM, no question about it. Wish we could hold shorts overnight, but that's not how it works for us as day traders. But this is the MSCI, this is Japan ETF, EWJ. So that's pretty nasty. That's not very good in the last 3 sessions. You're going to see charts like this. And I think in terms of looking for places to express trade, it's going to be pop and fade. If you're looking for continuation, if you're looking for nastiness, like you understand where things are the worst, like crypto, anything Japan related. You know how, like my thoughts on ARM specifically, ever since this day, the 150 day, has been the same plan. Like I find it hard to not go to the same notion as what was already working before. I know we're underneath $100, but since we lost the 150, it was pop and fade pre-market high, pop and fade pre-market high. That would be up to 103. It's just a wider range that it would have to go through for that same style of trade for ARM. And again, I'm going to show you, you're going to be looking at a lot of daily charts today and a lot of weeklies probably, and in some cases maybe even monthly charts to see what stocks did in these ranges. But the other thing that I'm going to be pointing out a lot today is the 200 period moving average. The things that have lost the 200, if we pop and they can't regain it, I'd rather be wrong shorting that than anything else. So ARM, while that pre-market level is at 104, this could be up at 106 half, getting all the way back into here, like 109, and I'd still be thinking that's another opportunity to fade the stock going into it. So yeah, it is what it is. Kazro there it is. Kazro, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate you. Let me go here so everyone can see it. I don't want to lose it. Checks notes. Yep, Tesla said 174 this week. I wrote it down. We appreciate the super chat, but Obi came in. When it was Sharif came in, I'm like, oh, we got this viewer. He said by Friday Tesla 174. I'm like, hey, let's write this one down. Let's see if it happens, because I didn't necessarily think it would happen this quickly. Can't know that we're going to gap down this far, but a shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat there. Good luck. I know you're short. Obviously, Tesla has an opportunity to get there, but yeah, just finishing. The note on ARM. If I have anything that I liked as a continuation short or was weak or trend short, Moderna, ARM, Intel probably started on Friday. Those are the kind of things where if you get a bounce where everyone's like, good opportunity to buy Apple and Nvidia. Well, if the market's bouncing on that, try to remember the things that were the worst before Friday. And in that case, those are real opportunities to short the pops with a little bit more, confidence, or just the feeling that you're not going to get your face ripped off, because there were already sellers in those stocks from before. So things like Moderna, certainly in Intel, is going to fall into that category for me. And ARM's been a short since that 150.
Yeah, no, I like that kind of potential for being ready for whatever these tickers are going to bring to us, right? So I do like the trade on ARM. It's in and around that 100. But something I do want to focus a little bit more on today, again with chip related, is SMH. Like today, I feel like the market is definitely in play instead of individual names. So I'm definitely going to be watching SMH. I'm going to be watching, like you can see right here, multi-month lows right here. I just put in my alert as well. in and around here, just underneath that 198, 199 level here. Still got a ways to go. If we continue to break some of these supports, you can see that we've broken the trend as well. We're breaking some of these supports along the way. TQs also on watch for me. For sure, similar kind of idea here. You can see that bit of a multi-month support we're coming into right here at that 48 and some change level. So ETFs definitely going to be a thing. Market is in play. We know what the VIX is doing, and I feel like instead of trying to find, I'm sure there's going to be opportunities in other places, but I feel like some of these market instruments and ETFs are going to provide the liquidity and some of the bigger picture stuff for a potential move on the chips, the markets. Yep. And again, we know how heavily the tech is weighed in on in our market. So seeing or keeping an eye on some of these tech names and related ETFs is going to be important on today. But what do I know? We'll see what the market brings us. But the market is definitely in play. So I feel like my focus is going to be more towards those instruments on the day today. But you never know. Apple, if something comes up on Apple, I'll take it. If something comes up on Tesla, I'll take that as well. But TQs and stocks L definitely on watch. But that ARM 100, interesting. Apple 200 also, So should be an interesting day.
You can't get away from them. The one thing I want to say about that EWJ when I brought it up is it didn't look the most liquid in the pre-market. That said, I would expect there's going to be better liquidity on that when the market opens on EWJ. And again, we talked about trading the things that are moving the most, right? So the Japan ETF is going to look pretty bad. But I'm watching this instrument and trying to find maybe something better to express something in any trades, because you've got light volume and a bit of a spread. So I'm going to be looking around to see where the best place to make any Japan-related kind of bets might be. It might not be specifically in EWJ, even if you're watching it.
All right, we're going to bring in Michael Noss here, and Mr. Noss is going to help us out understanding this move, not only with the yen, but how that affects global equities overall this morning. I think it's an important place to start here to give some context this morning for everyone just waking up. Maybe looking at European markets, even the APAC region this morning, all deeply, deeply, deeply negative. Mr. Noss, good morning.
Good morning. And I had to put on my Professor Noss hat to kind of go back to university to remember what all this carry trade stuff was. And quickly, Neil, when I was in the green room, mentioned a way to play Japan. Not super liquid, but take a look at EZJ. That is the Japan Pro Shares. So I think that might pick up when the market goes. That's going to be double Japan if you want to get really crazy. But let's talk about the carry trade for a little bit. We're going to get a little in there in the weeds. And first of all, I want to give a shout out to my buddy Michael Guyad over at the Lead Lag Report. I watched a couple of videos of him talking about this morning just to refresh my brain on what's going on. But so the carry trade is essentially the idea that if there is one currency out there that exists that is paying nothing or has no interest rate associated with it, then you can borrow at that rate, and then you can then invest in other assets and in other currencies somewhere else. So Japan very famously has had zero interest rates and negative interest rates for some period of time and for a long period of time. So what's happened quite a bit is people will borrow in Japan, they'll convert their money into the Japanese yen, and they'll borrow in the Japanese yen for next to nothing, take that money that they're not paying much in the way of interest on, and the safe thing to do would be to put that into something like US T-bills that right now you're making 5% and you don't really have much risk on. And by doing this carry trade, you make the spread. So maybe on your borrowed, you're paying 1%, and then you're making 5% on the other end, so you make 4%, and that's fantastic. Now, sometimes people get a little bit bolder and they borrow at that 0% and they invest in assets and they invest in, AI type plays or Nvidias or semiconductors or whatever it is. Again, this is a little bit more of an aggressive way to do it. Now, that was all well and good. If we go to the next chart that I have here, this is the Japanese yen on the weekly chart. That's all well and good if two things remain constant. One, the yen is not yielding anything, right? The Bank of Japan has zero interest rates across the book, the way the rest of the world did for a very long time. And it's very fantastic when the yen is going lower. So this is the opposite of that. So as this chart goes up, it means the value of the yen in US dollars is decreasing. And you can see for years that that's been what's occurring. So say I borrow $1 million from the Bank of Japan, and I'm using that free money almost to invest in US equities. Now, as long as the yen is moving lower, I am very, very happy because that $1 million that I borrowed is decreasing in value over time, and I'm not paying a lot in interest to service that loan. Now, once those two things started to change, which you can see over the last few weeks of the chart, certainly did, the Bank of Japan basically put its foot down and said, we are not going to let this shenanigans go on any further because the value of our currency is just being depressed over and over and over again. And as a country that imports a lot of things like oil, I think Japan makes no oil. They have to buy it all on the open market. As they start to import more and more things and the value of their currency is worse, it's more and more expensive for Japanese citizens to fuel their cars and to manufacture things and all of this. So the Bank of Japan said, enough, we are going to start defending our currency and we are going to start buying our own currency and our own asset. And we are also going to increase interest rates. That's what happened actually last night is they bumped up their interest rate. So now all of a sudden that $1 million loan that I have, that might be moving the other direction. So now maybe I had $1 million that I had loaned in Japan and I was paying nothing on it. Well, now that might be worth 1.2 million and now I'm paying 1 or 2% on it. So that free money is no longer free and is now costing me a lot of money. So I am then going to cash in that loan, move my dollars back to US or anywhere else in the world, and then close the assets I had on the other side. Because now this carry spread trade is no longer working out for me. So that's what you're seeing a lot of is that this unwind is occurring, and it's occurring in obviously a dramatic fashion where people are selling their cryptocurrencies, people are selling whatever it is, because as this change happens, there's this global essentially margin call that's going on where this free money is no longer free. These investments are no longer going up every day. So all of this is unwinding and it's creating some craziness. But I did bring some charts just to try to calm everyone down a little bit. Maybe I've been spending too much time on Twitter. Maybe I'm the one that needs to calm down. But people need to chill out a little bit. So this is a weekly chart of the SPY, and this is an indicator we have in trade ideas. It's just the drawdown indicator. So it's showing from, in this case, a 52-week high, how much is the asset down from that 52-week high? What's the drawdown that we're in? So here's the SPY, right? 11% in the end of the bear market. Then we had a 6% pullback a couple months ago. And currently we're down 7-8%, right? It just, when just zoom out, hey, it's so far, it's not that bad. Could it get worse? Absolutely, but it's not that bad. The next chart is the Dow. We were down 5% from our all-time highs a couple months back, and we're down about 5% now, right? It's not as bad as a lot of people are making out to be. Next is the IWM. I wanted to highlight that at the depth of the bear market, the IWM was down a third, was down 33%. We've had an 18% pullback. We've had a 9% pullback. And I did these this morning based off whatever the pre-market price at the time was. We're down around 11%. So not bear market territory, correction territory. And then the last two charts are just gold. The drawdowns near zero. Just to show that there is some places that you're going to be able to go. There are some places that if you're a long only trader or you're an investor that you're going to be able to invest. Gold nearly at 52-week highs. And then the next one is XLV at 52-week highs. So yes, it looks pretty ugly out there. And again, maybe that's just me spending too much time on Twitter, and Bitcoin's falling apart and a lot of these risk assets are falling apart. The question we just need to ask ourselves is, how long is it going to take this carry trade to unwind? How long until all of this global margin call gets settled? I've seen some pretty lofty estimates that, this carry trade could be in the trillions, and I've read as high as $20 trillion is in this kind of swap trade that was going on. That could hurt assets significantly, but I don't think we're looking at the end of the world here, but we could be looking at an incredibly volatile market for a period of time. So what I'm doing, just like I mentioned on Friday, I'm just sitting back and I'm building a list. Every day I'm going to look at what they're not selling, what the market's not selling off, and when the market shows some strength, I'm going to take a look at that. And on the after hour show, I'm sure we'll go over some of those names.
Worst day in Japan since 1987. That one chart that I started the show off there with the VIX, 100, like it was more than 100% when I sat down this morning. If you zoom out on a weekly chart, you got to go back to the beginning of the pandemic to find something similar. It's been a long time since we've had volatility spiking in that fashion. How much are you paying attention to that?
I think the VIX is everything. I think the lockdown limits on the S&P 500 and the Qs definitely have to be watched. There is a threat that we do go limit down today, which I'm sure you remember, Brendan, just happened in the pandemic, and that was pretty much the only time since the great financial collapse that we've had that. For me, again, it's today. If you're a day trader, today's going to be fantastic. Keep it small, keep your head on straight, all of that. If you're a swing trader, I think today is a good day to watch. Honor your stops. We don't know if we're going to get a crazy reversal or not. I think that we could be in for a great period. And I hate to come in. I know there's probably a lot of people looking at very red portfolios and are mad on the day, but these are the moments where we get to work, where we look for strength, where we try to find where that next sector, that next place that we can put our money is in, while everyone else is running around with a chicken with their head cut off. I'm going to take my time, I'm going to develop a plan, and then I'm going to wait for the market to chill out, and then I'm going to implement that plan.
Yeah, wise words. Good plan. Michael Noss back with Neil after the close tonight. We'll see you then.
Talk to you then.
Wow. Thank you, Michael. Always good to hear some higher time frame, higher level. And the sort of in that note, as a day trader, you want to take advantage of relative strength and weakness, right? Like what isn't going down, or in some cases, the best you might do this morning is what's going down the least, and when we catch a little bit of a bid, what's bouncing the hardest. So just overall here, I'm going to quickly show you guys the ES, which did this little bounce before maybe heading back down. This is a 15-minute chart, just for anybody who's paying, if you're just curious. So if you look at what's heading down and bouncing, you're still in that bottom pocket. In that move, I was looking across the board, and Meta bounced $10 and is still going. Apple, with Berkshire obviously selling half their position, is still at that low, going to open 10% to the downside. So you have a very big difference between what's happening early in, say, Apple versus a Meta, and then you can go over to, and I know you have a name that you want to point out to us in a quick second there, Obi.
Yes.
And then I look at something like, when it loads up here, Microsoft, which is bouncing and trying to get back into VWAP. So I think it kind of paints a little bit of a picture as to what's going on in some names versus others. Microsoft's only down 5%, Meta's bouncing a little bit better than the rest. Apple is hanging out on some of those lows and looking nasty. And the stock, man, Moderna stinks. It might break $80 at the open. But there's a name that's actually not at the lows that you were mentioning just now, Obi.
No, Neil. I'm kind of looking. I was just going through some of these names and just going through some of my watch lists, and I was just like, what is going on over here on T-Mobile? Interesting. The whole market's kind of fading, and this ticker is trending up. These are all-time highs on the chart on T-Mobile, and we are pushing those all-time highs on the day right now. So it's interesting price action nonetheless. But yeah, a little bit distinctly different from the rest of the market here. T-Mobile pushing all-time highs, but no, that's an interesting look there. And thank you to Michael Noss as well. These are some like he was talking about the carryover. These are concepts like I've never been really exposed to, so that's something that I have to kind of look further into. And for sure, I'm always kind of curious to learn new concepts and new ways that I didn't know how money might move in and around the financial markets. So that's something I definitely have to go look up.
Only in school.
What's that?
It's like the carry. Like
I never went to school for like finance or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
So I was like, Maybe some anatomy, some biology, but other than that, no, finance, absolutely not. Like if you asked me like a few years ago, I would have been like, yeah, finance what?
So basically what you're telling me is if you did anatomy, then you are more than prepared for a bloodbath. There you go. So you did get the proper schooling for a day like today, Opie.
Yeah.
Give yourself some credit.
Performed from surgery. How about that?
Oh yeah. Oh god. But yeah, we'll definitely be performing some surgery today. Let's go on over and see what has been downgraded.
Actually, one name pretty strong on the day with this RBC Capital Markets upgrade is going to be Kellanova. This one here, also as reported by Reuters, getting some acquisition interest from Mars, so this could be one to keep an eye on. Robinhood down about 10% in the day, but getting this upgrade here from Citigroup. Lockheed Martin getting upgraded by RBC Capital Markets. And Renaissance getting upgrade here from Piper Sandler. On the downgrade side, one name that Neil just mentioned here, Moderna, mRNA, getting an RBC Capital Markets downgrade. Mobileye getting downgraded here by Exane BNP Paribas. We have Lennar getting a downgrade from Seaport Research. And last but not least, Albemarle getting a downgrade from Robert W. Baird. A few interesting names on this list, guys.
Yeah, Lockheed Martin has been an absolute rocket ship to the upside. Yeah, we got to throw these puns in here now and then. But down 2%, it could be having its first significant pullback here today. And obviously, I think we all know why LMT is going to be going higher. You get a defense name, you get all the tensions that are going on. But this could be an interesting one for bounce. You look for like relative strength. Let me go back to the daily chart. We went too far. When you look for relative strength, sometimes you go out to the higher time frame as well. And if we do continue lower, you look at this at like a 530. This is a kind of stock, couple of big red days, although Friday wasn't a huge red day, it was more of a reversal kind of day, and it'll be looking for a bid. So some things aren't going to be like others. A lot of tech names are losing the 200-period moving average, or a lot of high flyers are dropping into fresh lows. I'm looking at you, Moderna, but Lockheed could be pulling back into prior support on an uptrend. And you look at some of those things as maybe a little bit better poised to catch a bounce. That said, stay nimble. I think if you're only locked in with I'm only going to go short today and the market is going to dump, that's fine. You just have to get good entries to anything that you decided short. And if you want to only play bounces, you could have made money in 08 during only playing bounces. You could have made money in COVID only playing bounces. But you've got to get a good price and a good level and know where it is that you're going to be wrong. So just be careful with any of these. I'm not going to be trading Lockheed Martin, but I think it's a good looking No, it's a better looking chart than most of the stuff.
I saw the list and I was like, I think that's pretty much my main focus as well. If I were to look at any of the names on the upgrades and downgrades, we can see that it's been in a nice strong uptrend post earnings. Look at that, back-to-back green days, and a little bit of a sell-off coming in today. So potentially breaking that trend, or maybe even decelerating. Should be an interesting watch here. But LMT, well, we've been watching this name for the past couple of weeks with that bid up it's had post earnings. I remember RTX as well. Again, defense sector has been catching a bit of a bid. But let's see if that bid gets cracked today with some of that selling coming in and some of those downgrades as well. Should be interesting. Market on watch for sure.
Before we go up back to the desk to talk about some of those features, I want to shout out and thank you, Mr. Westermeyer, for the super chat. We appreciate you, brother. I love the quote here. Warren Buffett said, "The stock market is the only place where people run out of the store when there is a sale." I love it. And it's so true. When everyone else is panicking, you want to be buying a lot of times. In the long term, that's kind of the sense. Also, the 8-ball has crossed into Canada, so the new custom 8-ball is going to be on its way. Thank you very much, Mr. Westermeyer. And if you want to be in the chat, everybody, you'll see us interacting. Obviously, a lot of times answering questions or just talking directly to things that we see our viewers and community mention. You're going to have to be a subscriber to be in our chat. So if you want to ask any questions, if you want to participate a little more with the show, jump in, hit that like, hit that subscribe, go into the chat. We have a great community of very, very smart traders and investors, and you can definitely learn something from everyone in our community. But let's get back up to the desk.
All right, a lot to understand this morning. Let's get into what we need to know here heading towards the open, including, as Michael Noss was mentioning there, How far do we have to go before even the market gets
That is a great
stopped?
question. Great question. And today is the perfect day to talk about it. Let's talk about the circuit breakers on these indexes because they're different than the equities. So the S&P and the NQ, the ES and the NQ will pause for 15 minutes if we hit below 7%. So that is the first circuit breaker. If we drop below 13, I don't know, I don't expect that. That's another 15 minutes. And then if it drops more, below 20, it gets halted for the remainder of the day, Brenda. So let's have a look at the actual ES right now. Well below where we closed out on Friday, 53.75. We defended that key area of technical resistance. We're well below that now. You'll see, though, we're inching into that blue line. That blue line is the 200 exponential. Neil was talking about that. This is the daily chart on the ES September contract. So if we hold 5,100, we're awfully close to it right now, 51.20, Brendo. Let's see if we can hold that 100-point level.
We saw that VIX chart. You got to go back to the pandemic to see the last time the VIX was where it is this morning. I remember sitting in this seat multiple days during that same period where 9:30 would roll around and nothing would happen. The market was opening limit down, and that happened multiple days in a row. So it can happen, and it's crazy when it does. But let's talk about what individual names we're going to be looking at here this morning. If you haven't done so, go down to the description of this video right now. There's a link to the watch list there. Hit that link, enter your email address, and then we send you the absolutely free watch list right to your inbox every single morning. We'll start things off with Palantir because they haven't even reported yet, and they're down huge this morning. I mean, a downgrade today on the back of what happened going back to Friday, if you remember, a huge gap down with the overall market. Got to go all the way back to June here to find some support around $21, $22, and earnings still to come tonight.
I was just going to say, like I set up for this one this morning, 51% year to date. It was up. You're going to have to deduct 13 off that because it's down aggressively. They're projected to print about $665 million in Q2 revenue. Their operating profit is supposed to be 36.1. I was going to say maybe a good earnings report gets them above that $30 level. I think we really need to reconsider that, Brendo.
Yeah. The key here, I think, and it's worth noting, guys, there's a lot of external sources that are going to be influencing individual stocks. So just keep that in mind. It's not going to be the same as it has been for the past couple of weeks here.
I feel like I used the rock, it doesn't matter for something last week, and I don't even remember what it was. I would have dropped it right now. I just don't think right now for something like a Palantir down 13% with the market, you can't care too much necessarily predicting, hey, let's make a bet on what Palantir earnings are going to be, and then maybe you can win. It doesn't matter. What I care about here is, okay, is there some kind of an opportunity for a big either mean reversion trade or go with the trend trade? And it's that simple. If you were at $20 on Palantir, I'd be thinking one thing and one thing only. Probably like early bounce, just a quick little rally, see if you can't risk 10 cents and the stock just bounces like 50. Like if Palantir goes 50 cents today, you have to think about what that's a couple of percentage points when it's down 13. So you got to be shooting for things like that and remembering that those are scalp trades. So if we see things like this on a Palantir, well, pre-market highs 22.5, that could be something. When I look at the daily chart, it's holding that 200. Who knows? Like you look for these little lines in the sand where you might get good bounces. Palantir's not top of my radar for a trade today. So I'm probably not going to be in this one. I feel like I have like Intel, Nvidia, Moderna in terms of individual stocks, Coinbase. We'll talk about crypto in just a quick second. But if Palantir were to pop and fade the pre-market high, I think that's an easy trade. The VWAP trade. If it gets to $20 even and attempts a bounce while it's down over 10%, those are the kind of things I would be looking at. And once you're trending, just be ready to join the trend. You have to be willing to join the trend, even if you want one. Even if you're thinking only longs today, the market's going to bounce. Be willing to flip in the other direction. I want to initially short the pops today, but everything just starts holding VWAP and trending. I'm not going to be stubborn about it. That's just not the way that I go about things. So be very, very careful here. I'm not touching Palantir unless I see it at that $20 level, I don't think. But good luck to anybody.
No, I think that's definitely a key proponent of kind of staying safe today, Neil. Definitely got to stay nimble. Can't be fighting the trend. Can't be fighting whatever the market is doing. The market's going to do what the market's going to do. And yeah, Palantir definitely getting a little bit sold off, confluencing with a little bit of that market tailwind happening as well. That 2021, yes, sir, that is an important kind of level for me when I look at this chart, as it is a prior low right here. You can see that is the low from April. What is that? April 22nd-ish of just a few months ago. We go a little bit lower. We go a little bit further back. We can see that that bid that caught and made these lows was off of prior earnings from the beginning of the year. And a little bit of air all the way to the downside here from down to 18s and maybe even 16 area is that prior support here. But let's see if we kind of catch in and around here with the market open. But that 20, Neil, on Palantir, going to be interesting. Again, reporting earnings after the close today should be an interesting look to see how earnings eve is going to pan out in terms of price action here for Palantir.
So Bitcoin specifically back to 50K here in a flash. This is daily chart for BTC. If you haven't looked this morning, it's not good. 56,000 was that last line in the sand there that we cracked through in a hurry. Straight back to 50. As I was mentioning, there's Coinbase. I was hoping it would print because this was Friday. We're way down here this morning. 170, 168.9 coming into play. This thing was $200. It feels like an hour ago.
Oh my goodness.
$40 comes off like that.
Yeah, I feel like we could say that about a lot of the names today, Brendo. But no, seriously, Bitcoin dropping below 50,000 for the first time since February, 15% now in the red. That's worse for Ethereum at 19% in the red as it breaks down below 2,300. A lot of different reasons for this you can attribute to recession fears, weaker non-farm payrolls coming in on Friday, decreased odds of a Donald Trump presidency. Take your pick. It's a tough day for BTC today. We'll have to see if it catches a bit.
Yeah, even these ETFs not going to be spared. It was 20% for IBIT to the downside this morning. That being said, as Neil was just mentioning, and a great point, it's really easy on days like this to get stuck one direction and try to force things one direction, but it can go the other way really quick.
I reference 2008 a lot, and I will tell you right now, for an absolute fact, that back then Sean and I had our own trading floor, and we had some traders that were working for us. I shouldn't say all, the majority of our best trading days were when the morning looked quite possibly the worst during the financial crisis, and then there would be like these crazy bounce long trades. And the reason for that was you'd have maybe like days or weeks of bad, and then all of a sudden, like a stock would get to this level, some ridiculous buyer would show up, and if you had the stones to just step in front of it, it's like we've been down so far, like the bounces were tremendous, where if you were willing to get out, if it broke that, say, low and not encounter the slippage, you'd be fine. I think you want to be nimble. So I think Bitcoin right here at this 50,000 level, there's a decent shot that you could bounce, retest like big levels under 55,000. I thought 54 was a pretty massive level for BTC. I'm going to go to a 15-minute here. There we go. So I think that 54 is a big level. You can get there, and I'd still think, okay, you get back there, it's probably a short. So with that context in mind, when I look at Coinbase, which was already trending down going into this, another stock underneath the 200-period moving average. It's going to be a bit of a theme for me here today. There's so far, this could pop 10% from here, still be underneath resistance. So if in general I think this stock is a short, you could be rallying $10 at the open, and if you don't want to go long, you're really waiting it out for those 80s, right? Where I think the stock was a short. So we'll see what happens on coin. We've fallen very, very far. If you get underneath 160, I think all you know what could break loose, but that's down over 20%. So you got to be very, very careful with these things. If it's not in the pocket where you want to be trading it, then move on to something else and wait for it to get there. So unless we see the 80s, that's where I'm kind of thinking the fade trade gets into that 200 on Coinbase, where I would imagine the sellers would reemerge. Like the stock's not going red to green. You don't have to worry about that. But as we said, if you want to participate in the chat, make sure you hit that subscribe to be in the chat. It's going to be a wild one today, and we're right here for you all day long.
Yes, for sure. Hit that subscribe and like. guys. Today, again, market's going to be wild. Maybe, maybe not, but it's already starting off pretty spicy here. And I see in the chat, Freddie, the friendly guy, is saying, check out XPS and XPXL. He's also saying, where is it? Where's that comment? Yeah, it's like, I need more screens in quotation marks. Yeah, definitely. I need a better perspective of some of these instruments here on the day today. But yeah, no, Bitcoin definitely on watch. We can see that it's having a little bit of a puke. Multi-month lows are breaking here. Again, we heard Michael Noss talking about like people getting potentially margin called and people kind of getting maybe squeezed out of their positions in one way or another, and a lot of selling going on here as well. 50 thou kind of clipped in the morning session there. 49.050 is the current low of that action right there. But you can see that we are at some prior levels here. 50 thou, obviously a little bit of an interesting price area as well, psychological, and a little bit of an action there in the past in and around attempting to test this area here. But I was telling Neil, I was like, all right, well, we attempted to push that 75. A lot of people had, they were like, okay, we're going 100K, maybe we're pulling back to 50s. But I was like, we haven't really seen a puke on Bitcoin that we usually see. And it seems like that's potentially coming in here today with the test of that 50 thou mark. But again, Gonna stay patient, gonna stay nimble. If things are directional, definitely want to stay with that trend here, using VWAP as well, and some moving averages to kind of, give us some indication of trend there. But yeah, no, Coinbase, IBIT, ETHE, a lot of those ETFs definitely on watch here. Riot, Mara as well. Some of the miners as well should be kept a close eye on today. And yeah, you can see consolidation breakdown. So we are breaking some significant support levels here on Coinbase here. Yearly lows, right? Yearly lows. Let's go to 12 month chart here. Look at that. Off the open, you can see in the pre-market, Coinbase has already broken past below its yearly opening price here. So let's kind of keep that one on watch. Again, I want to take a quick look at Bitcoin again. Right here to see what that opening price on the year was. You know what? USD. Let's go to the Coinbase one right here. So yeah, opening price on the year, the 12-month chart as of right now is 42.3s, just shy of 42.3s, 42.288. I have here on the Coinbase exchange as the opening price on the yearly chart here, Neil. So some strong selling off of some of these highs there. Let's see if we can get to some of these lower levels. But yeah, Bitcoin are in and around that 50 over under a little bit. Should be interesting to go forward today.
With us this morning, if you're new, welcome. We do this every single day. The market is open. Make sure you hit subscribe. Join us daily. Here's Apple down. It was 10.5% at the lows for Apple. Very, very rare. If you're with us in the first 30 minutes, we saw the reason why. Warren Buffett, if you missed it, or Berkshire as a whole, selling 50% of their holdings, which was at 40% of their entire portfolio prior to these sales. We go back to Q3 of 2023, it was as high as 51% of their entire holdings, or about 151 billion. So this is significant for Berkshire.
It is, and I'm a little confused as how he was able to do it so surreptitiously, because we didn't see it reflected in the Apple stock. At least I didn't. Anyway, as Brendo mentioned, 50% of his Apple stake is gone. It remains his largest holding in the Berkshire Hathaway portfolio. $75 billion he sold in equities this quarter. Bank of America, we know he's offloading. Apple, some others as well. He previously mentioned the potential tax implications for capital gains and the dividends as well. So that to keep in mind. But the magnitude of the sale kind of makes you wonder, is there something a little bit more deeper with respect to the company for him to offload this?
And we saw with earnings, I mean, they weren't bad, but they weren't, stellar for Apple. I think there's a lot of question marks around the Apple Intelligence still to come, or be answered at least as well. But Apple trying to lead the bounce here, guys, right now.
Yeah, and don't worry, we will not be doing any trading surreptitiously here. Like, the idea is, I love the word. The idea is we're going to try to be open and honest what we think, what we see. I think Apple 200, it's such an obvious level that everyone's going to be looking at. There's a term that Obi used, I use it a lot. It's like the over-under. And generally speaking, what that usually means for myself in trading is if the stock is fading underneath a certain price, I want to favor a short. And if it's above and holding a certain price, I want to favor a long trade, at least until it bounces far enough away. That's what 200 means to me on Apple. It was the high here in December. Oddly enough, hey, that was December 14th. Pretty cool. My brother's birthday. And then a breakout 200 on June. So like you have a pretty key level. And right now you're at 199. You do have to negotiate the fact that Apple will be short sell restricted if it goes down 10% after the open, which is abnormal for Apple. We've seen it for Tesla. It's very rare for a company this big. Rare? What the heck am I talking about? The only company this big that's ever been SSR is Nvidia and Tesla. Well, I mean, Tesla is much smaller, but so it's exceedingly rare is what I should be saying. Exceedingly rare that you will be short sell restricted on Apple. Obviously, Buffett was selling when everyone was like, this is great. Apple's rallying on AI is what it is. That's what he does. He's smart. But 200 is going to be that level. If we are breaking out above 200, I want to give trades like that a chance. Because if the market is going to do a bounce, Apple 200 is exactly the kind of trade. The pre-market high is 06. 06. Like if you take a breakout trade today, you're like, oh, if it goes right away, great. If it doesn't, just get out. If it goes right away, you could be just trending into a $5 or $6 win, a 2 or 3% move. That's the opportunity. But if you hang on to it and get stubborn about it, you can be $5 out of the money as well. So you have to be willing to get out of Dodge. So I think Apple 200 is going to be one of those things. We'll have a look at the imbalances when they come through. I'm imagining there could be a few that might shock some people. So in the last 5 minutes before the open, when the NYSE imbalances come in, you want to see there might be some spikes. When the NASDAQ comes in a couple of minutes later, you might see some price movement in all these big cap tech names. Don't overreact to it just yet.
Yeah, no, I think that 200 is definitely important. Apple down 10%. Yeah, man. Not a lot of times that you get to see such a heavy weight get pushed down, get pinned down a little bit like this. And Apple definitely coming into some interesting areas here. Yeah, SSR potential open. It's already down that 10% in the pre-market here with some of those lows coming in. Well, it clipped that 10%, but we're pushing just above that. I think that if we can break that pre-market low, we will definitely, well, if we break that pre-market low that we've made just now right here at that 196.51 on Apple, we'll definitely be SSR. Should be watching out. I also got VWAP on watch here as well, just to kind of, just some more indication of potential offside on the day today. Should be interesting, that 200. But here's the thing, man. We look back at a higher time frame chart, and here I'm just looking. I just pull up the 3 hours so I can kind of encompass some of that pre-market and after-hour action as well. You can see that breakout of that 200 or into that 200 level was quite intense with that expanding volume, and then we're finally kind of trading back into those areas. And now you got to remember, this was not that long ago. This was only about 52 days ago. So in the middle of June right here that we had that breakout. Now something else I want to I think it is here, right here, boom, right there. So this Neil, this was that breakout I was talking about on Apple, a little bit of a channel formation, and then we get that strong breakout of that multi-week channel that happened. We are trading below some of those levels there. Last week we were talking about potential resistance turn into support, and you can see how clean that kind of came in similar areas, prior support coming in, prior resistance coming in as support as well, a little bit of confluence. And now we're trading well below that channel into that key area that we did break out from prior all-time highs as well, from 2023, 2024, coming in and around this 200, this 196 level as well. So it should be interesting. A lot of potential participants from here in the past that are being shown in the chart at that 196 area. Should be interesting. Again, that pre-market low already went there, 196.51. We're catching a little bit of a bounce. We're trading at 199.62, 3 points off of that level there. So yeah, I'm going to stay nimble. I'm going to stay open-minded to any direction today, and maybe even wait a little bit off of the open to see what kind of what the flow is doing off of the open there to kind of make a decision. But we are definitely in some interesting levels.
No question about it.
All right, let's continue along here. Semiconductors in general trying to bounce right now. Nvidia seems to be leading the way. Decent volume through 95 there as well on the way back to the upside. But I mean, nothing significant on semiconductors specifically today, but I mean, a group that's been extremely volatile, obviously still going to be.
Oh yeah, and there's a lot of blood right now in some of the major names. Nvidia 11%, ARM 10.75%, TSM, the world's largest foundry, down 10.5%. Here's the headline for Nvidia. So there might be a design flaw in the new B200 Blackwell chip that might kick back down production. So less deliveries or no deliveries in 2024. You're going to have to kick that revenue down the can to 2025. Nvidia is denying the rumor, so we'll have to wait and see if that's actually true. Analysts were projecting possible shipments of around 32,500 B200 chips. And then there's another chip, Brendel, the GB200, which actually puts two of these Blackwells together. They were actually supposed to sell more of those, 43,400. So all that you got to kick down the road.
Yeah, just the amount of investment is just staggering if you step back and think about it for a second. I went out to a weekly chart here. We looked at this early on this morning, but here's the SMH. I mean, any of these ETFs going to mirror this, but 3 weeks in a row here, straight plummeting for semiconductors, guys.
I'm reminded of a line, and I was just telling Obi this. It feels like anyone that's seen the 40-year-old version, when he's arguing with one of his coworkers, the guy's like, and if I pull the ceremonious blade, I cannot put it back until it has drawn blood. I think that's exactly what you're getting with the pullback in some of these chip names, right? It's like, okay, we were going to pull back in Nvidia and SMCI and SMH until we drew blood. Like it was inevitable. You were not going to get this big of a move. Here's my daily chart. Oh yeah, it's not going to be split adjusted. Here, I'm going to do this. I'll put up a weekly chart for you guys. So this is what I mean. Like this pullback had to get here. You had to get to this previous triple top breakout, and that's exactly what happened. So the obvious level that everyone was staring at just underneath $100 on Nvidia is exactly what had to break, and now it has. So I said keep it simple, stupid with Apple, and whoa, imbalances must have just come out to the sell side. I'll finish that thought in a quick little second here, because $5 million to sell on Nvidia, $1.7 million to sell on Apple, $1.7 million to sell on Palantir. So a $5 million sell imbalance just popped in here on Nvidia. If we don't get to 100, yada, 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 I think I want to short pops in it. 97 obviously makes a heck of a lot of sense. This is going to be a name where even dollar bounces could be a thing. Someone asked me what I liked for Nvidia, where I would love to see it drop to in the long term. I said $83 on the weekly chart. I don't think we see $83 today, but then I said I thought crypto was going to the 50 level, and I didn't see it coming until a couple of weeks, and then it happened in like one weekend. So at the end of the day, this is something that I'm looking short pop, but I'm going to quickly go over to ARM, because this is another name which is certainly very spicy. This could break 100 downside at the open. So this is definitely on my radar right away, because ARM's at 100 now. Nvidia would have to pop to get to that level for a potential short.
Yeah, no, Nvidia coming back into some interesting levels as well. That 120 was interesting. And we were talking about that last week. That 120, remember that 1200 kind of 3-hour consolidation that pushed and broke off of that, or broke out of that 120 or 1200 mark? We kind of significantly rejected that. Strong selling came in once we did break down below that level, and we attempted to retest it. That's what I like the most. We attempted to retest it, confluenced with that prior earnings anchored, and then you have that extreme kind of strong sell-off all of last Thursday. Was it Thursday? Yeah, Thursday, Friday, and we're getting that continuation back below 100. Some of those lows from prior week also getting broken, and yeah, we're coming into some of this sideways consolidation chop that we had, I guess, from March all the way to May. So it should be interesting here. Below 100, some strong selling coming into the market. So this prior level that I'm looking at right here, 92, we already clipped that off of the some of the pre-market action there. 91.46 being some of the lows here on Nvidia. If we kind of break a little bit lower there, I'm seeing that next support level, next significant support level that we did bounce off of, again, confluenced with some strong volume in the past, all the way down at 75, 76s. So, oh boy, definitely, Neil. We got a long ways to go if we are if the book is thin on the bid and we have some strong selling pressure. Just looking back at the chart, some of these supports are a little bit of a distance away. Again, maybe not happening on an intraday basis, but looking at the weeklies right here of how some of this action has been panning out, look at that right here. We've gapped down quite significantly below prior week here. So with only about 3 minutes or 2 minutes to go, should be interesting. Again, going to stay patient to see what some of these chips do off of the open and get a real sense of direction, if it's really even going to have one, before I take any fills. So Nvidia definitely interesting.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Here's AMC. If you missed it after the close on Friday, we're down huge. We got AMC earnings trying to bounce as well off, 420. Convenient. 420 for AMC coming into play here this morning.
Look, Brendo, they reported a 10-cent loss rather than a 43-cent loss. That's what the street was looking for, but revenue still fell 23.5% year over year. A lot of reasons for that. Obviously, the strike last year didn't help the pipeline of movies. There's also, the changing customer demand and sentiment, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But a quarterly loss now instead of a profit of $32.8 million. We'll keep an eye on this one.
Yeah, I mean, many other things to look at today, including the overall market. Guys, best of luck.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's gonna be running to buy like AMC on a day like today. Actually, we said crazier things, but 420 was my guess. I thought it would be there in the aftermarket, not at 9:20 in the morning. Just very quickly for everybody, Nvidia is now paired off to 1.5 million to sell. So a lot of that imbalance is paired off. Palantir sell imbalance is paired off by half. There's going to be a lot to look at right away. You've got to zero in. What are the stocks that you want to focus on? Right now, I've got Nvidia up. I've got Apple up in that 200 level. I've got ARM in that 100 level. I just heard our floor manager just yell to everybody, be careful on the open. You do not this is exactly the day. You do not need to rush into a trade at 9:30. You can get wrecked and ruin your whole day on a single open trade. So be very, very careful. I'm not rushing into anything today. I'd rather be with the trend, find a trade that makes sense, than try to rush into something looking for a home run and just get destroyed. So let's ring an Adara in now. Of course. So Apple, no 200 level coming into play. ARM broke 100. What are you going to do? It's already at 97. There was no chance to even get the breakdown on ARM. Nvidia cresting down toward 91 even. So if we're going to play that patience game, this is where it's at. I'm not hitting any lows. I'm not punching short at the low on open when you've had a day like today. We've seen the market bounce precipitously when you have moves like this. So I have my eyeballs if we get any retracement on ARM back into 100. And then Apple's trying for this 200 level very, very quickly. So looks like we could get that 200 level.
Yeah, no, I was trying to pick that up. What was that? This tape is moving quite aggressively. A little bit of almost a lag going on with how aggressive some of this tape is moving.
Yeah, the tape is insane.
Here, and yeah, 49 halves. I'm watching TQs. I'm watching SockSell as well. I got other things on watch. I'm having alerts kind of pull up here. IBIT support 3263. Okay, cool. Yeah, things just kind of trading within their opening range here. I'm watching Apple as well. 198.45s. Here as
it's trying to.
Yeah, this tape is. I don't know. I feel like I'm lagging just a slight bit here on the day, but it makes sense. Again, I'm going to stay a little bit patient here. 49 holding on TQ. Some prior support levels I have here on the TQs. 47 halves, 47 30s ish. We were trading above that. We already bounced above that in the pre-market here, but I'm going to be waiting and watching as a lot of these tickers just trading within their opening range as of right now.
Apple's going now.
Apple is going down? All right.
No. Apple is going now.
Now, okay.
It broke out. Wow, it really broke out 200. When you say that about the tape, you're not lying, Obi. It's everybody. Like every stock I look at was the same thing. I say good luck if you were trying to punch into something when a level went, and that plays both ways. If you had a short in front of Apple on 200, I have no idea where the heck you thought you were getting out, but certainly it was probably 201 change because you couldn't get that break at 200. That's for you know what, sure. Wow, what an unbelievable move. So look, with this coming back to the upside, where the futures aren't really doing much, I see Nvidia's trying to make a low. Apple looks like it could be the one. It's down 7%, obviously, but that 200 office is looking pretty good. Just be very careful here. I'm looking at my tape. I thought there was a chance I was getting that fill on the break of 200, and there's a decent chance when my order flew through, it might have already been gone, to be honest with you, and what I saw might not have been there.
Yeah, no, that Apple is really pushing 205s incoming, 204.35s, 204 halves as of right now. So yeah, absolutely crazy. 50 on the TQs, so I'm just kind of patiently waiting, watching some of these pre-market levels. Got close eyes on both the ES and the NQ. We were talking about what that halt limit down area on the ES is. It's just in and around that 5,000 clean, Neil. So we shall see. Only about 150 points away for the ES. We know that with the aggressiveness that the market has been moving well within range, well within the short-term ATR. There comes 205 on Apple, Neil. So that back through 200, that was an amazing kind of push there on Apple. But again, I'm going to stay a little bit patient, maybe even wait for that first opening 5-minute range to form to make some decisions here. But yeah, let us know in the chat. Today is absolutely going to be or has already been a wild ride from past Friday there. But what are you guys looking at today? Plunge protection team corruption.
EPT, baby.
Saying Zachary. But yeah, no, we shall see if the plunge protection team is stepping in here today with this strong bid that's potentially coming in on some of these tickers. Apple for sure. I have here SockCell catching a little bit of a bid coming into that 25 mark. As well, uptrend since the pre-market right there. And again, 48, what I have as a key level on the TQs, 47 and some change as well. And we're holding some of those levels. VWAP as well, 50 is attempting to break past. So let's see if this bid kind of comes in. TSM. And another name also on watch I have is Amazon. Neil, we were talking about that year opening price. So I checked the 12-month chart on a lot of the large caps. Amazon is the closest to its year open price, somewhere around 151. We're trading at 155s. Some of these other tickers much further away. So, but if Amazon goes a little green to red on the year, again, the ATR well within range. You guys know that I will definitely want to be watching the tape at that price. But so don't forget to like and subscribe, as today we are.
It's wild.
Crazy. Wild.
No, it's absolutely crazy. It's wild. Like if you saw, we said over under 200 on Apple. There was no chance. I mean, I'm telling you, there was almost no chance to grab that fill. Very quickly here, I did mention ARM at pre-market highs. So this is going to be the first shot. I don't think I want to give things a terribly wide berth. If you break out the pre-market high on this and get above that 102, it's going to get very nasty, very quick. And then Intel, I like shorting stocks that were really bad on Friday on a short to pop situation. We did miss the one long, but now that Apple's starting to come back in here, I think we'll look to see how it responds to VWAP. So 100 is an obvious level here for ARM. It's going to be short sell restricted, so got to be careful. But if it pops through 102, there's no fighting this. We break that, it's like a get out. Do not pass go, do not collect $100 or whatever they've inflation adjusted that to. So there it is. We took our first shot on ARM. I wanted to short the pop here, but it's just entirely too strong. Intel's going to be a different story. It's a $20 stock versus a $100 stock. So it's got some lower highs being put in. Might have to scalp this one. But if we don't break the pre-market high, I want to still work with the trend. The initial idea on some names that I deemed weak was to short the pops. And Apple was the one we liked long. We'll see if we get another crack at Apple on the way back in. Just want to get some bids out on Intel every 10 cents till we get to $20. And if 20 breaks, cross that bridge when we get there. If I see a massive level at 20 on Intel, I might decide I want to short it. Depends on how strong the market is. So there's Apple. Quick breakout trade. Unbelievable move if you were able to catch that. I was not. VWAP sits at 203. I think you go dip and rip. And as long as it's above VWAP, this one name I do like to the long side. Intel doing that thing that it does. The reason for Intel and why I tried ARM, I had them as shorts before we had this. Before we even had this big market crash, Intel was dung on, for lack of a better term, on Friday. Down 20-something%. It just flushed through $20 pre-market low. Remember, you're going to get 1% moves like they're candy today. So already a 1% move to the downside on Intel with the market bouncing. Relative weakness. And the strength is out of hand on Apple. Are we going to get a 100 break on Nvidia?
I have no idea. I'm kind of watching this some of this pre-market consolidation high levels here on the TQs, just shy of that 52 mark, 51s So we were talking about that 50 definitely blasting up. So we are getting a little bit of strength coming right off of the open there across the board, especially on these tech names here. I'm kind of waiting for some of these key prices to come in. 5-minute opening range has been broken to the upside there as of right now. Let's see if we can kind of sustain this action. 5170s I have here as that pre-market area on the TQs. And we took a little bit of a pullback off of there. So again, I'm gonna as Sharif likes to say, I'm gonna pack my patience a little bit here for now. But that Apple move absolutely wild. TSM as well, Neil. TSM catching in quite a strong bit of a bid here. But again, I'm gonna be continuing to watch SockSell and TQs as I believe they're gonna be a little bit more straightforward for me. But yeah, no, let me know in the chat. I messaged the chat a little bit earlier. Kind of saying that, okay, what are your top ideas? What do you guys got eyes on today? Tag me and we can check them out. Yeah, people putting up the Japanese flag, definitely the JPY USD. Interesting action there overnight. Got some of those things on watch as well. Strong bid coming into these markets here, Neil.
It's now getting out of hand.
Quite strongly off of that 17.5 on the DAC and holding some of these opening range prices here on the ES as well. 26 coming in. So what's going on?
It's the reason the only position I have on is Intel, wow. And it's because like if you're looking to short pops and you wanted to short this morning, like what the heck? What are you going to do? You can either get run over in like a million places or find something which is breaking low. So you're coming back into this 20 level. If this holds above 20, I think this is an out. And 100 is potentially Nvidia 100 is going to be a thing. At this rate, it's absolutely nuts. So I want to go at what's next. If we get a pop into 20 and fail on Intel, I want to go for a reload, maybe jump out of the trade if we have to, if it holds above that level. We got the quarters. That was just the first salvo with the quarters. Keep it simple. But Nvidia, if we're going to test 100, the first thing you have to do is get through that really, really big pre-market high here at like 98. And it's not the entire overnight high, but we're pretty much screaming into it. And without any kind of a reasonable dip, remember what we were saying. This is exactly the kind of day where you can get a big time seeming rally off the open. And if we do end up fading it, you've got to be very patient. It's already $7 up. Apple's $9 from that $9 Apple is from that 200 break trade. And it hasn't had a red candle just yet. Remember, there's blood in the bath. There will be some margin calls. And I think there's going to be some kind of a rollover. Even if we're going to have an update, there's going to be a pullback here. I don't know if we get to that 98. I don't know if Intel wants to give me this 20. It looks like I can't get filled in front of 20 on Intel. Oh, right, Intel's SSR. Intel on Friday was down more than 10%, so it's a continuation, short sell restricted. I can't hit the bid to go short on Intel.
Yes, sir. So I kind of took a little bit of a position here. Again, kind of trying to decipher this tape. It is quite aggressive here. The book's a little bit choppy, and we're coming back into that 51 off of the 52 filler to follow through of that pre-market shelf. As of right now on the Qs, coming back into that 51. So let's see where we go from here. We are taking a little bit of a pullback here on the DAC as well. Attempted to push that 17.9, pull back quite aggressively. I'm curious to know what some of these larger caps are up to as of right now. So let's take a quick look at that. Apple still at 207, 209s. Okay, my chart was a little bit behind there. 209s coming in, 210s potentially. So yeah, that 200 re-break, Neil, that was absolutely beautiful. And SPY's still kind of trading within its opening range, interestingly. Nvidia still within its opening range as well. Amazon quite aggressively strong, pushing all the way back up to 159s as well. Alphabet 160s. So yeah, let's see what this market kind of brings. Is this the pullback that we're looking for? Is this a continuation of that selling? I have no idea. I was a little patient to see if again, been asking this question over and over again, and it's been kind of working for me in terms of maintaining a sound perspective. Is if there's a strong move, whether it's a bid, whether it's a sell, like if that pressure is real and we pull back into it, where does it catch again? Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to get a little bit better at as well, kind of going with that trend, bigger picture on these markets here, I think will be a little bit important. Like as Neil has been mentioning over and over again, we got to stay. It's going to be better to stay with the trend today and the trend, overall bigger picture trend. We know we've been selling off for the past few weeks. We come in, we're gapping down a little bit here. We talked about gaps all of last week on the How to Trade midday show, and we are gapping today. How convenient. We were gapping to the downside.
It's almost
below
like they
some of these
knew.
levels.
It's almost like they knew. And I think, as you said, you stick to your pocket. I knew a couple of things that I felt were already continuation shorts. So for last week, if you're watching the show, you probably liked being short Moderna. If you did, great to you. But I want to quickly go over here. Like, we got this bottom. It was like $84. We just tagged 84 and came back in. So this is one of the names that I wanted to play a fade on. We pop into that same key 84 level. If we come out the top, get out. We pop into VWAP. VWAP's $2 away. So I want VWAP 2 to 1. But you've got to be willing to take your shot at it. If you like what's going on here and you like the action in this market, hit that like, hit that subscribe. We're going to get a 100 break, I think, imminently on Nvidia. And I think that's going to be the most crowded trade in quite some time if it sees that 100. So make sure you guys buckle in. Be patient, wait for that obvious trade to set up for you. If it doesn't set up, like to me, I knew I had ARM, I knew I had Moderna on my plan, so I went over to them. I had Intel on my plan. We could be holding that one all day the way that it's tanking. Intel now 3% to the downside from where we got in. And that one's been pretty clean. But I'm taking my shots. The names that we like short, we're going to stick with it at least for now. If we can get some Apple, I don't know if we'll see VWAP again. It just failed to 210. Market seems like it wants to come back in. So I want to stick with the names that I did like originally to the short side. As far as where to get in, again on them, could not hit the bid on Intel because it was continuation SSR. I kind of forgot about that. You need to be on the offer and let it pick me up. You're not likely to get a fill on the way down with the structure of Intel today. It will be SSR potentially tomorrow if it goes down another 10%. So 1950 currently on the bid. If we get there, probably going to be some size on the bid. Any even bounce, I think, on Intel because it's SSR, I might take it out and look to reshort this. Apple's starting to come back in here. That's got to be boding really well for that TQQQ. Let's go to Adara.
You have some numbers coming in here in just under 30 seconds. We're going to be getting the S&P Global Composite PMI final for July, as well as the Global Services PMI final for July. Previous number here for the Global Composite, 54.8. And Global Services, previous number here, 55.3. Just a few seconds until we get those numbers in. 55 consensus for Composite PMI, 56 the consensus here for Services. Just getting those numbers in here. 55 coming in for Services, so a little bit lower here than expected. For Composite, we got here 54.3, also a little bit lower than the consensus number here of 55. SPY continuing to climb higher, still down though, over 3% on the day, guys.
Yeah, this is where you get a number come in, you get some pressure coming back into the market to the upside. I think that's why you want to keep keep a head on a swivel. Don't fight it. If we're breaking out these tops, like the NASDAQ's trying to get top. I'm not saying we're going to get to 18,000 on the NASDAQ, but if you're breaking 18,000, unless your stock is hanging out under VWAP or busting lows, you don't want to fight it. I think quick ins and outs are going to be the way to go here. I'm just looking for something that might be weak and isn't necessarily screaming to the upside. All right, here comes Nvidia trying to break out its top. Yeah, this is going to be, the market just broke the top. Like the only thing that's short that's working that I can see on any of my charts is Intel, which I said, it's a heaping pile of dung right now. Their quarter was terrible, so try to keep it as simple as possible.
Yeah, that number coming in, catching a little bit of a bid here. TQs stopped me out back into that 52, but again, we're pulling it right back in. So I'm, again, today, to reiterate Neil's point right off of the open that we had in the pre-market session there, or in the pre-market session, got to stay nimble and kind of work with the action there. Don't fight it too much is the key that I keep on kind of reminding myself here as that prior day high kind of breaks back up on the TQs, and we are catching a little bit of a bid across the board. Got to remember that some of these names are SSR, so when that bid does come in, it could get a little bit aggressive here as the TQs are pushing back up. 52.30s coming in, so I'm gonna be a little bit more patient before I want to maybe re-engage or maybe even flip if we're going to continue this this trend off of this pre-market base on top of that 48s to push past some of these pre-market levels.
Oh, but just one point.
Well. What's going on?
Bitcoin is tagging 52 right now. Ooh. So remember, 50 bounce, 54 is a key level. It's only halfway to a pretty big level to the upside. This is how the pops are going to be on a day like today. You're definitely going to find yourself in some levels where you're just diddling in the middle and it seems like we've moved a ton. Not just yet. And I know there's a lot of people that are saying, oh, you might not be able to access your trading accounts. Hey, what up, Papa Buffett? We're a little busy right now, bro. Maybe you shouldn't have sold so many Apple shares. You know what? We're screening your calls because you sold Apple on us. You're a punk. But if you're having issues with your platform, I understand the frustration level here. I would also say this. If you think that you're missing fills, that kind of a thing, the spreads are a lot wider today than normal. And I can tell you from looking at some of these levels as they're going, like I had no chance to get a fill on that Apple 200. And I think you had to cross way more. I should have been willing to maybe cross like 70 pennies or something like that. Who knows? So just be careful. Spreads are wider than normal. Adjust the nature of your stops. There's nothing wrong with having a wider stop on smaller size because that's effectively risking the same thing. Okay, with that bounce up in crypto, Bitcoin, you're going to see coin climb into the 180s. I wish I could tell you I had a crystal ball thinking this was going to go up, but it's a 200 period on the daily, 85, 86. Above 180 is where I was looking fade on Coinbase. So that required me to do absolutely nothing until it gets up into this range, which is where it is now. Like I said, you've got to be patient. Intel wants $1, which for a $20 stock is completely insane. It's at $19.50 and still going down. The only regret is I didn't get more because it was short sell restricted.
Yeah, Neil, we're blasting back up here. I see on the DAC, right, almost at that 18th thou, 17.9s incoming. So that's strength definitely coming in with that, with the economic number there. And TQs again haven't really got back involved as we blasted through some of these pre-market levels here. Tried it once here. Yeah, Neil, I hear Neil saying Nvidia 100. Neil, 99 is coming in on Nvidia. That 100 mark definitely interesting. Pre-market highs from 4 a.m. That early morning session I have here at what is that 101.70s. As of right now, so only about a couple points away from some of those levels here. Gap fill, what did we close? We closed in and around 107s on Nvidia the prior day here. Just to take a look right there, that's what I'm looking at as of right now. A little bit of chop to end off Friday, gap down, flushes all the way to 90, 69, and we're coming right back up into some of these pre-market levels here with that strength coming in. 18th thou is what I'm watching for on the DAC. And something, again, I think we should probably be keeping a closer eye on today, Neil, is the VIX. What's your opinion on kind of keeping an eye on the VIX on a day like today and using it as an indicator, maybe even trading VIX-related vehicles here? You know, there's the UVIXI, there's VXX, there's a few other ones as well. What are your opinions on that?
So just before I dive into that, let me just quickly show you here. This is coin, just popped and faded off of 102. So I just got in underneath 101. I said I'd wait till this got into the 100s to take a shot at it. So we did. We didn't see 100 on Nvidia. Oh, check that. I mean, we saw 100, but it didn't quite get there on Nvidia. And I think I just trailed out of Intel. But whether you have UVXY, maybe you're looking at the treasuries today. Obviously, a lot of people are going to be looking at the futures as well. I think having some kind of a guide, if you're trading equities, as to the overall market is going to make a lot of sense. So I think that's what I would say. I'm not going to sit here and tell you got to be looking at the VIX today. If you prefer to simply look at TLT, if you prefer to look at the NASDAQ futures, whatever you have, as long as you have some kind of a guide. So very quickly before we go back to the desk, shorted back underneath 101 here and was able to quickly scalp some out there for the buck. Now I want to play off that 182 level. We have a bit of a head and shoulders. I think this move could see VWAP, but I want to be nimble about getting back into it. Let's go over to the desk. Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade, always playing catch up in the market, missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Appreciate it. So with that 100 on Nvidia is coming in pretty heavily here. Look, I told you we're in that Coinbase short. We're able to take a quick scalp buck off of it, see if we can't get another opportunity. But you're getting consolidation into Nvidia. And now I can do this and show you a very, very steep upward trend since the open. If you lose this upward trend, I got to think curl short into VWAP. So that would be potentially ARM would set up for me there, Nvidia itself as well, but it's an absolutely huge market rally. That if 18,000 gets taken out, I think you're going to have a lot off sides in there. And just to quickly show you guys, this was the wick on the 19.5 break on Intel. So it got all the way down to 1935, snapped back up on that last push in the market. If this gets to VWAP, it's trend down, and I would look for a reshort back into VWAP on Intel. You've had to be so patient with just about everything this morning. Thank you, Jeremy Newman. How about crowd 215? Like, it's easy to, there's a lot of things that I'm looking at this morning, but I'm trying to stick to the stocks that were part of my plan, which was 5 of them. So we'll definitely be looking at things like CrowdStrike throughout the day, but my plan of action was Intel, Nvidia, Coinbase, ARM, Apple, and that's where my focus has been. Like, you can only have so many level 2s up at one time. And as I said, things are going up, it goes to my level, I'm willing to scalp in, but I'm not going to hold and I'm not going to ruin everything on one trade, right? Like, the way to stay positive on a stock like this is to take your profit, but also know how to stop out. And when it got through 182, it could be 185, 186. It could be 188 that this eventually makes a big turn. You don't have to get it exactly right. You just have to be alive and get it on that one trade and then just hold that one trade as opposed to fighting it the entire way. Let's see what happens. I have my trend drawn on Nvidia. Want to be ready to go if that is going to be the one. And as I said, with the market at highs and this stock at lows on Intel, I am trying to short the next available pop. I thought it made sense for a bounce at 1950. I got out, it made a fresh low. This stock is clearly different from others. If I can find something else like this, then that's a place to lean into some shorts. Maybe like an AMD is similar. Nope, never mind. AMD's strong as well. So no need to fight that.
Yeah, Neil, that ticker is definitely distinctly different when it comes to I guess how it's acting relative to the rest of the market. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So yeah, some of these names we talked about already, that selling pressure has been coming in over the past couple of weeks, and yeah, not everything is necessarily going to be in step with the markets. The market's taking a little bit of a bounce. We attempt to push that 18,000. Can't really get there as of right now. How much time is left on this 15-minute candle? These are 15-minute candles on the futures, and I always ask, how much time is left for this 15-minute candle to print? I got 5 minutes, just shy of 5 minutes right there. Apple with a little bit of a turn back around as well, as it's kind of breaking a bit of trend, maybe decelerating as well. I like that look. Coming back into some of these pre-market levels here. We talk about that pre-market high being in and around that 208 mark. We're pulling back in as well. Let me just pull up the chart here to kind of show you guys what I'm talking about at the same time. Here comes that 100 potentially on Nvidia as well. Let's see, that should be interesting. I got to pull up the tape on that one there. Nvidia 200 or 100 incoming right here. We're bringing it to you live, so don't forget to like and subscribe at that. Yeah, exactly. Every day that the markets are open,
we're here.
We are here.
Even when they halt off the open. Even when they halt off which has happened before. It's obviously not happening here today. We're talking about limit down halt bands this morning. And now the market's absolutely flying to the upside. So look, we might get Nvidia trying to break this 100. Although every time, see, this is like it's like a watch pot never boils. Every time I do this, I'm like, yeah, Nvidia wants to break 100, dip. Nvidia wants to break 100, dip. Nvidia wants to break, so you know what? Now I'm going to play a Jedi mind trick on Nvidia. Nvidia is not going to break $100. It doesn't. We're not going to see this $100 level for a breakout trade, and then that way we'll actually get there. So if you're enjoying it, again, make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Let me know the names that you're watching. Okay, if we're not going to break 100, I don't mind going over to this CrowdStrike, bouncing and looking like a huge rally up off 200 on CrowdStrike. And you're talking about a stock that is strong. This is already at Friday's levels and trying to go green. Trying to go green. That's just on a different level right now, CrowdStrike. So it's a good look. It's not a name that's on my radar. It has to be paying attention to Nvidia right now at $100. That's pretty much it. Like, my focus is going to be on them. It could be losing trend here, but this would also be a big trend hold on a 100 break on Nvidia. You're popping on Intel, but not quite at VWAP. I thought we were going to get a shot to get back into that one to the south side, trying to keep it simple, short the weak stock. How's that TQs going? trying to press this 18,000, but not there yet.
It's holding, man. It's like we're taking a little bit of a pullback off of that 53 mark. Again, gotta keep eyes on some of these NASDAQ constituents as well. Mag 7s all on watch. A little bit of a pullback happening on Apple, like I mentioned earlier. But yeah, we're again. I could be very early to this trade. I could be very wrong on this trade as well. We know that we've been uptrending since the pre-market right there, off of that 48 level on the TQs here, and that 17.4 on the NASDAQ, 51.20 on the ES. We were talking about what is that limit down price area on the ES. It's just in and around clean 5,000 if you measure it off of Friday's close there.
I don't think we have to worry about that.
You don't think so? We're about
call it a hunch.
Maybe.
Call it a hunch.
You're saying this bid is going to come through.
Well, but certainly not in the morning show. Like it's right now the ES is 3.26%. So we'd have to double the move down and then some into this. So even if we reverse here, which is a distinct possibility, right? Even if you do reverse here, it's going to take you a while to get there. Okay, there's $1 million change on Nvidia at $100 even. I'm just talking about the size of the offer. Not that the size on the offer matters. It doesn't matter ultimately. It's going to chew through that like a hot knife through butter if it wants to, but you've got 150 million shares, so it's like less than 1% is sitting on the offer at that 100 level. Okay, Intel is popping, so you might see Intel pop in as a short for me going into VWAP, but I don't want to take us away from Nvidia, which looks like it does want to make this 100 break. Worth watching your futures in there as well. If it fails this break, it will fail it quickly, I think. Like you're going to know quick whether or not it's going to make that break, Nvidia. So they just chewed through the entire offer. Now they've really gone. So 100 is broken. That is a weird fill. You don't want to get 01s on a fill like that. I'll tell you why in a second. You don't want to get 01s on a fill like that.
Let's go.
Yeah, you don't want to get 01s on a fill like that. We got happening now in numbers in a quick second, but the reason why is that means there were sellers instantly on the break of 100 even. So they sold it right away to the point where you could get a fill at $100.01 on a break. You should have to pay all the way up to 20s and 30s. That's not a good sign. I just got short in Intel, and I'm actually thinking fading this Nvidia now. Let's go 10 o'clock, happening now, and numbers. Oh, now it's back. There's the bid.
Just got this ISM services data here. ISM services PMI coming in at 51.4 above the forecast of 51. ISM services prices paid for July here coming in at 57 above the estimates of 55.1. US ISM services new orders 52.4 above estimates of 49.8, and ISM services employment 51.1 above estimates of 46.4. So all of these numbers coming in above the estimates, guys. But again, just to clarify the main number here, ISM services PMI 51.4 above estimates of 51. Nice uptick here for the S&P 500 on this number. This is going to be the main economic data print of the day. We do have Fed's daily speaking after the close at 5 p.m. And earlier today, we had comments from Fed's Goolsbee, who said that the Fed could either raise or cut rates. So interesting comments there coming in from a Fed speaker. Keep that in mind. So many names starting to the downside today, but some stories to talk about as well, including Nvidia. NVDA actually also gapping down here on this report from the information that its Blackwell chip could be facing some delays due to some production issues. We also have AMC initially gapping down, but making a nice recovery. They had earnings on Friday, which largely came in line here with their estimates and their preliminary report. Make sure you don't forget to like and subscribe, guys.
So we talked about this last week with if you get into position on the number. And it's always a tricky thing. Like, if the number comes out at 10 o'clock, that's probably why there was that silly action on the 100 level the first time. And I was like, why am I getting a fill at, why? They shouldn't be giving you that fill at a 1 when it's breaking, but it slams back into the downside. Then the buyers step right back in 99s. It breaks it out again. The second time it breaks, you're getting paid, you're getting quarters in or 20s in, which is what I was getting on that one. So pretty strong move. Apple just broke 200 as well. Still just in the Nvidia 100. If you're looking at where can this move go, I'm staring right here at 105. Friday afternoon bottom. That makes a heck of a lot of sense to me. If you're going to get to that price, we'll respect it. 18,000 is now come and gone. So the market has been a bit of a home run long off of the open. The first place we liked was the one thing we didn't get. I'm talking about myself. I shouldn't say necessarily we. I just like to speak like that. Apple's still looking very strong. 5% down, rocket ship, but suddenly you've got very clear support at 07. So watching out for this level on the way back in. 100's the obvious level for Nvidia. 207 it looks like for Apple. So good luck to everybody out there. It feels to me, now that you're above the 18,000, if we're going to trend, it's holding things like 07 Apple, 100 Nvidia, 18,000, maybe just a little bit under that on the NASDAQ futures. Everything looking like it's shooting to the upside here. If we get an opportunity for shorts, Intel just wicked 20 again. If we get an opportunity for shorts, here I'm just going to stay on Apple for a second. Intel just wicked 20, meaning it broke 20 and failed right back underneath it. So this is a stock which is still trending down technically. So if it's looking like it's still trend down and relatively weak, that's fine. But if you're at a strong stock, got to be looking for the longs. Oh, shout out to you, Riker. And AMD's already positive. So some stocks have already gone green. That's even better. That's even better. CrowdStrike was fighting green. Now you've got AMD going green. I just like the 100 on Nvidia because it's 100 and it's Nvidia.
Yes,
Keep it simple.
sir. Yeah, so we did kind of rip right into that 18-1 off of the 18 break. That 100 break, man, that was a little nasty. I was watching it. Breaks that 100, prints about, I guess, 15, 20 pennies, slams right back into 99.60. So definitely not clean. Very, very competitive in terms of that break. But on the reclaim, the rebid back through that 100, we pushed all the way up into 102. So absolutely wild action there on the Nvidia. That 100 break definitely coming in. That continuation of trend off of those 91 lows in the or not even in the pre-market, right off of the open, 91 lows and about a 10-point push all the way up to 102s. We were talking about those pre-market levels being in and around here at those 101 and some change right here. Let me bring in the chart so you guys can see what I'm talking about right here. So right there, boom, a little bit of a what's starting to look like a attempted test of those pre-market highs. We're pulling right back in off of those 102s. Very strong trend here. Again, throwing VWAP on the Nvidia chart. Let's throw up a little bit of a trend line as well here to kind of measure or like give us an indication of that trend. Look at that, very, very steep. Very steep trend right there coming in on Nvidia. Now, again, this is just a 3-minute chart, a bigger picture. We could be bouncing a little bit further there. I do want to keep my eyes peeled for any sort of interesting action there. VIX also on watch. This is a 5-minute chart on the VIX. We were at 65.73 high today, Neil, and we're pulling back all the way down to 40 on the VIX. We talk about what reverts with the highest probability, and that is almost always going to be a little bit of volatility there, Neil, and volatility showing us the power of reversion today.
Oh, absolutely. And I see the frustration in the chat. I'm with you, everybody that's having issues with, like, I think people are reporting Schwab is having issues. If you can't trade in a day like today, I know it can be frustrating. Your broker works for you. Remember that. Get on. I don't care who your broker is. They work for you. Ask questions. Don't be afraid out there. And I just wanted to quickly answer a question in the chat. Someone just said, Tim Stewart, Palantir reports tonight. So we love to engage with the crowd. Palantir reports after the bell tonight. They did not miss on earnings. They're just down because everything else is down. I think that's going to be the big thing. So if you have questions, let us know in the chat. You have to be a subscriber to be in the chat. We've said this before, so if you want to ask any questions, it'll be myself. What are we looking at? Maybe what should we be looking at? I don't know. I don't mind being told what's moving and what's not. I'm definitely down with that. So very, very quickly here, Intel just came back into VWAP. It did this wick shimmy at 20. We had it once. Now I'm using Sharif terms. Okay, so it wicked above 20 and came back underneath. Now it's trying to hold VWAP. Bounce off VWAP, get out 20. If it fails VWAP, 75 is going to be the next play. And I want to come back over to Moderna, which is another one I had set up for shorts in here. 83 failed 84. Now you have a more distinct high when it tried to go green, up at 85 with a lower high. So if this is one of the 3 stocks I was thinking pop and fade, this is the opportunity to try and go ahead and do it again. So back into this 85 level. You had to be able to sit out that early move. You like short, sit out the early move and take your shot. Sit out the next move and take the shot. So with the market trying to get back underneath 18,000, I think this is the spot to get back under. And there goes Nvidia underneath 100. That just came out as I looked up and was looking for the short of Moderna, Nvidia back through 100. So it gave you that move to 03. Now you're back underneath 100. Got to think this is going to be a short here, and I feel you guys, your pain. Tony Price saying they can't get into Schwab. How's SoFi doing? No worries for you, Tony. I can quickly pull it up. SoFi is at $6.37 despite the fact that it's got this rally. So it's bounced, but it's still not good. Sorry, Tony.
Yeah, that Nvidia looking like a bit of a lick grab of those pre-market highs there. You attempt to break through that 100. You lick grab the pre-market highs, pulling right back in, confluence with the 1800 18,000 back through on the DAC there. A nice little wick action of some of these pre-market levels on the NASDAQ. Let's see where we come in. I'm watching the TQs here. Again, I got to have more on these. Again, we talk about being nimble. I tried the short once, stop out. Tried the short twice, stop out. Now it's finally kind of working as of right now with that Nvidia back through 100. I like that. Again, asking that same question, if that selling is real and we start to bid back up, sure, that bounce was absolutely beautiful. And it was very strong in terms of direction. We're still holding some of that uptrend. But if the sell comes back in, where will it catch? That's just a question I'm asking myself. I could be wrong. I'm willing to be wrong multiple times or for the rest of the day, maybe even. But I got to stay nimble. If I'm getting stopped out over and over again on the short, maybe it's time to switch to the long there. But I do want to try. You were talking about this last week. So some of your ideas may not work right away. It doesn't necessarily mean they're, you just might be a little too early to the party. But if you have conviction, if you have that belief in your idea within a reasonable risk limit, I think it's worth to try a few times. Again, we're not all perfect, right? It's not. How many times you get into a trade, and the best ones work right away. But how many times you get in, you get stopped out, and then it finally goes, right? And then maybe even better. Maybe the EV is even better the second or third or fourth time you try it. And what I need to get better at is like understanding and recognizing that higher EV and maybe sizing a little bit more.
You know why I feel that's true?
What's going on?
Why I feel that's true is because the best trades tend to trap people or stop people out.
Oh boy.
Right? So if the best moves happen after a bunch of people have been stopped out and therefore relieving pressure, or when it's trapped people in the other direction, like this is an example. So I'll show you a perfect example because I lost on Moderna, right? I liked it for a short to pop. But if it's going to be a fade all the way back into 80 and then a breakdown, well, it's certainly trapped people into a potential long above 84. Maybe even the 85 is a big round level. And on top of that, it's stopped out shorts here like it did myself. It probably stopped out some people that were shorting the 85 level. Now that it's on the way back in, I'm shorting on the way down, man. I'm shorting off the high like $2 off the high. It is what it is. And I think a lot of times you got to be willing. So if you have a reasonable stop level that allows you to make that play. So we're back into the short on Moderna. Remember, I'm just getting back what I lost on that trade. And now if we see 80, we can find places to get back in, maybe some lower highs to work with. You're underneath that 18,000 on the futures. I'm not saying we're going to flush, but there's certainly these opportunities here. This breaks down. It's a stock I like short. Quick break of 84, and this thing is all the way at 82.5 almost instantly. Intel still looks like it's not that great. Apple was going to want to go to next. We'll get to things like Tesla, but I want to stay in the pocket with the names that are strong. Apple in that 207. This was just a support level on the way to the upside. Now you're trying to consolidate. If Apple loses 207, you could be a VWAP in an absolute hurry. And Nvidia in that 100 break, take your profit, man. Take your profit. Right back in. There is the trend reversal on Nvidia. If we never get back above 100, things could get very, very ugly. You've gotten your SSR bounce, which is because a lot of things were down over 10% at the open and were short sell restricted, so you couldn't hit that bid. You got the bounce. Now we have to see if we can hold on to what's next. Dips into VWAP, dips into prior support. If you lose those, we're right back thinking some potential shorts. Let us know what you guys are looking at here. This has been absolutely insane this morning. You just had to be patient. I see a lot of Tesla. George in the chat saying, Tesla's starting to dump, selling all my profits. You've got to take profit on days like this on the way up. It's so easy, and this was the same thing back in 08. This is the same thing during the pandemic. It's so easy to think, we're just going to bounce and rip the rest of the day. Typically, that's not how these kind of days have worked. I'm just being real. A lot of times you'd had to take that profit, you go right back into selling. We said this morning there's probably some margin calls going on and people eager to find these bounces and sell back into levels like Tesla 200, let's just say. Nvidia 100. Those kinds of things can be selling events. So Tesla pulling back $6 in here. I'm sticking to the names that I like. But Tesla 200, wow. That was pretty free. I'm not going to lie to you. If I had Tesla 200 written down, that was probably, look how easy that fade was. Or sorry, fail break. Fail break at 200. Once it's back underneath, not a green candle in sight. Be careful selling bottoms and buying tops on a day like today. Like Nvidia 100 was a scalp trade. Yeah. That is not a let's hold it back into VWAP. VWAP's going to be 5% today on a lot of stocks.
Yeah, no, absolutely crazy action here. We are pulling back. Look at this 15-minute wick, man. Again, with only about 2 minutes left, look at the DAC, the 15-minute candle that's being printed on the DAC here off of the rejection of 18.1. And it feels just like yesterday that Nvidia was at 100. Wait a minute. It was. Remember that bounce we were talking about? That 100 bounce on Nvidia, how clean and how beautiful that thing was right here. 100.01, right?
Clean.
Look at that. Boom. So I think this was off of what? Softy earnings, something like that. 100.01 bounce, beautiful reversion, comes in all the way to prior earnings anchored as well, comes into that trend, defines that 120 over under of that interesting price action we had pre-split, and then fails back down. But that 100.01 print was very, very interesting, bidding up all through after hours and the pre-market. Let me take some of these lines off the chart so we can see this beautiful chart for what it is right here. We don't want those. So breaking back below some of these supports as well. Pre-market highs here. You can see double bottom on Friday, 101s, that pre-market high coming back in, and that support potentially turning into resistance. It shows itself in the pre-market, shows itself right off of the open as well as we take a turn right off of that 102. So support and resistance levels definitely coming in with the wick shimmy action that this DAC is doing. I'm curious to know whether or not we have the potential to break some of those highs as well. And I asked in the chat, are you guys watching the VIX on a day like today? And yeah, Bears versus Bulls saying UVIXI is up 40%. Tom saying always, yes, sir. And Juan saying, yeah, the VIX is coming back up. It looks like it. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We shall see. But this is what I got watching the VIX here. The 5-minute chart. A little bit of action right there from Friday. And then we are taking a little bit of a breather, maybe a bounce off of that 40 level as well on the VIX. It's confluence with that little bit of a pullback as well on these markets. Now, you're right about chasing. I'm kind of heeding your advice there about chasing bottoms, shorting into bottoms, and then buying tops in this kind of market there. I do want to, short into strength that is starting to dissipate, maybe. I don't know, right? When the bidders are kind of, they're there, and all of a sudden they're gone, and then you have strong confluence as well.
When the bid drops today.
Yes.
No, when the bid's dropping today, it's falling apart.
Yes,
and
exactly. That's a nuance that I am kind of noticing.
So that's one thing you'll notice. The other thing I think you're going to notice is, any guesses where Bitcoin got to, everybody? 54. And if you it's not rocket science. You just zoom out. This is a 15-minute, but if you pull like an hourly or like a daily chart on Bitcoin, you'll see 54. That 1,000 was a big level. So if you bounce off 50,000 and gets to 54. And with the NASDAQ under 18, or at or underneath 18,000, this was the area where if we got a push, I wanted to start thinking fades. Now, it's all well and good to try to guess where prices are going. I don't know where Coinbase is going to be at that level. I said I liked the Coinbase short. We had short. We scalped it for like $1.25, and then it broke back out. It just so happens that Coinbase is at $190 when we're failing that level. So it is what it is. We took one shot at the short. Now we're putting in a lower high when you're at that 54,000. Bit of a better setup at this point. Unless you were early to those breakout trades, I'm talking about you, Apple 200, then you've got to wait. What is the next trade? What is the next idea? What is the next opportunity? Forget about what happened a half an hour ago or 2 hours ago and you could have had some of those bottoms. What are you doing now? We're underneath 18,000. If we don't break and hold above 54,000, then I think this could be a nice little lower high, although it's still in a very steep upward trend, I would say, for Coinbase. Very different from Moderna, which already set up a second trade for me. I'm waiting for a confirmation on Coinbase. Moderna kind of already did that, fading underneath, breaking down, trending down. Now I want to see the 80 level for obvious reasons. I'm getting out at 80. On Moderna, there was a iceberg order. That's what I want to call it. Refresher, iceberg, same thing. At $80 this morning, all morning long on Moderna, there was an iceberg at 80 bucks. It broke at the open and immediately reestablished 80. So where do I think the buyers are going to come in? At 80. Right? It's just a guess. I think it's an obvious guess. If we break 82s, I'm looking for an 80 out on mRNA. Intel still absolute crap. No 207 yet for Apple. So we're just being very patient with this name. Haven't gotten a long that I like on Apple. This is the first consolidation level. If we hold 18,000, Apple looks good for a long. I don't know about Nvidia at this point either. I know you're watching very closely on those futures.
Yes.
The key thing for this NASDAQ is forget about even levels. Like forget about 18,000 as a raw number on the NASDAQ. It doesn't really matter. Like you've broken this, it's like 100 points. Like usually we say like 25, 30 points either direction. It's like 100 points either direction before you know whether a level has failed or broken out. And I think that's what we're already seeing. So I don't know if the shorts have won unless we're underneath 17.9. And you can certainly say it's not a clean breakout unless we're above 18.1. So just be very, very careful. As I said earlier, nothing wrong with taking less and widening your stop. That's a reasonable way to play today.
No, I definitely gonna heed your words there, Neil. Seems like we're holding this uptrend as of right now. So yeah, I am kind of watching these futures, some of this price action as well. Yeah, Apple holding. I literally, as you were speaking on Apple, I literally pulled it up. And I was like, well, it's holding well within its upper quartile of price action. We're holding above some of those pre-market highs. This consolidation as well. We're trading above VWAP, so nice little compression. Price compression happening, consolidation near the highs on Apple. 209.86 is trading as of right now. Now, something I do want to note is let's take a quick run through of the Mag 7 here, just to see where we're sitting at here. So Softy as well, holding some of its pre-market highs. We just looked at Apple. Let's take a look at Alphabet. Let's see what the goggles are up to. 162 highs there. Similar action to Apple, holding tight consolidation in its upper end of that price action as well. Take a quick look at Amazon. Amazon, a little bit of a pullback. Okay, interesting. Off of this 162. Now I got to go to my chart here on this other screen just to see some of my charting. Yeah, 160. What is this? 159. Okay, yeah, so this I have this as like a little bit of an interesting level, multi-time frame potentially in and around this 160. We seem like we're consolidating a little bit of a chop happening here across the board, right? A lot of consolidations, a lot of level holds, a lot of chop again. In and around some of these levels. It seems like the TQs may come in to stop me out again, man. This strength, if this comes right back in, is definitely very, very strong on the day. The bounce is coming in right off of the open quite aggressively. Tesla, 196 is, oh boy. So we did test that 200 mark on Tesla with a high of 201.60, and we've pulled back. 196 is trading as of right now on Tesla. I know that people are also watching Soxel. Soxel is holding trend as of right now as well. Day high coming in at 28.67 on Soxel. So there's a little bit of selling coming on. Like I said, that wick action off of this 18.1 could be interesting. Now, if we hold these prior levels, I do want to stay nimble, stay away from that. Again, I could be wrong. I have a little bit of a thesis. I'm practicing that thesis by putting in my intentions there through shares in the market here on the TQs. But I'm more than willing to be wrong on a day like today with this aggressive price action there. But before we continue, we're going to pass it back to Dara for small cap recap.
The Russell 2000 trying to hold some support here at the 200 level. As you can see, a couple wicks above and below. This is on the 3-minute chart. So quite a level here starting to form for that IWM. Some small caps to keep an eye on here. One of them, Zevra Therapeutics, ZVRA. This one has run a bit in the last week. And on Friday after the close, it did announce that it got support from the FDA panel for its Niemann-Pick disease treatment. Also getting a price target increase this morning from H.C. Wainwright & Co. About a 7% short float for ZVRA. We also have your MGOL, MGO Global. This one has run in the past. No catalyst on this one, but worth noting they have a short float of about 2.4%, a total float of around 650,000 shares, and a market cap here of around $4.5 million. So smaller market cap and float to be aware for MGOL. Last but not least, ThoughtWorks Holdings, TWKS. This one trying to curl back up here a bit. They had earnings this morning. They missed on earnings per share and beat on sales. Also announcing that they're going to be taken private by Apax funds. So TWKS, a few small caps to keep an eye on, guys.
All right.
Yeah, so just that for anyone, if you're trading that TWKS, it's got a 2 or 3 cent range on the day. $4.35 cash. It's being bought. It ain't gonna move, man. But it's certainly if you're making markets, you can certainly make money on it. Shout out to everybody in the chat mentioning how strong Apple is. We appreciate you. We listen to you. We want to grow that community so we don't miss anything. So don't forget, hit that like, hit that subscribe, wherever the markets are. I don't care what's moving in a general sense as long as it's an opportunity. Apple, the 200 break, I can tell you that it looks obvious, but this was like the first trade I tried to make today. And I will let you know at the open, if you got that trade, all I can say is congratulations to you. No questions asked. It was a little different than normal when that broke out. And the open was a little bit different from normal. So 211 setting up for a potential breakout here on Apple, but now you're immediately seeing us fade.
Oh boy.
Now you're really starting to fade. I am looking back over at Nvidia. That Apple is not something that I wanted to be short, but there's another rejection of 100 on Nvidia. This is gonna be the spot. I've been in Intel pretty much the whole morning short, and Moderna the second time through is working, but we haven't shorted on Nvidia. The stronger chip name today is AMD, which a lot of people have rightfully pointed out. So if we're gonna fail, whoops, I want to get 100 in there. If we're gonna fail a second lower high here on Nvidia, I want to see if we can play off this. So that's a 101 top. So if it's gonna pop and fade 100, let's see. We're underneath that 18,000 again, as Obi's been mentioning to you guys. And if we can get a nice little fade here, maybe back into VWAP, we'll try and pick some Nvidia up. That 101 is like that Alamo for me.
Yeah, I'm kind of, we were just talking about that, some aggressive selling coming in. I'm like watching the TQs here as well as I got Nvidia tape on watch as well. And on that pullback, we got some significant kind of push into the bid, very, very aggressive push down. Let's see if that selling kind of sustains. This is the first time, I guess, the selling has been a little bit distinctly aggressive, but again, it slowed down right away as well. So let's see if we can get a little bit of that continuation. But yeah, that 18,000 as of right now, we're getting a little bit of a pullback off of there. TQs, what am I watching on TQs? Again, you guys can see what I have here, my entries, my exits on the chart. And this is kind of a little bit of a cleaner chart. So we are still consolidating above some of these levels here. I do want to stay wary on that. VWAP all the way down at 51.07. Let's see if we can get down there with a little bit of selling. But again, if we don't, look at that. It's coming right back in. So yeah, so aggressive selling to the downside and then a bid right back up. Again, you got to remember the VIX is at 40s. We have elevated volatility, and again, we're seeing some of that volatile action, price action happening here as we are attempting to put some trades on the day. Let's see what else. Let's see what is this VXX prior bar high break on the 15-minute happening right now. So VIX is pushing up a little bit higher as of right now. And Apple taking a little bit of a pullback. Let's see what I also got some of these other ETFs on watch. SOXL. I guess shout out to Wayne as well. He kind of was talking about EWJ with the whole thing that's going on in Japan. I'm sure people are also watching some of those markets. Forex kind of might be a little hot in that section, just a little bit. I don't know if did you see the yen USD chat? You know, let me know. Sorry, yen USD chart. Let's ask the viewers, where are you guys trading? Is anybody trading EWJ today? Let me know in the chat. I want to know. Is anybody trading the VIX today? Right? Like you can just be sitting there trading volatility. I know a lot of traders last week that were like, the only one place I want to put any longs in was TLT. Shout out to, was it Darwin? I don't know, you're ringing the register if you had that one. I know you're pulling back, right? It might have been Ponzi, it might have been Darwin. We have a few viewers that were mentioning this breakout and continuation. Well, look at TLT today.
Now, I'm not a rocket scientist. No one's going to excuse me for a rocket science. I am a bit of a science fiction nerd. But this is exactly, I'm not making this up. The high of the TLT today is $99.99. Okay. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Like if you were trading this today, maybe, like, come on. Why am I not looking at TLT? Look at this at the open. It tries to go back up again, 99.93 after making a 100 top and then dumps. As I slump into my chair, oh yeah, let's play Nvidia 100. That was really clean. It breaks the first time and stinks. It breaks the second time and is okay. And now you're trying to fade off 100, but you've got to give it $1. Well, move on over to TLT where you only have to risk 10 cents and you're going to get a $4 or $5 move. Obi?
Wow.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're looking quite comfy there, Neil. Definitely. You got to watch out for that.
You ever traded TLT before?
I think I might have taken a couple fills in the past, but
I had a crush on TLC when I was younger.
Okay,
but that's about as close as I've come. Hey, I'm not gonna. Okay, I'll tell a story about that in the afternoon show. Yeah, I got a story for you. Not right now because I want to talk about Nvidia very quickly here, but I do have a good story. So 100 just came back in on a lower high in Nvidia, bids immediately at 99. This is what it's doing at these key levels. Wipe the level, so it's breaking top, come back in. So at 99, it's breaking down and coming back in. So I think if you're playing off these levels, allow it to do it and then get in. Now, I'm not going long here, but if you were going long, I think the idea would be don't take it until it runs the stops. Like when it ran the 98 stops for a potential support, went all the way to 97. When it reclaimed it, clean $2 move. So I think you want to let it run stops, and I say it, whatever the heck you're trading, and then get into it. But let's get this flush. It's starting to look a little bit better to the south side right now for some of these shorts. Oscar Plays just said Coinbase short. Yeah, I'm not there yet on coin. I'll tell you exactly why. So this was the break at the top. This is where it did that move. Yeah, I should be there now because it's now really taking out that trend line. No, Oscar, you're right. From looking at this reversal, I should have a 186 on coin. It's one of the stocks that was in my pocket. Moderna's $1 in the money. Nvidia's $1 in the money. Intel, I mean, Intel's only 25 cents in the money, but if Intel moves $1, it's a $20 stock. It can. It will. It's nasty. But that's a good trend reversal here on Coinbase. Let's go on over to, I think we're going to the desk again? No? Oh, yes. Before I forget. Oh, my goodness. Everybody, it's back. If you are in Canada and you want to trade on a professional platform, want to learn to trade the markets the same way Sean, myself, Obi, Sharif, Brendan, Adara, all the guys behind us on the trading floor, and women behind us on the trading floor do, then you want to check out realtrading.com/campus. You can scan the QR code below. It is an I'm going to start with this. It is an absolutely free training program available to you if you apply and are accepted in. Free. The only thing you have to do is put in your time and effort. So just pop into the website. It is a very structured program. You're going to learn about how the markets work. You're going to learn about the nuances of the platform that we trade on, which is P-Pro 8. It is built by traders, for traders. It is a great platform as far as I'm concerned for active trading. You're going to go into a simulator, which is a great simulator that every trader here has been in at some point. And then eventually you have the opportunity to go live, trade real money for real profits, and become a funded trader. As I said, all you have to do is put in the time and the effort, and then you can find some $2 winners like Coinbase just now. Thank you very much to Oscar for reminding me that I wanted a Coinbase short. So that's what it's all about. You want to be able to learn to trade professionally and do it the right way, which is understanding how the market works and then trading on a good lightning fast platform, which can allow you to scalp trade, which can allow you to trade and hold all day long. You can take breakouts, breakdowns, whatever it is that you like. Just got to be able to put in the time and effort to find the opportunities. I think this program is an important one because it just asks you for your time. That's what it's all about. You're not putting money down. You're putting time down to learn, and that's what we should all do. I believe it is 10:30, and I just got in coin at 106 and scalped some out for $2. So I should probably want to know what's going on with Bitcoin, Adara.
Of course, the big story here in the crypto space is that large drop we had at BTC, ETH, and a lot of these other crypto-related names. As you can see here, the daily chart, Bitcoin getting just below that previous support level we saw in late February, around that 50,000 level, hitting its lowest level since February. So lots of weakness here in BTC and other crypto-related names. We did actually have the overall value of cryptocurrencies sinking by roughly $367 billion, as according to data from CoinGecko, and also more than $1.13 billion in liquidations, according to data from CoinGlass. So lots of weakness here in across the crypto world, and you can see this definitely reflected here as we look at all of these names. BNB down 11.8%. We've got Ethereum down almost 18%, Bitcoin down almost 12%, Ripple down 10%, Dogecoin down 12%. Basically nothing here going to be flat or positive on the day. Tron looking the best here, down only 5%, but blood red across the board if you're looking at the crypto space, guys.
Tron. Hot hand at a dice game, everybody. I'm talking clackety, clackety, clack. And now I'm the world's richest man. You know that one, right?
Is that from the original Tron movie or the second one?
Who has a fail button? Quickly.
I do not know that.
So you know what? I don't know. Like maybe some of you might have heard of the world, like with the best comedian in the world right now. His name is Dave Chappelle.
Okay.
Yeah, he's unbelievably funny. I think you'd really love him if you check him out, Obi.
I like
pretty good.
Yeah,
and he had this
good.
show, which some people like. Maybe you like it,
Show?
maybe you don't. It was called the Chappelle Show.
Yeah.
There, I'm being facetious. It's fine. I'm old. Obi's young. I love that skit, but we like trading even better. So very quickly, that 99 level has been ripe for the taking if you're looking at those long trades. And we talked about like scalp trading in and out. Oh, my trend line's gone. Here, so I could draw you two trend lines. The one from the breakout was this. So you broke the trend, shorted the first pop into 186, got the two, stopped it out right here. It's just hard to tell, but on a 3-minute, that's the local high. So I stop it out at the local high, stay green on the stock. I've had two shorts on coin as it's continued to trend up, but we've been able to take our scalp trade at the right spot, and then be able to get out of it. Now, all of a sudden, if it fails here at 190, I can just jump back in at a different price. So that's what you want to try to do. Don't necessarily be stubborn about it. You're going to get, like $2 moves are moving around all over the place. So you can scalp $1, $2 on this stock. You just have to have a good out. And similarly to that, Nvidia, if it holds above 100.5, easy out. Easy out. Let it play into that 101 level, maybe fail break 101, and then I can jump back in with a much, much better price. So you want to stay nimble. We've talked about how important it is to stay nimble on a day like today. It's easy to get run over by a single trade. You're going to, if the $100 break holds, it could go to 105, 110. If the short here holds, eventually you get down to 95, 96. But it doesn't mean you're going to hold it against you $5. To me, that's utter nonsense. Be careful with it. Moderna's chilling out, and that just continues to fall, but that's Moderna. It doesn't care what the market is doing. The NASDAQ wants 18,000 again, and if it runs 18,000, I don't mind getting out of a short and finding another place back into it. That's what it's going to be all about here today. So let me know what you guys are looking at. If there's something that we're not paying attention to that we should be, let me know. I know Tesla's been moving around quite a bit today. I haven't had too many looks at that. It's going right back into that key 200 level. So 200 has been a big one for Tesla. If you're trading Tesla, it can't get through 200. That was a monster rejection the first time through. If it holds a lower high, I think I'd be putting up a trend line, but that's not one of the stocks that I'm looking to trade. It's Nvidia, Moderna, Intel, Coinbase have been the ones for me, and I'm going to stay there.
Yes, sir. The market coming right back into that 18th thou. Just watching this TQ's position there. Yeah, we were, I guess, decently in the money, but kind of trying to play for a bigger picture move on the day here. We talked about being nimble, maybe looking for the right kind of action to price into, and that's what I'm trying to practice a little bit better. Now, again, I am still very, very fresh in terms of where I am in my trading journey. Still trying to learn a lot of things and get better a little bit better every day, right, Neil? So that's kind of the goal there. Market's coming right back in. That 18th thou comes in, and we're taking a little bit of a pullback here. highs on these 15 minutes post wick as well underneath that 18,000. So definitely going to keep that one on watch. Yeah, let us know in the chat what you guys are trading on a day like today. Lots of strong longs. The softy is about to push high a day there. I'm seeing, and yeah, let's see if let's take a quick look at some of these other constituents as well. What is Apple up to? Apple's kind of within its consolidation range, sideways there. Spider still at 516. So Spider hasn't really moved around as much as I was kind of looking for it to. Nvidia still chopping around that 100 mark. Definitely an interesting area an area of interest is what I'm trying to say. 100 mark on Nvidia, like we said just last week. Clean, nice little bounce off of that 100. Right now we're attempting to push past that 100 mark on Nvidia, but look at this chop action. Now again, I got a lot of wicks here, a lot of dark pool wicks in and around while Nvidia is testing this 100. So interesting action indeed. And yeah, if you believe in the wicks, there's definitely some action going on around here in these prices, especially on Nvidia.
It just did it again.
What's up?
It establishes like a resistance level.
Yeah.
It then wicks that level and then pulls back in for a scalp trade. And you can do this in both directions. It did it at 98 for the long. It did it at 99 for the long. It did it at 100 half first. Well, okay, it was more like 180 cents and then 100 half. It did the same thing in there. Now, this plays both ways. It just broke 101 half. I just scalped 70 pennies, but then I'm getting out if it retakes it and wait for the 101. So I think playing it station to station. If you're long, you can be doing this in the other direction. I just felt the 100 was going to be that short level. Moderna is catching a bit of a bid here, so I want to just go over to Moderna. It's catching a weird bid at 81.50, so I do want to maybe get out of this one if it reclaims VWAP. I'm still thinking we're heading down to 80 bucks here, but let's go on over to the desk for Adaro one more time. Good scalp trading so far today.
This part of the show is brought to you by Stonks.com. Want a chance to win $1,000 every day? Stonks.com is giving out $1,000 daily, and entering is super easy. Predict the stock price after the earnings report. All it takes is 30 seconds to join. Just go to Stonks.com, sign up, and hit the Make Prediction button and potentially win $1,000. It's that simple. Each day, you get one free ticket to predict. Want more chances? Share your referral link and get 5 extra tickets for each sign up. Go to Stonks.com. Don't miss out, and good luck. The market today may be needing some luck as well. We are red across the board for all of these sectors, especially some sharp weakness here. Electronic technology, technology services, finance, health technology, energy, minerals, health services, consumer durables, commercial services. Some of the sectors faring a little less to the dark red side of things. Process industries, communications worth keeping an eye on here as well, with T-Mobile and TMUS relatively strong, T-Mobile and AT&T relatively strong recently. Consumer non-durables has some brighter spots as well. And it's worth talking about 2 names that are actually notably strong in 2 weak sectors. One of them is going to be AMD here. No catalyst, but up on the day. The second is going to be CrowdStrike, actually slightly up on the day here, despite also telling Delta Airlines this morning they're basically responding to Delta's claims and looking for monetary compensation from CrowdStrike over the outage a few weeks ago. So some interesting things to keep an eye on here as well. Also in the health technology sector, beware of Eli Lilly, down 5%. They've got earnings on Thursday before the market open, guys.
Monster earnings for Eli Lilly coming through. Now, there's a lot of questions. I see it in the chat. I just saw, Tim Hansen just said they're short AMD, and I saw a few people mentioning, why is AMD strong today? Following the trend is obviously going to be the best way to go trading, and sometimes you don't care why. As an active trader, you just want to be with the trend and not fighting it. But remember, there was potentially an antitrust investigation against Nvidia. That clearly bodes well. Like, that would be a positive piece of news for competition. So that would be technically good for AMD. So I'm just keeping it as simple as this. If I think that this is an area in the future, is an area in the market where it was a pop and fade, and that was the plan this morning, that's why scalp trading shorts, well, this is Nvidia, lower highs off of this top here at 102, lower highs at that 100 level for resistance, and that's AMD continuously breaking out and trying to punch through the top. So it's just as simple as, if you like shorts, maybe not AMD. It's also, if you're taking a long in AMD, note that you're going into overhead resistance, which can be tricky, and that's at 137. So I would think 137, if we break out the highs, would be the next stop on AMD. And if AMD gets through this, I mean, there's a lot of room into 145. I just keep it as simple as, if it looks relatively strong, and I think this area is a short area, then find the weaker stock to short. Intel has never been good today, and Nvidia has popped into this level and starting to fade and is relatively weak. So try to keep it as simple as you can. Oscar, thanks for the reminder. You're still at 54K on Bitcoin. That's going to be a decent level for myself. So I tried to get back in on that last wick, shorting this level here in Nvidia. If it ends up breaking down and putting in another lower high, maybe reestablish the short somewhere else.
Yeah, so the second or third attempt to push this 18th, you can see right here, only about 2 minutes left to print on this 15-minute candle as of right now. We're catching a little bit of a sell pressure every time we do kind of break, and there it is right back in. So as I'm saying, it's proving me otherwise there as we attempt to push right back through that 18th, about a minute 50 left on this 15-minute candle to print, and we're getting some of that strength right back in these markets, Neil. Some aggressiveness. So yeah, you're right. Can't be fighting the trend too much. That's something I got to do. I got to do a little bit better at. I know I'm kind of doing that. I know I am definitely doing that. Fighting a bit of the trend here as of right now. As we're holding above VWAP. We've been making higher highs, higher lows. We're consolidating near a lot of these highs there on a lot of the constituents. So I do have to kind of be wary of that, but something I got to work on, man. Like I'm naturally a little bit of I take like a little bit of a counter trend, contrarian type of mindset. But I got to be a little bit more like water, kind of flow with what I'm seeing here. But again, I do have a bit of a bias, a bit of an idea on the day, and something else like you mentioned as well. When we're bidding up, things are SSR. So yeah, aggression is definitely there on the bid up at times. But when we're selling off, that aggression, I'm feeling it's a little bit more aggressive than some of those bids. We keep on just pounding into some of these bids on SSR names. So it's like, all right, cool. If I'm observing that kind of pressure now, it's confirmed with again, a more experienced trader sitting right beside me, saying that when the bids are getting hit, they're getting hit a little bit harder than when the ask is really getting pushed. So that's like, I guess, a nuance that I do have to keep in mind as we look at that pullback off into that off of that 18th thou, man. 15 seconds left for this 15-minute candle to print. In the past 3 15-minute candles, we've been wicking back down off of that 18th thou, and here comes the TQs as well. VWAP, we attempted to break this prior low here, 52 and change. I thought it was a lick grab as we pushed down into 52s and ripped right back up, but we've made we're going a little bit sideways right here, Neil. Let's see what we do relative to this 18,000. This market potentially coming in here right now. VIX got eyes on you as well. 4180s on the VIX. A little bit of a pullback here. Let's see if we can get this chop to come in to some of these prior lows, or maybe we make higher lows, right? I acknowledge that I might be fighting a trend on a shorter frame, but bigger picture, I am kind of potentially looking for that selling to come back in. That could very well not be the case today, and we could just bounce and continue catching a little bit of a bid with those intermittent aggressive sells. I have no idea.
If it's chopping,
I'm trying to go with the flow, man.
If it's chopping, you can always play the chop.
Yes.
Right. Like if you're seeing chop in the stock that you're trading, or maybe even the futures, it doesn't really matter. You always have the opportunity to just go with that flow as well. And now the next thing I was going to look at was Coinbase. Maybe that's not the right place to talk about that, but let's go to Apple. If you think Apple's choppy between 08 and 10, you can long 08 and you can cover into 10. Maybe you can short the other side of it. There's always opportunities like that. That's why I've been over at Nvidia, just trying to short it off this 100 area. Let it break, fail a level, jump into a short. If it carries through the VWAP, great. If it just scalps out and stops out, fine. I always like it when entries and exits on a trade can look like this. But I'm trying to get the lower high again here on Nvidia. And as I mentioned, Coinbase just there. Coinbase now a double top at 193. You're still at that 54,000 on Bitcoin. Coin still hasn't filled in the gap from Friday. Obviously, would have to get to like $200 to do that. I chuckle, but it's already gone like 3/4 of the way, right? I mean, $60. We were at a 161 on Coinbase when this market opened. This was down and looking to press to the depths of hell as far as I was concerned. Then it held on to this big level. So you have to be patient and pick your spots when you have a rip your face off rally like this. Find a strong stock like Meta, which everyone's pointing out. And if you like the long, I think you can maybe scalp it, buy dips, that sort of thing. Like, it's got an inside range now. And if you're favoring shorts, make sure you're shorting the top of it. That's all I can say. If you're trying to short bottoms, you're getting destroyed, unquestionably. So watch out. I just want to point this out. If you're at real trading, there's a lot of people that have been talking about the yen. If you're at real trading, we do have we have crypto, we have forex as well. Like, I can watch what the USD/JPY sort of live here, no problem. Like, you can look at it in other places, but if you're at real trading, just remember you can pull that quote up if you want to know what's going on there. If you want to know what's going on in the VIX, TLT, those are all good proxies today, so you don't miss any big moves that might be happening somewhere that's going to be important. So just on that note, it's about 10:50. We got about 10 minutes, just a little bit more, before Obi and I are going to throw you over to the midday where the professor and Adara are going to have a great lesson. It's, learn to trade in the middle of the day, but the market's not going to stop moving. So stay patient, stay vigilant. You've had to really pick your spots today, and there can be some big moves, but you just don't want to get caught holding on to something against the trend. Have an out on all of your trades. That allows you, like I'm looking at coin, I've only been short today in Coinbase, but allows you to sort of stand in front of this at the right levels and try to pick it up. Now, if we break down here on coin, clearly at this double top, I am looking for another potential short. But the market's pressing that 18,000 again, Obi.
Yep.
So let's see how it responds.
Yeah, a bit of a chop here. Yeah, no, it's interesting. Again, Sharif, what's on the docket today for earnings? All right, so earnings, how to trade earnings and insights on that. And last week we had gaps. That was pretty solid there. And then coming in fitting, we get a little bit of a gap, strong gap across the board on the whole market there. So yeah, definitely some interesting action. But yeah, no, this week Sharif saying that Sharif and Adara will be bringing you guys earnings is the topic for how to trade this week. So it should be interesting. Earnings plays, man, absolutely solid. Happens 4 times. Season happens 4 times during the year. So if you develop playbook trades that kind of come in with confluence to earnings, think about that. You got 4 times during the year where you can potentially exercise said playbook
home runs on.
And put some home runs on. In Neil's words there, kind of chopping around.
An example,
here.
just quickly, can I?
Yes, sir.
An example would be if you look at something like a Moderna, like the follow through on like an earnings name gap down, and then it tries to pop, and then look at the fade off of 100 on Moderna. It tries to pop after a huge gap down, and then for multiple days in a row, it just trends. Not terribly complicated. You just want to find yourself any short entry that makes sense for you, and you can have a good winner in a stock. And it works in both directions. Maybe you find some longs in that regard as well. Let's go over to, I kind of just talked about the USD/JPY, and let's see what the other currencies are doing with Money Talks.
DXY coming down here on its second straight aggressive red candle on the daily chart. Interesting, we wick lower, but then come back to this 102.60 area, which has been a little bit of a resistance support area going back as early as you could see here, late November 2023. So interesting level to keep an eye on for the DXY. We did get some data earlier today, 9:45, getting the S&P Global Services PMI, a bit lower than expected, 55 versus estimates of 56. Then we got a slew of ISM numbers coming at 10 a.m., all of which were above or in line with expectations. ISM manufacturing PMI, 51.4. We had ISM non-manufacturing prices for July, 57 versus estimates of 56. Also at 8:30 a.m., we had some very fascinating comments coming in from Fed's Goolsbee. Basically, when asked about an emergency rate cut, Fed's Goolsbee said that, quote, everything is always on the table. That includes raises as well as cuts. So potential hawkishness coming in from Fed's Goolsbee. We also have Fed's Daily coming in at 5 p.m. Also in the world of currency, keep an eye on the Japanese yen. We had a bit of an interesting day yesterday for the Nikkei index, and the Japanese yen USD relationship could be very much worth watching today, guys.
Yeah, 100%. And I think thank you so much, Adara. And if you're here, we're here all day long. We're not going anywhere as long as the market's open. And then even aftermarket, when we're talking about Palantir earnings, we'll be there as well. Aftermarket show is going to be myself, Adara. We'll have Michael Noss come back on there. We do have a host of earnings to get to. But I was just talking to Obi. It feels like when we're at this level on the futures that we keep talking about, this 18,000, there's your wicks above. You just can't seem to continue through. I don't know what the catalyst is going to be that gets us through that hump. But you just want to be ready for whatever your trade happens to be. Mine is this Nvidia 100 level. I see it as we broke it out. It couldn't sustain the trend. There was the dump back in. Now you have a set of lower highs. So if it's going to fail at that same level, I want to be fading off of that level every chance that we get. Maybe the catalyst is going to be Apple today attempting to break this 211, and eventually if it fails to break at 211 or just starts breaking down, that's where the shorts could work. It could be a relatively strong Meta breaking its clear trend to the upside. So you just want to stay relatively nimble here. If you're long off support. There's nothing wrong with that. We'll certainly see what goes on for the rest of this day and just want to be very, very, very flexible. I've been favoring shorts. You just had to pick your spots and pick the right stocks, and then you can be okay. Coin's making another run at this high. Ideally, fail break of the high would be the best entry for me. Get people into the long above 193 and then look for the reversion here on Coinbase. So that's where I'm going to be looking, going into the middle of the day here, Obi.
Yeah, for sure. Getting that strength coming right back in, attempt to push that 18,000 happening once more here on the NASDAQ and ES as well, pushing that 5220s as well. The TQ still within its kind of sideways range here between, 52, 54, about a 2-point kind of chop that's been happening over the past hour or so off of the open. So continuing to watch this ticker here. Again, maybe not the best of entries here. And I was just talking to Neil as well. Maybe I could be definitely doing a little bit better with churning the ticker as it kind of does this 1 to 2 point range as of right now. Again, got to work on staying a little bit more nimble with some of these, and look at that aggression coming in. Absolutely wild here on the day as the TQs start to get that strength. There we go, 18-1 potentially incoming as well. Absolutely wild here. Aggressive action to the upside. So the long is not wrong as of right now, and that trend was definitely is holding. So yeah, Neil, I'm definitely wrong on shorting some of these, shorting the TQs here as of right now. Let's see if we can get through some of those highs as the NASDAQ attempts to push that 18-1 once again.
What was that sound? I don't know, Fabian always on the ones and twos, giving us something good. So very quickly, I know we wanted to go over SOX. Someone mentioned go over SOXL. SOXL, I still think it's a potential wick high on a lot of these. I'll get to Nvidia in a quick little second. SOXL, Friday low, already failed at once. You're still underneath. This is that area where my brain is thinking this is where you trap the last of the longs. It doesn't mean you don't have an out. And I'm going to go quickly to Intel on the 15 minutes, no good there. There you go. Triple top on Intel, and it just wicked right back under. So that's where my brain is at. Coin just wicked its high at 195. Intel just did it as well. Nvidia just did it at 101. Give me Intel first if I can. Like, we're in that zone where you want to wait for it to get to the top, which it just did. It just ran the 18,000, got to 18.1, didn't break out. SOXL ran a top, didn't break Friday's bottom, and now you're starting to pull back in. Coinbase ran 195 at the top, doesn't break it, and then comes back in. So I want to look for that reversion off the high instead of holding into it. Kind of get out and get back in. Now, Moderna doesn't care what the NASDAQ is doing. That's why I'm still in that stock. Moderna is doing its own post-earnings drop right now. So even when the market gets back to the highs, that's sort of safely been in the money. It's these other names that have just wicked the tops. Even like an Nvidia here, that could be a big one. This gets to VWAP. Like, there's the move off 101 again. So you let it break the high, maybe trap some longs over 100 again, and try to pick up that short, giving it to 101, and if it pulls back in, you're good to go. Now, if you're playing the long, to me, the long's been down here off 99, so you're not really I wouldn't be doing anything with that long up at the top. Not punching. I don't want to punch any shorts at the low. I don't want to punch any longs at a high on a day like today. That's almost like, I feel as if you were doing that in 08, you were getting destroyed. If you were doing that back when it was during COVID, if you're doing it on the meme stocks, you're okay. But if you're doing it in a general sense in COVID, you could be in a lot of trouble at this time of day, trying to hit highs for longs and trying to hit shorts at bottoms.
Yes, sir. Definitely. Again, I guess what I kind of relate that back to, Neil, is gaming. Right? I find that in competitive gaming, whenever you're chasing, you're more often than not more likely to get, or higher probability, you're going to get punished if you are chasing moves. But if you're being kind of patient, waiting for setup, and waiting for players to actually get offside to kind of make your moves, it's worked a little bit better for me in gaming, and I try to bring that concept here to trading.
You don't want to be Leroy Jenkins. You want to kill Leroy Jenkins.
Exactly. Players make mistakes, and I guess in gaming we're just like, if you're kind of chasing definitely deserves to get a little punished there. And I'm not trying to punish anyone. I'm just trying to flow with what I'm seeing on the charts here. And when players get offside, I do want to be on the other side of that move, or try to be at least. I try, again, learning how to do that better and better. Look at that 18th hour wick, man. So how much time is left on this 15-minute? We only got 2 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print. And look at that once again. This is the fourth 15-minute candle since the open where we attempt to break that 18th hour, and we pull right back in aggressively. This candle is about to go green to red, Neil. There it goes as we come right back in. So nice little wick action there. And Brendan in the chat saying good comparison. Yeah, man, I like to bring it back to again, we were talking about this, kind of bring it back to what you know. Sure, I'm not like a serious competitive gamer, and when people say that you can't compare trading to gaming, I slightly disagree. Competitive gaming, again, it's a sport in a sense, right? This is one of the the most competitive arenas in the world, in my opinion. Definitely, it is a PvP arena nonetheless, and that's kind of how I like to structure the mindset in and around some of those ideas, some of my trade ideas as well. Again, a little bit of game theory potentially coming into play as well.
Little player versus player action.
PvP, yes.
It's almost like I know a little bit about gaming, and I don't have someone in my ear telling my old ass what that actually meant. What the funniest thing about, we have like 1 minute to go. As it was said, I know Fabian saw me turn to go look up what the heck that meant, and he's like, "Yo, player versus player." Yo, it's good to have it in your ear. That's why I have Benzinga in my ear, so I have the news when the market comes, and then when I don't know anything about a topic, I can just pretend like I do because I've got the magic of Fabian. Thank you very much, Fabian. Do it on the ones and twos by himself, because no Ramin here today, making us look and sound good. So hit the like for Fabian this morning. I don't have sunglasses. Oh, I have these ones. Here, I'll do this.
Fabian.
I don't have sunglasses. I need to wear the blue light glasses because the lights are a little bit heavy.
Yeah. I gotta get a pair of nice glasses too. I don't know if you saw.
You do.
Sean let me try on his sunglasses. I think it was last week, and oh boy, those were nice. I like those. The clear frame sunglasses. I gotta get me a pair of those ones. Kind of. I like the way they looked, but yeah, I gotta get a nice pair. And I like yours as well. Like kind of. You're staring at the screens the whole day.
Yes.
You need some relief from the fatigue as well. So those definitely help. And nice little shade.
They are great.
Orange. They're pretty solid. Yeah.
It just hit 11 o'clock. So just the last thing I'm gonna before we throw guys to the midday, there was that other pop and fade. I did go right back in Nvidia. That same pop and fade idea goes into 101, can't break it out, go into the short. It doesn't quite get to 99 this time, but if we break down here 98.5, I'm thinking VWAP all the way on this, and then look for a re-entry somewhere else. And while that was happening, I couldn't get it. I wasn't fast enough to get into Coinbase. That's the best way to put it. But I'm eyeballing this now new trend. Just put it to where it made the double bottom. The last two shorts I did have. If it loses 188, I don't mind shorting it in that range. So keep it clean, everybody. Keep your trades as clean as possible. It's a wild one. That last reversion might have been the best one here as the market is starting to dump back in. Time for a little learn to trade. We got Adara, we got the professor. We'll be back at 2. Time to learn to trade, everybody.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And what a day on these markets. I hope everybody's trading safely because it's a crazy one out there. We're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream before we start shutting them out and doing the old roll call there. We already have Scott H. Big day. made $14,500 trading UVXY. LF ... Yes, Scott H. Shout out to you. We got Matt Booth. We got Saman. We got Pons. We got Big Asian. Okay. Cesar Sandoval. We got Ross. What's up, my man? Ross. Day Trader Cut. Andrew Chow. We got Ronaldo, who's back. We got Cass M. Trader Drew. Mr. Jonathan joining us as well. Hey, Davis. So is Chelsea Ashley. Big Adam DeLu. Shout out to London, North London specifically. Yo L. Reyna. We got Covalence. Juan Padilla. David Beach. We got Benson. TH. We got Justin Swearingen. Bright Awakening. Berto. Trader Lay. David. Oscar Plays. 4XA. You and Alaric B. Lots of people joining us. Good morning, Adair.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
I'm good. You know, nice weekend. How about yourself?
It's good. I slept a lot this weekend, as I am often doing. So I guess normal kind of weekend in that regard. But also, I guess normal for me. Took Tesla, took an L. I want to talk about this because I'm disappointed in myself, not because it's a losing trade, but it's because it's like I abandoned all of my Tesla rules. So if you guys recall, I've made some new rules for Tesla, which are trading being led by the book and also trying to look at different time frames, including the 1 minute on my side chart. So to be fair to myself, we were holding decently at 197.50 in the book, but I'd be lying if the main impetus for this trade was not this beautiful 197 support on the 5 minute chart and the 90 MA bounce. But it's like Adara, look at the 1 minute. Look at all these topping tail candles on the 1 minute. You know what I mean? And I'm just disappointed. I didn't get out as quickly as I wanted to. Should have been trusting the book. It's all good, baby. Not a dream right now, but always ready for some new opportunities because when you fall, you get back up.
All right. Yeah, you're good to go, Fabian. All right, let's look quickly here at the side chart before we introduce the lesson for the day. As you can see, we're recovering on a lot of these names, but still decidedly in red territory, no matter which Mag 7 name you're looking at. I'm looking at my chips watch list as well. There is only one name on the chips, microchips right now, that's actually green. It goes by the name of AMD, but it got shellacked last week off week earnings. So we'll get to those in a minute. I just want to show the charts. I'm very interested in some of the ranges here that are being established on some of these names, but we'll get to these and many others. Here are some of the small cap gappers, and they're not even really small cap gappers. I mean, there's only a couple of them that really qualify under that heading. MGOL, maybe PW, OKYO. The rest are really other names that I'm looking at. So we'll keep tabs on these ones. I hope everybody had a fantastic weekend, and I hope you guys are all ready for the lesson du jour, because we're talking about earnings today. We're not going to really, go into any specific type of trades for these earnings names, but I think it really behooves us, especially for the newer viewers, to understand what these earnings are all about, what some of the acronyms that we often hear during earnings season mean, and just to get a general overall understanding of why earnings is important and how to kind of pursue it. So today will be the first day of many with respect to these this earnings lesson. So let's get right to it. Understanding earnings report. A powerful earnings surprise can send shockwaves throughout the market, causing dramatic price movements, even, an upside or downside surprise. It goes both ways. Understanding these earnings reports absolutely is key to navigating these volatile waters. So let's get right to it. So what is an earnings report? I'm willing to bet most of us know what this is, but we always have newer viewers coming in. So an earnings report is essentially a financial snapshot of a company's performance over a specific period of time, typically a quarter. So we do this 4 times a year on every quarter. Okay? Every company's fiscal quarter starts a little bit differently. So you need to make sure you understand that. It doesn't go with the calendar year. It's like the quarterly checkup, this earnings report of a business, revealing its health, revealing its growth, and its future prospects. So essentially, you're going for a doctor's checkup there. These reports are like the lifeblood for the financial markets as they influence investor sentiment and either drive stocks higher or lower or stay the same, obviously. So when we get these analysts who are basing their assessments on for earnings, they are doing it based on the data that they're able to glean from financial reports, and otherwise just let me know, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so here is a typical earnings report. We're not going to go through the entire.
We're
you ready?
good to go. Yeah. No, sorry.
We're not going to go through the entire thing, but before we do that, we have a read.
Yeah, thank you so much to PIA.com, VPN ad read. Sorry, I read the wrong part there. Trading on public Wi-Fi is risky. Your data is vulnerable, like sharing secrets in a group chat. Private internet access, or PIA VPN, secures your connection with encryption, creating a safe tunnel for your data. Trade confidently from group chat, from airports, coffee shops, or hotels without worrying about hackers. PIA also lets you bypass geo restrictions, accessing trading platforms from over 91 countries and all 50 U.S. states. Protect your trading with PIA, but also protect your trading by learning about earnings reports.
Yeah, that's right. So here is a very rudimentary screenshot of an earnings report. The reason I want to show you this is that there's two numbers specifically that we need to worry about. It's the top line and the bottom line. The top line just means the total amount of revenue, sometimes referred to as sales. It doesn't always get referred to like that. Revenue, how much money from everything the company is bringing in. You're going to see that reflected on the top line. They want to show you exactly how well they're doing right on the first line. Then below all of that, you're going to get all the different expenses, the different things we don't need to talk about for our specific purposes right now. And then the next figure you need to know is the bottom line. How much money are they taking home? Net profit. Sometimes it's expressed in earnings per share. You don't need to express it like that. That's just a metric. Net profit, revenue, those are the top line, the bottom line. So when you hear people talk about top line, they're talking about sales, they're talking about revenue. When they're talking about the bottom line, it's how much of that revenue, after all your expenses, taxes, deductions, all the different things that you've got to fork up for, how much money you're taking home. Top line, bottom line, okay? Let's, sorry about that. Let's just move on to the next topic. So now, we talked about top line, we talked about bottom line. Now, these are the key components of the earnings report. First, we're going to talk about earnings per share. I kind of just alluded to this. This is basically the definition, the technical definition is the net income, the amount of take-home money divided by the number of outstanding shares. That's all. That's when we say EPS, we're talking about the net profit divided by the amount of outstanding shares that are being traded on the public markets. So if you have a negative EPS, it's because you had negative profit. You lost on the quarter, on the year, whatever time frame you're talking about. And then you divide that by the amount of outstanding shares, you get a negative EPS. If you printed positive amount of profit, then you're going to have a positive EPS. So technically, the definition of EPS is the net income divided by the number of outstanding shares. This is essentially a measure of the company's profitability on a per share basis. Think of it as a company's profit essentially divided by or divided amongst its shareholders, and a higher EPS generally indicates better financial performance. So earnings per share, you'll hear that a lot. Revenue, just kind of finished waxing poetic to use an Adair term about this. This is the total income a company generates from all its business operations, sometimes expressed in the word sales. It's the top line of the income statement, as I just finished telling you. And strong revenue growth typically is viewed as a positive indicator. But you could have things like Amazon in the late 90s where they just kept growing and growing and growing, but they weren't profitable. So there is that whole philosophy that's a little bit different. We're not going to get into that. Guidance, another one you hear talked about a lot when we talk about earnings. So this is the management, the company's management. It's their forecast for the future performance of the company, including expected revenue and expected earnings. It essentially sets out the expectations for investors and can significantly impact the stock's price because a lot of analysts will base their price per share on it, how much they value the company at. So when a company beats or misses guidance, it can lead to significant market reactions. And how many times have you heard Adair and I, Neil, Sean, Obi, Brendo, everybody say, they beat on the top and bottom line, but the guide was light. Well, that's exactly what we're talking about there. The company's future projections, the company's management's future projections came in light. So what are the impact of some of these earnings reports? Earnings reports can cause significant volatility in the stock price. If you don't believe me, just go ahead and have a look at Meta's last earnings report. A positive earnings surprise can lead to sharp price increases in the stocks. Conversely, a negative surprise can cause a sharp decline. understanding the components of an earnings report is absolutely crucial for making informed investment decisions, not so much maybe trading decisions, although there is a school of thought that likes to mix the fundamentals with the technicals. Depends on what you want to be. And here I brought the Meta chart on here to show you two different earnings moves. You have the January earnings move for, I guess that's maybe Q1. I'm not sure how their fiscal year works. You get a big boy jump. You get that breakthrough 400. We make all-time highs after that. And then conversely, in the April report, when for whatever reason it didn't go as well as planned, I know we had another earnings report in June, or excuse me, in July, but this is the one that I'm talking about right here, the earnings miss that we got in the spring, that we got from like 520 all the way down to 400. We defended that 400 number. So you get an outlying one to the high side, an outlying one to the downside, and you'll typically see outsized moves on the chart. And you also need to look at the volume, because typically the day of earnings or the day subsequent to earnings, you'll have outsized amount of volume. So that's usually typically a way we can kind of gauge that was a volumes day. But on platforms like TradingView, for example, you can have earnings kind of denoted on the chart. And if you click it, it'll show you, you know, the beat or the miss, what the expectation or the consensus in the street was versus how they actually did. So earnings, super important, just kind of getting our feet wet a little bit today with respect to earnings. And tomorrow, hopefully, Adara will get a little bit more nuanced with it.
Yeah, I'm so excited to learn more about these learnings about earnings this week. And I think it's a very apt time to do it. I want to shout out Sharif, as always, for preparing the lessons and putting everything together. I had a quick SPY scalp here, only my second trade of the day. Took an L on it, but compared to the Tesla, like night and day in terms of the execution, I'm proud of what I did here. Basically, I got long the SPY as we broke above 520. I watched this break above 520, retest, come back down, then pop back up. So I've seen it a couple times. I was like, okay, cool. I get long like just above 520. The highest we can get while I'm involved is like 520.30. Then we back down below. The next time that we break below 520 and can't break back above it, like Adara, you got to get out here. If you don't get out here, things are looking bad in the book. Get out. I got out at 88s. We have not seen 88s again since I got out, so I did take like a 15-cent hit on this. Happy though with the way I executed it. I trusted myself in the book. That is something I did not do with Tesla. And that's what the type of trading I need to be doing going forward. Speaking of key level breaks, I missed Tesla 200, which is something I did want. You look away for 1 second and then Tesla's like, hey, already did that. So shout out to anyone who had that. That was quite the little trade. This is a market that I'm still trying to figure out how I feel comfortable trading it. You know, I've been using my jazz piano analogy for these markets, and I think that's been kind of a helpful way for me to look at it. This is like trying to play, step into like, you know, a jam session here with like Duke Ellington, Bill Evans, Etta James, way out of my league, not experienced enough, but I'm ready to watch, I'm ready to wait, and I'm ready to strike. Well, the iron is hot, should it be hot at certain moments. I do like this Tesla on the 5-minute. I like the 199 area, but as I said with Tesla, I'm trying to get more adept, I guess, at scalping it off the 1-minute chart. So 5-minute will be my guide, but 1 minute will be my rule. Seeing a bit of topping tail candles still around this 201. If we come back, bounce 199, which is also a level I don't mind on the 1 minute, and I'll pull it up here. I'm okay with that. But if there's any stocks you have levels on that you're looking at, that you're interested in, and you're like, hey, what would Obi and Neil have to say about it? Go to that chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you want to look at. This segment is brought to you by our lovely sponsors and friends there at Real Trading, so check them out. That is for sure. And check out this segment because we want to bring back stuff for the people. What are you looking at for today?
I'm looking at Taiwan Semiconductor right now because it's one hell of a recovery here on TSM, and I've identified a level that I like at 150. And right now it's topping out at 147.87. It's just a matter of how I get in here. So I'm looking for either a 10 exponential on the 5 retracement. That would bring me down to around currently 145 1/3, but 145 1/2 looks like the better level. If I was to switch to the 1 minute and try to get a bit more aggressive with my entry and look to get in on the 10 exponential, the 1 minute 10 exponentials at 146 2/3, 146 1/2. We're retracing about $1 now off that almost 148 touchdown into 147s. This has been quite a consistent ascent, even when it was consolidative. It was predictably consolidative, essentially with a 144 high, and it actually put in higher lows, which is quite bullish, but it had a 141 and a half low, but that low kept coming up. And this consolidation period essentially lasted from 10 until we broke out through that level at 11. So about an hour worth of consolidation here on Taiwan Semi, coming back into the 147 area now. I like this name just because it's got a clear area of definition here that it can reject off. The closing print from Friday is 150. We've touched 148. It's just a matter of how I work my way in. I'm not going to punch in at highs, but this one looks awfully good right now. CrowdStrike, I think you mentioned this one when you were doing Sector Watch, how ironically it was funny despite the market getting shellacked. $222.50 is the high of day. Beautiful looking double bottom here off a key area of technical, previously resistance, now support. That 215 area, we crashed and burned right that 945 area. We couldn't get through that. That was until about 5 to 10. Then we come back and we defend 215. So far on the day, 215 is holding after getting that level broken. I believe 17 or 218 is the closing print from Friday. So we're zigging and zagging at that price right now. So good look there. I've got some other names on here just to keep an eye on some stuff. AMD, I mentioned, was the only microchip name that was actually positive on the day. That has changed. So ASML is now positive. AMAT is now positive. Qualcomm is now positive. So AMD up 3%, the biggest of the green names in microchip world on the day, but it's no longer the only one. So keep in mind on this one. MGOL was one that I had my eye on earlier for small cap gappers, since giving up the ghost, coming into a key area of support earlier. That 3.5 held earlier on. I'm not really going to take this unless above the pre-market high. There's just so much other stuff going on. I don't need to, look at these more obscure names. So keeping an eye on some of these names. I'm noticing 213 acting as a bit of a resistance level here on Apple. Tesla's dancing with 200. It's breached it on occasions, getting up almost into 202. But when you actually look at the price action, there's been very little time spent actually above 200. So that's an interesting look here on Tesla. If this manifests into a double top, that 195 break would be quite interesting there, because both touches are generally in that high 201 areas, with the one coming here at 1110 being a little bit higher than that previous one. So Tesla looks interesting from a possible rejection perspective. 400 also in play on Microsoft. You had multiple attempts. Look at this 5-minute look here. 3 topping tail candles now on MSFT, exactly at 400. We haven't even had a 401 print. All 3 of these candles have rejected off that 400 area. I'm not saying it's going to continue. I'm just saying that there is something right now to keep an eye on, which is MSFT. And I got to tell you, Microsoft's recovering quite well. I got to say, Google and Microsoft and Meta, of course, recovering a little bit better than some others. I was expecting Microsoft to be kind of in the same league as damage as Nvidia, given how much they've really relied on AI lately, but that is not the look. With respect to the future, we're above 18,000 by some distance here. We almost got into 18,001 and a quarter, 3/4, excuse me. So we'll see if we can maintain our level about 18,000, but it's really going to about getting something off a pullback, off a moving average that I can base my trade on, Adair.
Yeah, I tried to take a Tesla scalp there at that 200 area. And this one, not a winning trade, but happy I had the conviction to take it. Chung. And I want to talk about it because, so I took it with more size. I watched us at that 220 cent level. We got there, we held it as support beautifully, but we couldn't break. When we broke below, then we got kind of choppy and churny. I got it at 200 for the short, said, hey, if we get back to $200.20 in a significant way, get out. That's what ended up happening after a bit of waffling. I got out. I need to be a lot more cognizant about the trades I am taking today because, definitely, like I said, this is my first time. I've come in today and Neil's like, hey, it's your first Black Monday. Indeed it is. And so I want to make sure that I'm trading it appropriately, but I still want to be able to survive and thrive and live to see another day. I had a good week last week, but each week is on its own merit. Thank you, I appreciate that. I do not want to be resting on my laurels. Shout out to Olympics, Olympic laurels, I don't know. But you want to make sure you are, learning and growing every single day. And if there's something that can help you with that, I know it is our sponsor here. Shout out to Sharif for giving us this ad read, and shout out to Bazinga.
Oh, yeah. I'm just trying to get it. There we go. All right, guys. Are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up? in the market. I just allow me a moment. I thought you were going to put it up, baby, but I can do it too, baby. I got fingers. There we go. Here we are. Are you tired of being late to the market, missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Well, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If so, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial today. I personally use Benzinga, and I know that they are, by the way, guys, I got to tell you a personal story. I used to actually message them directly for assistance and how to use different things, and quite quick are they in responding. So if you're into that kind of thing, especially if you're a newer trader, you don't know really how to use these scanners, these watch lists, they're quite good with assistance. So just give that some food for thought. Watching Apple, 213, lucky number 13 in play here, Fabian, as we come up into that level. A good recovery off the lows of this morning. 196 technically is the low on the day, but I think we actually printed a little bit lower in the pre-note. 196 is exactly the low on the day, and now 213 coming into play here. I can't believe the kind of volatility we're getting. I wanted to punch 213 long. I was like, well, no, I'm not going to punch 213 until it comes into my 211 level, because I wanted that 211 defend. It may not be that kind of a day. If you're going to get long, maybe here you're going to actually have to get in at the highs, because it's just not giving me an opportunity to get in on a pullback. So 213 gets cleared here as we look at that $0.50 level now. 213 $0.50 as the high of day. How do we weasel our way in? Do we weasel in at that 213 pop and defend, or do we just drop after that 213 break and take? So good strength coming in on these markets. I'm looking at the future, making sure that we're still, jiving with the Mag 7 move here on the future, and that we're not turning. Here comes 213 again. Do we hold? Down into the 80s we go. I'd like a 211 defense. Excuse me. So many times we came off that 211. I may not get it though. So it may have to be just punching in at these highs. Apple showing good strength. The 1 minute candle has a 10 exponential at 212.75. Yep, I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to get in here. We'll give this one the old try, see if we can hold that 213 area thereabouts. I'm going to get out at the 212.75 level. So if we break down into that level, I will get out and look for another possible pop in Apple as we look to dance here with 213. Up into the 213 area we go again. So let's see if we can weasel some profit here. If we don't get stopped out possibly at the $0.25, I'm going to leave that one hanging out there. But I think we do get zigged and zagged a little bit on this whole dollar level there.
Yeah, I've been looking at this Nvidia. I was interested initially looking at Nvidia as a short, and I know, right? But I want to explain. We had this topping tail candle here, initially too. Now we've, of course, gone higher. And they were both kind of sitting around that 101.70 area. We got below 101.70. I was like, okay, cool. This could be a nice short. Then I noticed, hey, we're actually making higher lows. I tried to go long this 101.75, and Nvidia was like, I'm actually already on my upward trajectory, but thank you very much for playing. So I said, okay, Nvidia, I understand. Keep doing your thing, 21. Nice move up here into 102. I'm keeping an eye on Nvidia if we get back to that 101.70 area. Tesla continuing to kind of chop and churn around here. Always have eyes on TSLA, specifically the book. And the SPY around 520, kind of interesting to me as well. Shout out to Willis Addison, speaking of the SPY. Have open SPY 538 swing put on TOS, can't close. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that about the you cannot close your put there. Yeah, I mean, if you have 538 SPY puts, I would say you're in the money, right? Because we're at like 520 there. But I see what you're like, definitely kind of trying to curl higher. That is for sure with these higher lows on the 5-minute chart. Nice look, though. Shout out to you again, Willis Addison. Thank you very much for the super chat. So, yeah, having a good time over here in these markets. Is there anything you guys want to look at over here right now? I would love to take a look at anything for you guys here. But also, if you have anything that you want La Big Kahunas to see, let us know. ! Join space $, whatever tickers you're here fancy, because why not? That's what we're here to do. Like I said, only 3 trades so far. Unfortunately, did get rinsed on all 3. Not rinsed as much as lightly rained on. You know what I mean? So let's see what happens here. Friday highs here for AMD, says David Beach. Wow. Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look at AMD. It is on my side chart. Lots of people mentioning AMD here in this chat. let's take a look on AMD. So this one over here, let me see if we can pull this up. 3% to the upside on A to the M to the D. Okay, we're going to get the first pushback here for this 132 level. Look at that. We come a couple wicks here into that 90 MA, push higher, then we bounce on a closing basis. This is a beautiful look. And then also again, higher lows here around this 133 halves. AMD, great look here. Paula Blackford, Paula. I did just go over Nvidia just now here. I like that 101.70 area. Clearly missed that breakdown. Lots of support as well, though, in Nvidia in the 5-minute around this at 98, 50, 99 area, thereabouts. With regards to Forex AU, Tesla short to 197.55. That 197.55 is someone who took a short there earlier and got chopped up. Is a wild level. I would wait to see what we do at 197. That ended up being the more key level. Oh, sorry, I tried to go long Tesla 197.50. So yeah, maybe it could work out. I would definitely wait to kind of see what we do with that 197 level, because that ended up being the key level. We had a fake out bounce, then broke lower. So 197, 197.50 Tesla is certainly a level as someone who got chopped up in that earlier today.
Yeah, speaking of getting chopped up, there with you on Apple. I'm going to look for, this is going to be my last trade on Apple. I'm going to try to defend the 10. I'm 0-2 so far, 211.25. That's the 10 exponential on the 5, and that's the one that I like. That's the one I actually liked initially. So we're going to give that one a try. We're going to sit there. If it doesn't hold that level, if it breaks 211, that's going to be the end of the trade. We'll see if it can come down into the 10 exponential on the 5, because that's where I've got my trade. I'm front running it by a little bit, trying to put that third of a dollar, but the 10 exponential is at the quarter of a dollar right now. Trying to catch these dips, I guess. Maybe that's a bad idea on this day. We'll have to wait and see. The end of the day will let us know. As I look on my side chart over here, I'm still seeing the same level on MSFT. 400 is still in play right now on MSFT. Still haven't broken that level. We've been putting in higher lows and trying to hold some moving averages, but that top staying flat at the moment. Nothing doing there. Still waiting on Apple. See if I can get at maybe a possible 211.25 dip, but we'll see over here. Now, I'm going to have to give this one a little bit more room than I've given my other stops. So this one, if we get filled at 211.25, I'm going to have to give it to actually 211, because that's where the actual price action support is with these triple tops here in the morning. So dancing at the 250 right now, not coming in to 211 all that quickly. What else we got going on over here? What are you guys looking at? Let me know what you guys are looking at. I've already talked about what I'm looking at. Maybe you guys have some better ideas. Throw them in the chat. Tag me so that I do see them. I see PW. That this one showed up on my gap scanner. It's up nicely on the day, 62 some odd percent. Here we go with the Apple. So I've got to get this now. All right. So we have to give this to basically 210. Like this, and then we're going to have to get out if it breaks to that level. So we're going to go like this, and there we are. So now we're long 30s. We'll see if we can get something possibly at that 2/3 of a dollar now that we've been stopped out a couple of times on it. So we'll have to make that money back if we do. But a 211 break is the end of my trade on this one. I'm still keeping my eye on PW, and there it is. So get stopped out super quick. Looks, the volatility on Apple today is just a little bit not for me. I think, it's obviously being traded here aggressively given what happened with Berkshire overnight. So this is not my cup of tea on the day because it's not holding my level. So I'm going to give up on Apple. I'm going to look at something else, something a little bit more tame. Right now, I do like Taiwan Semi, because it's now at the 10 exponential on the 5. So I've been setting up for this one as well. So we'll see if we can get in here at Taiwan Semi, coming in to that 146-ish level. We're going to give this one a try.
Nice. Yeah, best of luck there with that Taiwan Semi, Taiwan Semi, I guess. But yeah, Apple's certainly not the dead one today. That Berkshire Hathaway thing was really fascinating. There are 390 million shares sold in the quarter. Wow. And now the largest cash reserve they've ever had. AMD coming into that 136 here. I'm interested in a very, very small position. I want to see, so as I was saying that, we got back below 136. I'm like, AMD, what's happening? Let's find out what's going on here. Shout out to Dan Emmons saying we have some auctions coming up here, 6-month T-bill auctions. We don't have any of those 1 p.m. auctions that we know sometimes move the market. None of those today to be aware of. But we do have Fed's daily after the close there coming up at 5. So just some reminders there. Shout out to our chat for always reminding us about all the events we got going on. Everybody has eyes on everything. So AMD here, 136, now coming, I think, from support to resistance. I am very skeptical here. Sorry, yeah, I just gotta deal with my mic, I guess, yeah.
Right, so I'm in Taiwan Semi. We're long 75. It's obviously having issues here with the 2/3 of a dollar. If we break down below 1/3 of a dollar, so I've given this one a little bit of room. I'm looking for a 10 exponential bounce. If I don't get the 10 exponential bounce, then my trade idea is wrong. And so there's really no point of trying to fight it because I'm in it for a specific reason. Break even at the moment. I'm looking for a possible retracement, maybe back into 148. That'll put me $1.25 in the money. We'll have to wait and see. Taiwan Semi still 2% down. And I know that there was all sorts of interesting stuff on the weekend with China and, airplanes flying around Taiwan. And I know that's never really a good feeling, especially with, for those who invested in Taiwan Semi, because without this company, there's just no microchips being made. Just the amount, or advanced microchips, I should say, the amount or the percentage of advanced chips that this company is responsible for makes it really worrisome if something was to happen to this company. So we're currently 5 pennies out of the money. I'm trying to pack my patience. My stop's already in place at the 1/3 of a dollar. We'll see if we can get at least retrace above that 147 area. We're getting some selling right now, moving into the 80s, but being met with a wall of sellers. It feels like this market may have changed a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see. Keep an eye on the chips. And I like this particular name for its recovery and for its bigger picture story. So that all that doesn't matter on the day. It's going to have to actually print IRL. And my first peak water is going to be around a 147.5. But ultimately, I'd like a possible 148 break and take. That is the high of the day. We're having issues with 147 as we have been for the last 5 minutes or so right now. Here we go above 147 by a little bit. So we'll look to see if we can get something possibly at the 1/3 of a dollar over here as we retrace a little bit, but nothing really, aggressive like some of the earlier moves that we had on the day on TSM, 1.87 in negative land, but still holding up that 10 exponential Adair.
Yeah, thank you for taking over there for that. AMD did not get that 136. It was so pop up. Then we come back to 136 and waffle. I should have gotten long. I wasn't as confident in the move as I should have been, so I didn't get involved. I also forgot to mention this here. I did have a bit of a SPY short briefly earlier here. Tried to take that 520 short. It would have worked out had I scalped it. I didn't scalp it. I should have known better. Shout out to Sufi and Stevens in that song. But you know what? I'm happy I'm participating in this market, even though, as I said, I feel a little bit like a fish out of water, like, what's going on? Because you only learn by participating and by doing. You don't learn by sitting on the sidelines. You have to watch so you understand how it moves. But at a certain point, you've got to scheme, plot, scheme, get money. Shout out to Drake here. Right now, I'm the furthest thing from up on the day, but you guys know I'm always green on the mindset. So let's see what's going on here. S&P 500, if we continue to kind of break below this 520 area, that could be interesting. What I've seen, though, in the book is as we get below 520, we get something of a range between 520.20s and 519, I want to say 70s, 80s. Right now, it looks like we're at the top end of that range, bouncing off 520.20s. So just some things to keep in mind. Tesla, hello, ma'am. I have not weirdly talked to you today yet, so let's do that. Tesla here, 201.50s. What an area of indecision. We had that wick up here. Above 202s on the 5 minute, and we come back and we rest. Are we bouncing off the 90 MA? Yeah. But did I say it'd be more using the 1 minute? Oh, for sure. But the 1 minute and the 5 minute are giving you that same kind of look of indecision. We sit at this level and we waffle. We go up, we go down. We go up, we go down. If we get another rejection of that 201.50 pretty violently there on the chart, I'd be not the chart, the book. I'd be vaguely tempted to take a very small position short Tesla, but it looks like Tesla doesn't want to give me that chance again right now. We are, this is beautiful below the 90 MA here. Kelsey, we do here, if we bounce off that 201s back to 201.50 and reject, that's what we had when we got that 197 level, and I played it long for reasons. So I would be very, very interested in the short to get back to that 201.50 and reject, which it looks like we're trying to do. Okay, we're going to get, and we pop higher. What a good time here on Tesla. Live Tesla reactions here. If you guys want live reactions to all these stocks, definitely feel free to like and subscribe. We'd love to have you. And also, if you're subscribed to our chat, you could actually vote for our audience segment, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you're looking at. Shout out to it's a crap stock saying it's a scalpy type of day. It feels different too. Indeed it does. The winds of change are waving over here in this market. You got to ride that wave before it takes you away. How are you doing?
It was good. Well, we did well here on Taiwan Semi for the first time. On the day, we took 75 pennies there. We got long at the 10, a 146 quarter dollar, took out everything at the 147.5 dollar. First beak wetter was at the $0.25, second beak wetter at the half. So Taiwan Semi ends up holding the 10 exponential on the 5. And so this one is quite directional. And when you look at Taiwan Semi and you look at AMD, there's a lot of similarities between both of their charts. Both are above the 10 exponential and haven't retraced below that. Both are up and to the right essentially, and both are very, very close to their high a day. 136.98 for AMD, 148.20 on TSM. Very similar looking charts, obviously not identical. So we'll keep an eye on both of these as they both recover quite aggressively here. AMD obviously doing a little bit better. I saw PW. I did mention that super quick. I was about to look at it, but I had to nurse the trade that I had on TSM. This is very interesting here on PW. Now, I'm going to mention it. Wow. Okay, so as I tell you about this on PW, let me tell you quickly that it is a very spready name, and you can see that by how it's trading. It's jumping from 58 pennies to 75 pennies. It's a dollar name. It has no business being this spready, all right? And it's traded on the day about 7 million shares. That's probably why it's spready, because it's the $1.68. So what does that tell me? That the participation in the small caps, at least this one, is almost negligible. It's a dollar name. It's only printed 7 million shares, and it's got a spread of 5 or 6 pennies on a dollar. It's not a good, I want to say, intraday trading stock, at least for me. What I do like about it, so that's the bad side of things. The good side of things is it's really respecting technical patterns here. What do I mean by that? Well, we obviously have a top with this topping tail candle here coming in at 1040 at around $1.50, in between, you know, that $1.50 to $1.55. Look at this. Once we clear it, we get to $1.85. Look at all the bottoming tail candles. Really try to hold that $0.50. You do not have a closing print south of that $0.50. Sure, you wick as well. And in addition to that price action support at $1.50 being, you know, a good area of technical support, formerly resistance, you also have the assistance of the volume weighted average price, which is also featuring here on some of the price action, as on this 5-minute candle. The last two 5-minute candles have both bounced exactly off the volume weighted average price. So PW in play. I don't like it because of its spreadiness. I don't like it because of its illiquidity, but I do like the chart action or the chart pattern, excuse me, I should say, on the chart there.
Yeah, shout out to that PW, but also make sure that you check out, thank you so much to our sponsors here at stonks.com. You want a chance to win $1,000 every day? Stonks.com is giving out $1,000 daily, and entering is super easy. Just predict the stock price after the earnings report. All it takes is 30 seconds to join. Just go to stonks.com, sign up, and hit the make prediction button, and potentially win $1,000. It's that simple. Each day you get one free ticket to predict. Want more chances? Share your referral link and get 5 extra tickets for each sign up. Go to stonks.com. Don't miss out. And good luck. So good luck to everybody there. For sure, shout out to stonks.com. Tesla here, I tried to take a short at that 201.50. Basically, the impetus was I saw stuff on the book that I saw pretty similar to what I tried to go long here as well, which is when we would go to that $201 area, we'd come back to 201.50, and then we wouldn't be able to break above it. Tried the short, didn't work out. We got to 202s, I got out. Tried to get in it as a long actually as well. When I saw we had those higher lows, wasn't able to get filled. I don't want to hop into this long now though, because I've noticed sometimes, and I said this last week, I find where I have issues, and specifically when I got shut down last week, I feel like this was the crux of my problems, was that I wasn't scalping as much as I should have, and sometimes I get involved in moves because I see that scalp opportunity, and I don't take it quickly enough, or I don't take it as a scalp, and then I end up getting caught up. So I want to wait right now. Did take some L's already on TSLA. TSLA and the SPY. So I'm ready. I'm waiting to find some other opportunities to make things work. Happy I wouldn't have gotten in that long just now either, because now Tesla decisively back below that 202. If we make a higher high at 201.75, it's sort of promising to me, but I do want to be patient. I do not want to mess up all my risk in this first hour of how to trade. Apple, actually kind of interesting to me too, because Warren Buffett and his pals giving you a bit of a buffet on Apple. Apple. This topping tail candle here, we put above that 90 EMA, then we dip below the 90 EMA. I am interested if we come back to 211 and we retest it and we break below. I want a position here. We had a gorgeous bull flag that sort of broke out and then kind of fizzled. Now I'm cognizant because we're also near that previous resistance area around that 210.75. We know resistance and support can have little flip-flops, so I don't want to put on those flip-flops right now. Don't even want to try them on. Who knows? But let's see what we do here at Apple. We're decisively below that 210.70. If we come back to 210.70, reject, I think I'm going to start the position with basically either adding or getting out as we get into 211s. Trusting the book. We have, Jay Lee saying short the dead one, Warren knows, and 2 New York Set saying long or short Apple now. I am tempted to go short, but I think if we break above 211, back above that 90 EMA, things could get a little caramel apple spicy here, back to the upside. Who knows? Let's find out what's going on here in this.
I got to take over for a sec.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's have a look. I think something's with your mic. I'm not sure. Let's have a look at what's going on. I'm liking this Meta retracement here. So Meta's been a very strong name on the day, better recovery than some of these other ones, and it's coming into the 10 exponential. And I like this level, but I'm less inclined to want to basically feature anything on the 10 exponential right now. The last time around, we did dip into that 20 exponential, and I like the 20 exponential for a couple of reasons here. Number one, it jives more with the flat top that we had at 475. Number two, it's a bit of an aggressive move above the 10 exponential there, and I'd like to see something possibly a little bit lower. We'll see. If it rejects the 10 exponential, if it breaches the 10 exponential on the 5 like it's doing right now, I'm definitely looking at that 475 on META. Let's load up Meta on a trading screen because I still don't have it up. But I see like this market is a little bit weak right now as we come down into that 18,000 area. Even TSM is rejecting that 148 area that we had earmarked for a beak wetter that we didn't wait for, by the way. So let's have a look here at META as it comes down into that 475 area. I'm very interested on that area again for the reason being the top that it put in here, the price action resistance, it's all or previously resistance, now it would be a support level. I'm also liking the 20 exponential on the 5. Microsoft is doing that same thing as well. As it rejected 400, it's also coming to 397-ish, which is the 20 exponential. Apple is coming into that 20 exponential at 210 as well. So if we give up the 20 here, I don't know if I'm going to be really looking long, especially if we break down below 18,000. So I'm kind of trying to balance. A number of different indicators are showing me different things. I like the look on Meta right now as it finds a bit of a bid at the 10 exponential. Doesn't look like it's going to quickly make its way down, but I'm not going to punch into this quickly willy-nilly. I need to see some verified proof that this candle holds. Now, if that means waiting for another 5-minute candle to open and to make a new high above 480, then obviously I have a worse price, but I get some confirmation that it does hold that level. So a lot of indecision right now based upon how the market's acting. I kind of don't feel like this is a regular day that if you just come into the 20 exponential and you've been trending all day, I have a resting order to go long. I just keep feeling like there may be a mean reversion trade right back down, maybe not into the day lows, but to go negative or more negative again on the day. So I just have that kind of in the back of my mind, and that's preventing me from having resting orders at areas that I typically would have been getting in on if we had been trending regularly. But today, I don't think is a regular day. Maybe I'm wrong on that. So keeping an eye on these names. I'm liking Meta at this level. I also like the fact that Microsoft held the 20 exponential on the 5. Where's my Microsoft? There it is. So we held generally that 397 and a third, right back up into 398 and a third now. So Microsoft holding up at the 20 exponential. Now, if I was to get in at Meta here, the low of the previous candle is 476 and a half. So that would be $1. I would have to risk $1 here on Meta if I was to get in here. That, to me, is not the setup. I don't like that setup. especially with some of these other names breaking down as well. I'm specifically talking about Apple and Amazon as they're both curling down aggressively here. Aggressively, relatively speaking. So I'm going to pack my patience. I like this entry possibly on Meta. I like a possible entry on Microsoft, but I need to see more there.
Yeah, I took my first positive trade here with this NVDA. This did get out a little bit early, but again, I'm trying to trust my scalp instincts a bit more. Got involved here. I liked that 101 level. That was a level I liked earlier as well. As you can see here, some resistance to support, flippity floppities. Got long just below 101s after I saw, some strength there, some higher lows in the book below 101. Ended up getting out at 101.10s because we get to that area, we get to 101.20s, but it was kind of fizzly. Definitely got out too early, something to learn from. But that NVDA, first profitable trade of the day, but it's just one. As Opie says, where is the next trade? Let's find out where it is. Microsoft ready to go long, says the Piper. I was actually just thinking here, I'm like, I don't know Microsoft. To me, and I want to take a look at some of their charts here before I say anything, but I actually am seeing a bit here of a lower high, and we're also below the 90 MA. I'm a little bit interested in a potential short here for Microsoft. That is, if we stay below the 90 MA. Looks like Microsoft wants to prove me wrong, so we'll have to wait and see here on this MSFT. I just saw that comment, and I was also just thinking about this one on my side chart, so wanted to put that out there. Tesla back at 201, so let's see if 201 can do something for TSLA. SPY still chopping and churning around that 520 area. What else? Let's take a look at IWM. Because IWM EWM is a pal of mine. Used to trade it pretty frequently. Haven't looked at it in a while. Let's take a look here at this IWM, that Russell. Wow, the Russell 2000 hustling to the upside. This 199 level, I initially liked 199.50. That was my level for the Russ because it was a bit of a level. As you can kind of see it here, right? We had like a little bit of support resistance, but now I actually like this 199 even better. Nice little pseudo range here with a base of just below 197, top of 199. Then we get 199.20, I guess. Then we come to 199. We bounce beautifully and some higher lows here. So good look for EWIM. I won't have a level on this until and unless it comes back to this 201.80s where we had the 90 MA bounce previously. Also, if it came back to 199, I'd be interested. Who knows if it will, but then again, this market loves to have chop and churn. So really, we never know, Sharif. We love those end of day bounces we've gotten lately. So that's certainly something, or end of day, midday drops is what I was looking for. Let's see what we do here. Also, CrowdStrike. You and I both mentioned, we both traded this one last week. We both mentioned it earlier today, or I know you did at least. And it's been on my side chart since all of that outage madness. Crowd, 220, bit of resistance. Then we come back, bounce, double bottom here, 216 on VWAP. We come back up here. Now we're doing something interesting around 220. I actually don't want to go long right away, even though we are right now above the 90 MA. We do have that topping tail candle. I'm cautiously optimistic about taking this short, actually, if we break below that 220 area. But then again, the 220 support resistance flip with that 90 MA confluence could end up working out. I'm going to have to wait and see. But CrowdStrike, I'm willing to CrowdStrike where the iron's hot, if that makes sense. A proper paradox. I do think Nvidia has some upwards consolidation. Just got out of a long on that. But if we break below that 101, I would say that's where things get dicey, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, I'm looking now. I'm possibly looking short here on Meta now. Because if we give up, and we are giving up 18.1, and we're putting in lower highs, we have a general area of possible, oh boy. Did I? Yeah, okay. So it did get short there a little bit before where I wanted to get short. And let's see here if we can wet the beak down around here. So there we go. We're printing on Meta. We're about 50 pennies in the money on Meta, but it's zigging and zagging. So I was able to de-risk there. I'm not going to hold this if it goes against me super quick. I'm short 25s. I was able to get a print low 90s for somehow. We're definitely, it's a 31 penny spread here on Meta. I did not anticipate this. Here we go down again. Let's see if we can get a print around the $0.50. That'll be about 75 pennies. The bid is showing the $0.50 right now, but it's getting, or sorry, it's the bid was showing the $0.50. Now it's showing 61s. If we can continue to weasel down, there it is at the third, man. Yes, nice trade there. That's about 75 pennies, super dang quick on META. Now the reason I did get short there and not get get long, even though I was looking long originally, was exactly why I just said, because the 18-1 gave way, and then we started putting in lower lows, and it looked like a bit like of a, I don't want to call it a rounded top because usually takes a little bit longer than that, but when you come into this level and then every candle incrementally is a lower low and a lower high, and then you zig and zag like that. Now I'm still of the opinion that this level, 18,050, could be a good support level, but that doesn't mean that I couldn't scalp it, right? This area over here, you had a lot of interactions with that level earlier on in the day, 18,050 on the NQ September contract. And look at that, bottoming tail candle, and you're above it by like 35 points. We'll see if we're re-able, is that a word? If we're able to retake 18-1 right now. So much zigging and zagging, a lot of volatility on the day. But hey, man, I mean, if you're not happy with volatility as an intraday trader, I mean, what would you be happy with then? Because you need intraday volatility to day trade. So a bit of a nice trade on Meta, but it was quite short-lived. And I got to tell you the truth, a little risky. Even though I was able to execute well on it, it was a risky trade. So that's the situation. I'm also keeping an eye on Apple, despite the fact that I'm likely to not trade it the rest of the day. But 210 generally did hold on Apple. And I was having a conversation with Jay Lee in the chat. And I think, you know, this is the beautiful thing about the chat and with the viewers that we have. Everybody has a different opinion and everybody's allowed to express their opinion and, you know, and back it up with facts and with gusto. And Jay thinks, you know, look, if Uncle Warren's selling, then he must know something. I would say to Jay, possibly, maybe you're right on that, or maybe there's a different reason that applies to Uncle Warren that doesn't apply to me. What I'm thinking specifically of is capital gains. But who knows, right? So maybe Uncle Warren basically selling up a storm there changes market sentiment because he's such an institution, right? The guy has umpteen amount of value investor followers. My friend Alfred, one of them. So you bring up a great point. My opinion is a little different, whether Uncle Warren likes it or not. I think the winds of change have come on life. AI is going to be a thing. And in my personal opinion, it's just, that's all that it is, a personal opinion, is the way that we're going to really use AI day in, day out is going to be our phones. I don't think we use any of these new gizmos and gadgets like you see people wearing around their necks or on their lapels or anything like that. That's my look there. Let's flip back to some of these small cap gappers. PW continuing to make me look bad because I was telling this one was a bit ziggy zaggy. I don't think I'm wrong on that. I just think that it was a little bit too spready for me to want to trade as a dollar name. But this thing keeps on putting in higher highs and higher lows and respecting previous areas of resistance, flipping to support. So PW, guys, it behooves me to give you some information on this beyond just the volume. It's a $7.7 million market cap. It has a small float of about 2 3/4 million shares. And let's bring down trade ideas and find out what the short float, excuse me about that. The short float, negligible, about 0.47 of that 2 3/4 million shares are shorted. So not really a whole lot to talk about there, but it's looking good. Just very spready for a $1 name. But the chart pattern, man, you can't argue with that. Looks like a good chart pattern there.
Yeah, this lots of interesting chart patterns here today. Yeah, I was going to say as well, there have been less small cap gappers today. I noticed, I think because we're also focused on selling off. Like I had to really squint and scrounge to find some for that small cap recap. That is for sure. But you know what else is interesting here? Shocker, I'm looking at Tesla again. Now, I'm trying to be cognizant when I'm looking at Tesla here that I'm not only using the 5-minute chart because, as I said, I'm also interested in the 1 minute. And I'm going to actually say I want to go long Tesla here if we bounce off 50s and if I see that hold in the book. Why? I know we're below the 90 EMA on the 5-minute chart. But we do have this bottoming tail candle here. And also, if you look at the 1 minute, which, like I said, for my scalp purposes has been a helpful measure, we're breaking above the 90 EMA. And holy Hannah, do we have some support at 200. I tried to go short Tesla last time the 200 happened, and Tesla laughed in my face. No, I'm joking. It was manageable. It was fine. But the point I'm trying to make is I do think there's some kind of support here. I'm going to be getting long here at 55s if Tesla will have me. Will you let me in that Cybertruck, Tesla? Beep, beep. beep, beep, knocking on the windows, trying to get in. If it does, I would love to see what we do heading into 201. This is a smaller position. I don't want to add till I have massive confluence. Tesla did not want to let me in. Unfortunately, I'm just sat like pounding on the Cybertruck windows like, what's going on? But you know, much like real life, you're not allowed in the Cybertruck, I guess. But it's all good there. Happy I had the confidence to attempt that, even if I couldn't even actually attempt it. And also happy that the idea was right, the levels are right. Next time I need to be a little bit more aggressive. Missed by Phil by a couple pennies. Where's the next trade? Well, in this case, where is the trade? Because this was not even a next trade. Didn't get the trade. If we come back to 250s and bounce, that could be interesting. If not, though, this is kind of weak sauce. This break into 201, very weak sauce compared to what we saw last time we had the 201 break. So I don't know if I'm done with you just yet, Cybertruck. Might continue to bang on those windows. I want to see if we get to 200 and we bounce back to 250s. That, to me, will be a long. If this is kind of a false bounce and we break back low 200s, that's going to be a short. Like I said, what I've learned with watching the Tesla book is they'll behave in peculiar ways and have certain patterns, distinct patterns it does conform to on the day. Today, what I noticed with Tesla is every time we try to break a new level, we or fail a new level, we always have that pop, that range between the 50-cent and whole dollar level before making a decision. We're kind of in the middle of that chop and churn right now, so we're going to have to wait and see what decision Tesla makes before I make my decision on this here Cybertruck. Beep, beep. If there's any stocks you want to look at, maybe it's the Cybertruck, maybe it's PW, maybe it's EWIM, maybe it's the TQs, whatever it is, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers are fancy, get it in that chat, guys. And if you're like, hey, how do I get in the chat? I can't see it. Maybe you're not subscribed, so make sure to like and subscribe so you can be part of this amazing community here. Adobe bouncing off the 100-day, says Joshua Lee Mallory. Shout out to, Obi and I were on there on Friday. Adobe, as the chat sometimes calls us. Let's take a look at this ADBE stock. Oh, Adobe. I actually like this area here in the 5-minute, bouncing off a little bit of these higher lows here before we get a nice pop-up from that, what is this, 509s? Interesting look. Let's take a look at the daily chart to see what we can illustrate here on this Adobe. Yeah, it's a bad Adobe pun there.
It's good. It's good.
You don't need Photoshop for this chart. This is quite the drop here from that interesting previous level of support resistance flip-flop at 530. We first get a bounce here coming into mid to late February 2024. Then we reject a couple times here, form some more support, pop higher, bounce off 530, drop from 530. Great look. I actually think it'd be interesting. I don't think we'll come back on this level, but this 490 that we kind of wicked into and bounced is fascinating a little bit for me. Bit of support resistance, flippity floppity on this daily chart. Shout out to you, Joshua Lee Mallory. So yeah, let's see what else Adobe could illustrate on its chart today.
All right, a new small cap gapper showing up here. Thank you to Farm Trader for tagging me on this one because I didn't actually have eyes on this one. Here it is, INDO up 26, almost 27% here. It's a good looking chart. This one trades on the Amex. So it's not on the NQ or the NYSE. Let me give you deets. $31 million market cap, 10.5, almost 10 2/3 shares traded on the day. Let's find out what the float is. Look quickly over here. The float is 4.7 million shares, and the short float on INDO, 3 1/5. So not huge, but definitely not negligible. This one did have a pre-market high of around 3 and change. I believe it was 313. Here's the look. So obviously we're zigging and zagging, but today an outlying day. I'm looking to see why INDO is moving. Indonesia Energy Group. I don't have a reason for it today. Okay, so if you guys have a catalyst for INDO, let me know, but I don't have anything. So we're going to have to kind of fly blind on this one. The high earlier there at 4:50 a.m. Let's see, was it done on big boy volume? No, about 43,000 shares. We got up into that $3.13 area. Right now we're having trouble with 3. And the institutional level print 309, so successively lower highs and actually lower lows. Even though this one's weaseling its way right back above the volume weighted average price, it does have, though, the volume to support it now. It didn't earlier on because we were in the pre and the volume was anemic. Now the volume is big boy. These 5-minute candles are printing about 750,000 shares a pop, so we could definitely get a squeeze through that $3 level. Here comes 3, there goes 3, here comes 306. So that institutional level print that we got at 8 a.m. takes us to 308. It's now a 306 HOD. Let's see if we zig and zag above, a little bit above 3, a little bit below 3. It's not what you want to see. Ideally, obviously, you want that $3 level to hold so you can use it as a backstop, as support on your ascent up, but that's not how it always works, especially on a bamboozling day like this. Keep your eye on 313. I get that it was a high in the pre on lighter volume, but it's going to be what everybody's looking at. I'm not the only one that trades with pre-market highs as my gauge. I didn't get that out of nowhere. So if I'm doing it, there's likely other people that are doing it as well, especially in small cap trading world. We just got another high day, so it's zigging and zagging, 307 on this one. So good move midday. This one really started going right at 11:30. It was printing lower highs and lower lows. The volume was quite anemic on this one, and then the volume really started coming in aggressively at 11:30. Don't know why, I don't care. All I know is that it's breaking out, and if I can use it off, or if I can enter it or exit it off key levels of price action, support, and resistance, I'm fine with that. But it's going to have to break the pre-market high before I take it as a breakout trade. So I've said this many times before, but for the newer traders today, because we have a lot more people joining us, if I trade these small cap gappers after the bell, they will have to be above VWAP. There will have to be a definable pre-market high, and it must be trading above that definable pre-market high. Otherwise, I stay away. There are exceptions to the rule, especially the small cap gappers that make their move or the catalyst comes out subsequent to the pre-market. If that's the case, obviously you have to change the rules. There goes a high a day. This one's zooming, 314 HOD. It's now up 10% higher than when I said earlier. It's about 37 and change right now. This one's doing real well above that pre-market high. Now we can figure out exactly how we want to weasel a trade into this. I'd love a 3 dip and hold right now, but it's not what I love. It's about what this one's going to give me. INDO Adara making a nice big move here. If there wasn't too many small cap gappers, at least there's one right now. But we'll talk about that and much more once we do get back from Neil's lesson of the day.
Ayo, got a little lesson of the day for you here today, and it's not every day that you're going to open up in the pre-market or open hour show, open your trading day, studying where the halt levels are on the overall futures. 7% down is a hefty move for any index. And obviously, we sat down this morning and you were essentially testing it. That's a situation where you know volatility is going to be high. The VIX was crossing 50, and the VIX hit 60. Like, let's be real. We haven't seen that since COVID. When you have that kind of a morning, that early trade, that first wick on a 1 minute, a 3 minute at 9:30 is going to be wild. So you've got to pick your spots very carefully. I think one of those things that you've got to pay attention to is with wider spreads, with bigger than expected volume, if you try to take 3 swings, you're probably not going to have much of a chance to get something at 9:30. You want to look for that one opportunity and go and swing for it. Whether you swing or miss, whether you get it, whether you don't, whether you win, whether you don't, at least you can know that you got your chips in good. And then if you have other ideas that might be on the other side of the trade, be patient with them. So I want to start with, like, why, for me, I had only one stock that I wanted. Granted, I didn't get Apple. We'll get over that in a second. One stock that I wanted long on. And it was simply Apple. And why did I want Apple long? I think almost everything I looked at that was retracing back into monster key levels was to the downside. Like you were breaking out underneath support or underneath a 200 period moving average, and it didn't feel as strong. Whereas Apple was pulling back into a previous break price in June, a previous resistance level where you're dipping right into this key level, that $200. And at the open, what had Apple done? It had actually bounced right into 200 to give you a flat top. So that's a setup. Like, what are the things about that trade that stand out to me? Well, I mean, as a day trader, a 200 level just stands out as a nice even dollar breakout, which is clean. Higher low into a flat top is a setup that I'm going to like anyway. So if this has been in the middle of the day or at any other point, the way that it's set up into 200, regardless of everything else, made sense. You apply then one more area that I'm absolutely in love of here. This is 927. And so just to give you one last area of confluence, at 927, what happens? It breaks 200, wicks above the $0.50, and then comes right back underneath. So it actually liquidity grabs before the open, the short, pulls into the pre-market low, then lit grabs the pre-market low and comes back up. That just makes a 200 breakout even better. Now, the lesson I learned today is cross a little bit further, be a little bit faster. If you have a stop order, maybe just give it a little bit extra room. We talked about this, but it's more about why this one was the one that stood up. Because you could have had longs on just about everything, and it would have worked off the bottom, but you had to pick the one you like the best. Grip it and rip it, as I like to say. Like, go for your pitch. If you're a fastball hitter in baseball, wait till you get one in your zone. You like hitting the ball outside, wait till you get something outside, like whatever works for you. I think in that particular case, it gave me multiple areas. The daily chart showed me the level I liked. Then we had nice confluence with a higher low. Then you had a lit grab trapping shorts right before that level. And then they even trap shorts, maybe breaking the low of the day. So 3 or 4 different reasons to like that breakout trade, and then you're off to the races. So good look over there on Apple. The other side of the coin is if you must, and you look for a pop and fade, and you want to be against, if you want to be shorting a stock or you want to be going against the grain, I said this morning, you have got to be willing to only take the shots where it sets up for you and be willing to get out. So Coinbase, no stubbornness whatsoever. I was against this trend 4 times in coin. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Only once was I not able to take profit before it broke back out. And each time, out local high, out underneath the local high, out under the local high as it holds onto the trend. If you're going to do that style of trade, you can't just be sitting there in the short the whole way. There are times when that is going to work out for you. Because sometimes you just sit there, like imagine right here we break trend and go to VWAP. Then you could sit in that short, add a bunch in here, and you're lighting it up down there. But you've got to ask yourself the question, if early in that move, I'm maximum in somewhere around here or somewhere around here, and it works to there, okay, so if that happens 7 times out of 10, what happens the other 3 times where I'm still in it up here? And I've got maximum in here, and now all of a sudden it's like $3 against me, and I've got max shares. That's what you have to ask yourself when you're going against the trend. Not when it works out, how much did I make? It's when it doesn't work out, and I'm against it all morning, how much do you lose? So I'm always willing to get out in a situation like that. You can have it wrong, and you can still make money. Nvidia is another example of that. I mean, Nvidia 100 was clean for me. I like the over-under at that level. Once it failed the 100 breakout long, I was like, if it's going to put in lower highs off that level, then I'll play the lower high. It broke this, it failed to break the trend line. I don't even wait for the top. See this trend line? It held this trend line the final time. Don't even let it get to the high of the day, get out. Then let it get to the high of the day before getting back in. Then only short it when it's underneath the trend line. Have rules of it. If you have rules to your executions that make sense, that work for you over time, at least that way you're not going to get blown up. At no point was I ever in a short trade in Nvidia, which was under a lot of pressure. This short here, there's a rejection. This short here, we're able to scalp, and then it breaks, very small hit. This short, we get a curl at the same resistance level, get it out in front of the trend line. Wait till it gets to the high of the day and starts rolling over, then get into the short. You can like something, you can have an idea, but you've got to have a reason why it's wrong or no longer valid, where you then got to back off and wait. And the good thing about markets like this with all this volatility is it only really takes one. If you swing at 5, 6, 7 trades, as long as you don't blow yourself out, you only have to get one. I mean, I just heard a story of a trader at the open who had a fantastic long that didn't work out, that they got all back on their next trade. One shot. That's all you need. But in order to take that one shot, you got to have a ball. You got to have a chip in a chair. You can't get yourself blown out on extra volatile days like this because it only takes that one move. Have rules of execution. Have something which narrows down your trades to where you're like, this is the one that I like the best. With Apple, it was just going every single time frame and every single thing about that setup, the way it consolidated, where it was bouncing on the daily chart, the lit grab right before the open. All of that meant that was the one shot I wanted at the long, and that was the one shot I took at the long until I had that Nvidia breakout trade. If you narrow down your focus and you narrow down your entry points, that's how you're going to be able to make money on days like today. and stay alive if you happen to be against the trend. So that's your lesson of the day from me. It's not always you're going to get volatility like this, but there's so much that you can learn from it, and staying alive on a day like today will mean big profits in the future because there's a lot to learn from this kind of volatility.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and awesome as always. Neil Roberts, every day around that noon hour, he will be dropping his hotline and his lessons of the day. So make sure to catch that with Neil, and make sure to join Adair and I, obviously, every day as we do our own lesson. Neil's a little bit more nuanced, more real life rather than theoretical and more trade related. So Neil, make sure to catch that every day. Again, Neil Roberts, 12 o'clock. All right, so here's what I'm looking at. So I had a 75 penny winner on Meta earlier, and it was a short. Now I'm feeling entirely different on this because we're putting in higher lows on the future. We're putting beautiful bottoming tail candles off the 20 exponential, rounding, doing a rounding bottom, and now putting incrementally higher lows as we look to possibly take out that local high at 18,190. We're close. We're about 50 points. We'll see if we can take that level, but it's a good recovery right now, curling a little bit into the high. And so why I'm showing you the futures before I was talking about Meta is because Meta's kind of doing that very similar thing. It started putting in bottoming tail candles off the 20 exponential, with jived with that 475 flat top that we had earlier. Now it just broke through that as it tries to work its way up into 480. Let's see if it has trouble with that whole dollar, the $10 area, 480. It's got a high, obviously, of 483.5. That doesn't mean anything, though, unless it can retake it. So I was really trying to get in on that 478 break, but Meta wouldn't have me because Meta is awfully spready. Right? And sometimes we call her Spreada because she's very, very spready of a stock. And in case you're newer, because we have a lot of guests or viewers joining us again, the spread is the difference between this number on the right over here, which is basically the offer, how much people are willing to sell for, versus on the left side over here, the bid versus how much people are willing to pay for it. The difference between the highest bid and the lowest offer is the spread, and that's the cost of doing business. If you get in and want to get immediately out, you're going to lose that difference between them unless they move. So that's just a quick synopsis of that. So I tried to get long 478. It did work its way up into 479 and change. Definitely back down into 478 right now, defending that level. So we'll see if I can get another trade here on Meta. I was very happy with my earlier trade on it on the short, but it was obviously very short-lived as that 475 is the real deal, it looks like, on the day in terms of support, because it obviously had a top there. There's no question about that. The question was, when we clear that 475 top, do we then come back down and defend it? Show that it was not just, a momentary blip on the chart, that was a genuine, legitimate support level. And I would say so far it looks like it is above that right now by about $3 and change. Pimpy long stockings, $1.99 super chat. Thank you for that. Sava is now up 230% from the firing dump. Let's have a look at Cassava Sciences. I saw the guys looking at that on, I believe it was Friday. I had a day off, but I was able to see what the show was doing for a little bit. Let's have a look at Sava. And then after I talk about Sava real quick here, which is up nicely on the day. I don't know if you saw this, Neil. Cassava Science is up again. Up 12 and change, breaking through that closing print on Friday at $29. Now we're at 33 and a quarter high a day. Look at that move from Friday. It obviously sells a little bit in the pre, given all the bearishness in the market, but good move up for it today. I want to talk about Sava, and then I'm going to talk about Service One. So SAVA, again, above that $29 area. That was the closing print from Friday. It was also the aftermarket top. We weren't really able to break through that, and was also a key area of resistance for us today, that $29 area. We got up there on the IB high around 940, rejected that, came back down, held 27. Now we're really not looking back. So now we got to zoom out to figure out where Cassava Sciences could find some resistance. So the area over here, 32, we're on the 4-hour, well above that. We got to switch to the daily now to figure out where the next resistance zone is on SAVA. And oh boy, it's a little bit higher than where we are right now. Let's say 33.25 is that high. Wow. So we're really going to have to move up to 36.5. They're topping tail candles back. Oh, wow. January 2023, the last time we were up here. We're going to have to see if we can stay up here because we've had a history of retracing off these levels. But great look for Cassava Sciences on the day as it breaks into highs. The other one that was moving, and I saw you guys talking about this in the chat, SERV, retracing a little bit back down now. Let me load this one up on the side chart over here so we can update. Oops, SERV, service. Okay, so now we're not up. No worries, Fabian. We're not up by much here. It was doing a nice little breakout. 930. It was obviously well lows, held 10 to the T. Now 15.58 the high, coming back down into that 14 2/3. That 14 2/3 is not a random level. That is Friday's closing print. So ideally, if you want to see the continuation of the up move, you'd like to hold Friday closing print, given that obviously it's a level that typically you chart as resistance and support. So a little bit below it right now, dipping into the 50s. The next level here after obviously the closing print on Friday, to me, is going to be that $14 area. That's where the 10 exponential moving average is on the 5-minute chart, and that would be like where I would be looking for retracement buy if this level wasn't here, this 14 2/3 closing print level. But if we hold up here and curl and make a new high above this 5-minute candle, perhaps maybe 1480 and change, I'm going to look to go long on this one. It's technically still negative on the day, but one hell of a recovery off those lows. $10 LOD, 15.58 HOD. So that's not a bad look for a 15 some odd dollar name. That's a whole lot of percentage movement there, Daryl.
Yeah, thank you so much there for going over that. Also, Robbie V saying, Sava, bien. So that is a very funny French pun there. Sava is good,
bien.
and he's, I guess, doing well as well. So shout out to you. I liked it, Fabian.
I liked it, Fabian.
Also, thank you to I am Chris Hendricks. I guess you are Chris Hendricks. Shout out to you, Chris Hendricks, asking me if I wanted that Nvidia trade. I did, but it was kind of sad, and I want to talk about it. I basically did a flat in Nvidia. I took a short here because that 101, I got short 101s because I liked how we were rejecting that 101.10s-ish area. Got short there when I realized, hey, this 101.10's kind of popping higher. Got out there. All good. Then I flipped long because I still like that area. But man, did it take us forever to bounce. We were seeing lower highs in the book. We were going from like seeing 30s to seeing like 20s, seeing 10s. I got in at 10s. I was like, Adara, it's going to give you a panic attack. You have to trust what you see in the book. Get out. I took 10 pennies. Minutes after, not even minutes, seconds after getting out, Nvidia's like, oh, Adara, did you want 101.50? Did you want like 40 pennies in the money? I'm like, well, I would have if I was still in the trade, but no. All jokes aside, shout out to Nvidia and shout out to you, Chris Hendricks. Long story short, did make money on it, but not as much as I would have liked to. Tesla, though, I'm very proud of what I did here. So right before we said hello to Neil and his awesome lesson of the day, which shout out to Neil Roberts, you're going to be robbed of content and knowledge if you don't hit out that session. That's for sure. So I first, this $200.50 level in Tesla, I have been a little bit obsessed with. It's certainly been giving you some opportunities. I initially took it short here because I noticed we kept getting to that area, bouncing off 200s. I ended up taking 20 pennies in the short. Smaller position, good times, please a bunch. Then though, I decide, hey, if we don't want to break 200s, and if I know that $200.50 level is a turning point, which I've talked about that 50-cent level today in Tesla, how it gives you that whiffle and that waffle before a breakout, I want to be long $200.50. I get long, we get to $200.30, we come right back up. I was initially looking to get out here just below 201s. We were kind of having a bit more of an anemic bounce. We needed some ferrous gluconate in that move. So I said, you know what, Adara, until we get that iron supplement, get out of the trade here. Took 30 cents on Tesla, larger position. Happy with how that's going. Definitely just trying to get a little bit better every single day. My first couple of trades in this day were a little bit rough because I was still trying to get used to this kind of crazier whack-a-mole type of day. And then I was like, you know what, Adara, it's still the market. You still have to give it 100%. Find what you're into. Take a moment, watch, wait. I've talked a lot about this jazz piano analogy in recent days. And so it's like you wait, watch the jam session for a bit, see what key they're playing in, see what time signature, see what's going on. Then when you feel like you have a sense of what's going to play and you feel like you could add a little bit to that medley, that's when you hop in. So happy with that. Let's keep going, try to make some more trades.
All right. Let's have a look over here. I don't have anything at the moment.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not your fault. I'm keeping my eye on some of these. Obviously, this Meta 479 has been dazzling me. It just did break through 480. This rounded bottom really did have my attention. I tried to punch along through 479s, but I wasn't able to enter. But look, you're going to really have to give Meta room today because the range is almost $3 and $4, sometimes $5. So if right now, the range between where we currently rejected off that 480 and the next level of the price action support, which is at 475, that's $5 worth of range. That may be more than people are willing to stomach on, on this type of day, right? And so with that, I completely understand. I'm still looking for continuation on these names, and you're getting some hints of possible resistance right now. We did work our way up into 18.2. On the future, didn't really break through it with any vigor, but the price action before that 18.2 touch is more telling, in my opinion, than the rejection, because it's umpteen amount of higher lows bouncing off clear areas of support at 18,050. It's just about how we can get in on the long. Now, some are participating in the long, some are not. For example, Microsoft, it's obviously definitely performing better than some others, but it's still really having trouble with 400 on the day. It can't seem to break through that 400 despite the fact that it popped into 70s, quickly rejected. Same thing with Apple. It's definitely having issues with 213 on the day. And now Meta, we're seeing that same thing happen with 480. So, maybe I'm not saying that this is where we're topping out, but I'm always a little bit, on the not defensive, but on guard because of the day that we've had today, looking for possible retracements back down. I'm still interested in some of these small cap gappers. I just finished telling you about Cassava Sciences. I told you about SERV. SERV absolutely held that level. So this 4 2/3, 4 3/4 that we were talking about as that Friday closing print ends up being an area of support, even though you got this bottoming tail candle through it. Closing prints all north of that area. Let's see if it can take out 1558. We know SEREV can go, right? We've had these great outlying days. It's been on a bit of a sell pattern for a minute, but if it can break through highs, we could certainly test the highs from Friday, which is around 16.5. So we'll have to see if 15 2/3 can give way or not. INDO also coming into an interesting area here, the 10 exponential on the 5. This is the area where we're talking about possibly getting a bit of a dip bounce. VWAP's at 275, but I like this possible 285 on INDO. The one that's really not giving you any breaks at the moment is Cassava Sciences. It's blowing through $34, $34.35 now the high. It's really squeezing here. SAV up 17.5%. The volume's picking up. It's not the greatest. 3.85 million shares traded on the day, but I would submit to you the volume really only started coming in at about 10 to the hour over here, 10 to noon. So it's only about half an hour worth of real volume here, except for that opening print candle, obviously at 9:30. We're well above that opening print volume candle though. This one here had 300,000 shares in 5 minutes. The opening print candle had 200,000. So the volume definitely higher now than it was at the open. We'll have to keep an eye on this one. Cassava Sciences is squeezing. And I don't think this has any headline on it. Let me just double check quickly over here. I'm not seeing anything Sava specific, but we obviously know that they're embroiled obviously in the, alleviation, of mild Alzheimer's. So we'll have to see if that pans out. $35 now, the high of day on Cassava Sciences. We'll have to see if that is going to be as good as it can do, or, we'll retrace a little bit down here or there.
Yeah, Cassava Sciences certainly has been an interesting one, that's for sure. Like what you said, alleviation, that's a good way of putting it. There was those scandals as well with that Alzheimer's research with Sava, and there was that as well, headed up by Pimpy Long Stonking, great name with that super chat there. That firing as well had Cassava to the downside when they switched up their C-suite. Right now, happy to say I'm in 50 cents in the money in TSLA, and I still have a piece for the dream. I would love to see 202s. I don't know if we'll get those 202s, but I did take out the position out at 201.50. Why did I get involved? I have been talking about this 201 level for some time. 200, 201.50, 201. I like that we're bouncing off the 90 MA, but you guys know I'm not going to take a Tesla trade solely or even mostly based on the book, what's the tape telling me? Or sorry, on the chart, what's the book telling me? What's the tape telling me? The book and the tape were telling me in Tesla that we were trying to curl higher. I liked what we did here. I'm getting the rest out here at 43s. I did want to save for a piece higher, but we're kind of getting a little bit weaker here in TSLA, so I'll take my 43s. If it pushes higher, I've missed out. But basically, I like that we're bouncing off the 90 MA in confluence with a bit of a speed in the tape and a nice hold at that 201 area. Initially, we were bouncing at $200.50 before we get to 201. I saw that we were making higher lows. I get involved right at above 201s. We get to $200.90. From there, we bounced. I said, okay, Dara, cool. Strap in for that Tesla ride. Initially, I was going to take the whole position out at 201.48. It's just above 50s. Then I decided let's take half the position there, save a piece for two-thirds of the position there, save a piece for the dream. The dream for me to not to come to fruition because I thought we were kind of getting a bit weaker as we pushed above 50s. But it's all good there, baby. Also, I'm proud because I said with Tesla, I don't want to just use the 5-minute, I want to use the book and also the 1-minute chart. If the 1-minute chart can load for me, I'll show you guys what I liked in the 1 minute. But it was basically what I liked on that 1-minute chart, 4 T to the S to the L to the A. Amazon, what are you doing here? I did not express deliver you, Amazon. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla, I liked here on the one. Oh, look at all the fills. I like Tesla in the 1 minute here because we did have a bounce off the 90 MA and some nice higher lows. So if I'm looking for that kind of confluence with the 1 minute in the book, it gave me that in spades for this Tesla. Crowd says Blue Jay. Yeah, Crowd is certainly doing some things here. Let's take a look. I said I like that 220 area in Crowd, either as rejection or support. Looks like Crowd decided to find some support at 220. I missed that opportunity 100%. I was a little bit too caught up in my SPY and in my Tesla, but nice bounce here in 220. Also, that reminds me, I actually took a SPY long as well. So I had that Tesla area. Then I got long here, the SPY, around 522s. I like that we had these higher lows. I like it was a whole dollar level to see us break below, then come back above, get that long. Bless you. I ended up getting out here around, what was this, 520? I took like 30 pennies. Obviously, it went way higher. But during down markets, I usually like to short the SPY and hold dollar levels. If we're trending up, why not try to long the SPY and hold dollar levels? Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. I know you love the SPY, and I think Bears and Bulls have had some ample opportunities on this year market today. How is the energy going in Indonesian energy?
Good. We just wet our beak at 3s, looking for continuation through 3. Obviously, I had to take profits at the whole dollar level. It's a small cap gapper. We'll see if we can catch a bid. I'm looking at the book here to see if there's any major size blocking a possible ascent. Seems like there may be some size at 6s over here and 2s. Not the biggest size at 2s. Now I see, looks like an offer got pulled off those 2s. I'm talking about $3.02 is what I should have said there. The out is going to be the break of 80s. So still holding a piece for the dream, but it looks like the future is on the way up. So I would, look, I'm not sure exactly what's really keeping the future up here. It's certainly not Apple. It looks certainly like Microsoft and Nvidia. They're both at highs. Microsoft is finally above that $400 level. And we'll see now if it's going to be on a wick basis or a sustained move. It's printing high days as we speak. It keeps going up. So here comes possibly 401 HOD now on MSFT as it's only down now 1 4/5. It was down way more at the lows. Here comes 401. So good move here for Microsoft. And, just a cursory view of the Mag 7 and a comparison to the future, it looks a lot like Microsoft, Nvidia, and really Meta here keeping the market up. Obviously, we got to put some respect on Google's name. It didn't retrace nearly as deeply as some of these other ones retraced, but it's still off highs, but $1 off those highs on GOOGL. Very, very range bound today on Apple. I was looking at Amazon. I was going to say at Amazon as well, but not as much. I mean, the range on Apple is obviously a little wide. It looks like about $5 in certain areas with that 208 to the low side and then 213 to the high side. It has changed, so I'd submit to you now that the range is somewhere around 210 to 213. Kind of jumped up a little bit there, but it's been very stair-steppy and not as directional, save and except obviously for that opening print at 930 that took us well off the lows. But yeah, it would really look like Microsoft, Meta, and Nvidia are the ones propelling this market back a bit. I can't believe We're only down 1.5% right now on the NQ, getting bought back up. That doesn't mean anything for the price action tomorrow. We could absolutely tank. But we were talking about possibly circuit breaker today on the NQ, and I don't think I've ever had to talk about circuit breakers on the big desk with Brendo. But we had to give you that data point, 7%. 2 circuit breakers here, one 7% down, and then another one 7% down. And then I think we're suspended for a longer time than that on the 3rd circuit breaker. So we'll see if we can continue getting this bid up right now on the market. But just as I say that, Microsoft is down below 400 again. So, it's a good recovery, but it's definitely not without its issues. Now, we're down here on INDL. We're about 4 pennies out of the money as we come back into 290. I'm going to hold this one until it breaks down below the 10 exponential on the 5. If this one gives up the 10 exponential, that's not the trade that I want, and I'm not trying to range trade this. It's going to have to be a breakout trade off a key level. So we're going to give this one time, but if it keeps breaking down, my line of saying is going to be 82. Stop is already in place. Already wet my beak there at 3s. Looks like I got top wick for now, but for how long is that going to be the top wick? Trying to pack my patience with this one and not paper hand the trade possibly here. Let's look quickly at some other ones. Cassava Sciences still rejecting off that $35. A few topping tail candles right now at that level, zigging and zagging, a little bit above 34.5, a little bit below. It's well extended here off the 10 exponential on the 5. On the 5-minute chart, that's at 32 1/3. That's where the 10 exponential is. So we're about almost $2 extended off that level. Keep your eye on this one because it's still absolutely going to the high side. 150 now, the high of the day on Taiwan Semiconductor. It's weaseled its way up almost back break even. It actually did go break even for all 2 seconds and by 10 pennies. 149.90 is the closing print on Friday, the high of the day. Now 150, still trying to hold that 10 EMA on the 5-minute chart. Taiwan Semi is one hell of a recovery. I can't believe this thing was going to go positive. It was down over 10%. When I was sitting at that big desk up there with Brenda, it was more than 10% in the negative. And now we're talking about going green. Wild Adair.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta shout out to the markets for making things so exciting every single day. I said I was looking at the SPY for whole dollar level longs, then we flipped short. I tried to get that 523 short, couldn't get it. Then I saw us get a little stagnant around 522.50s. We broke below. I went short. It popped back up. Should have gotten out earlier than I did to take about a 40 cent hit on this SPY. But you know what? You got to try things. Happy I tried it, but I should have stuck with my plan, which was whole dollar level scalps. Hey, but SPY, if you want to get to 522s and then break down, that's where things get spicy. However, if we get to 522s, they're going to be getting right in the way of that 9 EMA. I'll take this either long or short, depending on what I see in the book here. I don't want to be directionally biased. I want to be looking at what I see happening action-wise. There are a couple tickers, though, I want to look at before I keep SPY on the SPY. One of them is Kellanova. Shout out to Trader Leah for reminding me about this one. This is actually in the watch list this morning, asking, what's going on here? We had Reuters reporting that Mars is looking to acquire Kellanova, valuing them around $27 billion, according to Reuters reports. Pardon? Not the planet, Fabian. It's the it would not be the planet, it would be the company Mars. Oh. Look at this. Bit of support, rejection, trying to pop higher here at the 72 area with higher lows. Great look here for Kellanova. We're going to have to see if there's a supernova here on Kellanova if it breaks to the upside. Should we break 72, next level I'd be looking at would be this little baby base here on 72.50, then that 73 level, which should actually almost be in confluence with the view up. Let's see what we have here, but if there's any tickers you're looking at, maybe it's Kellanova. Get in that chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers are fancy, let us know, and you'll have Obi and you will have Neil looking at them, and Sharif will be moving around on that green screen, gesticulating wildly, smiling, having a good time, and giving you the news related to those tickers. Speaking of news related to tickers, one ticker that I think will be really spicy heading forward this week is going to be Palantir. Palantir bounce here for Palantir. Sorry for that sound, guys, but wow. We have this gorgeous bounce here off VWAP in the 90 EMA. It's coming right off the open. Higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. Bit of a bull flag as well. Worth noting with this PLTR, this is actually, they report tonight. That's why I said it'll be interesting going forward. I think the way that we curled into this 24 before bouncing is just beautiful. I love this. Also, shout out to Willis Addison. This might be more of a super chat than Sharif can testify to, but let's go Indo. In at $2.41.
That's a great
oil,
trade.
Little oil barrel, trade / scalp, prayer hands, little salute emoji. I guess you guys could be saluting each other.
Yeah.
'Cause it looks like you are smoking some Indo to the upside over here.
Wow, it's been a long time since anyone said endo. It's always like sativa and indica. Yeah, but yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Absolutely. But anyway, looking for, look, Willis Addison, I'm in this with you, but we're going to need to hold 3. So we already wet my beak here at 3. Obviously, you're in a way better price than I am. What I see here is a whole lot of action, Willis, at that 290. I'd like obviously a hold there, but I'm very cognizant of the lower highs, that topping tail, not topping tail, that touch at essentially at 318, they're 314, excuse me, thereabouts, and then we make lower highs. We come back into 3, we reject 3 again. So I am a little concerned about this, but I've got my beak wetter hanging out around 309 just to front run that high of day. So if we're able to take 3, I'm all ears, eyes, and whatever other sensory organs I can muster, because if we break that 315, I think we've got a nice little setup. So again, I'm not really sure why this is moving. Maybe you have a catalyst for it. I don't definitely have a catalyst on my news blotter, but that's all right. We can trade the technical trade as it is there. Dan Emmons, yen is waking up again. Sleeping giant. I don't know what 6JF or is that, or I think you're tagging somebody there, or I'm not sure, Dan, because I don't really know too much about Forex, but thank you for letting me know that. Dan, look, man, I woke up today and I had a whole bunch of messages from buddies. One of them was Alfred, and he understands Forex a lot better than I do, and I didn't even know what this carry trade was. I had no idea, never even heard it. Didn't understand it, didn't even know it existed. I had to do a whole lot of research in the morning before I went on and to learn about what this carry trade was. Seems like a brilliant idea. I've seen some people in the chat talk about how the trade's over. People are liquidating that trade now. Can't pretend to know either way. But obviously, something's afoot here with the yen that is having an effect on these markets. So we'll have to see if it's sustained or it's, less influential than we may be thinking. I want to look over at Taiwan Semi, guys, because it looks like as if we're getting a bit of a sell in this market right now. Down we go on a lot of names. Taiwan Semi, Meta rejecting, Microsoft down as well, 401. It was able to breach Softy on the way down. It just breached 398. So we're looking here at MSFT. It's still technically higher lows, but it is breaching the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. We're below 18.2. We're below 18.150. We'll have to see if we can continue to make newer lows. This is just more of a healthy retracement on these markets. Let's flip back to look at what INDO is doing. It's still having issues with $3. I'm unsurprised. There's a range being established here, Willis Addison, between 290 and 3. I suspect that probably won't interest you that much because you're long 240s, and that's definitely going to give you a little bit of a buffer there. But the schmucks like myself who are in at 294 need to be more alert to this price level. My line in the sand is going to be 82, as I've already said about that. But we do have a lesson, and I don't know where it keeps going. Oh, there it is. All right, so we do have the lesson du jour today, and we are talking about earnings. And I think it's an appropriate time to talk about earnings because not in the middle of them or anything, but we're definitely still in the thick of things. So let's talk about some of the acronyms, some of the terminology that we use on earnings in case you're a newer trader or a newer investor. This definitely will be of interest to you. So listening hats on. All right. A powerful earnings surprise can absolutely send shockwaves throughout the market, both positive and negative, causing dramatic price movements, like kind of what we're having today, although they're not earnings induced, or maybe not. Understanding these earnings reports, however, is key to navigating these volatile waters. So let's get right to it and talk about what an earnings report is. So an earnings report essentially is a financial snapshot of a company's performance over a specific period, typically a quarter. So since it is a quarter, we get 4 of these bad boys per year per company. Not every company reports at the same time, and not every company's fiscal year jives with the others. And they don't jive with the calendar either. So it could be Q1 in reality, January to March of 2024, but it could be Q3 or Q4 for a company. Depending on when they start their fiscal year, you need to know which quarter that they're in because it does make a difference for them. It's like, essentially, it's like a quarterly checkup for business, revealing the health, the growth, the future prospects of the company, all detailed in the earnings reports. These reports essentially are the lifeblood of the financial markets as they influence investor sentiment and they drive stock prices both higher and lower. And here is just a kind of your run-of-the-mill, earnings report. The 2 lines that I want to draw your attention to are the top one, the sales turnover. So sales can often be called revenue and vice versa. They are synonyms for the most part. That is the first line. That's what we refer to when we say top line. If you ever heard about analysts saying top line growth, what they mean is you're growing your revenue. Just because you grow your revenue doesn't mean you're growing your profit. Your expenses could also increase. So it behooves you to look at the revenue growth as well as the cost of doing business, as well as capital expenditures, so many different things to talk about. But the second line I want to bring your attention to is that net profit down here. That's your take-home money. That's after you've paid all your expenses, your interest, your deductions, everything else. Your revenue minus all that stuff that I just listed, and then what's left at the end is the take-home money, your net profit. That is either what you're going to redistribute to your investors as a dividend, take that money back, possibly put it into research and development, or pay it out or use it, to buy back your stock, which is quite controversial. So many different options you can use with this net profit. Depending on the sector, most of the times in tech, it's reinvested rather than being paid back. In energy stocks, for example, it's typically paid out in a dividend. Say it again. Yeah, no problem. So I hate to belabor this. Obviously, this is more of a fundamental thing, but it is important that we understand. Go Endo, you punk. There we go. So it looks like we printed up a storm here on Endo. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. So we got that print. Happy with that. Now it's time to cancel some orders. So shout out to Wittis Allison. Print up a storm there, buddy. Looks like you're 80 pennies in the money as this thing is flying to the high side there, breaking 3 1/4. Shout out to Willis Addison. Good stock selection there, my man, and definitely a good entry price. Back to the lesson, though. Sorry about that. So earnings per share, one of the first things we want to talk about when we talk about these earnings reports. What does earnings per share mean? So technically, the actual definition is essentially the net income, that last line on the financial statement, divided by the total amount of outstanding shares. So when we say a float, when Adair says the float on Apple is or 4 billion or whatever it is. So we know that Apple printed X amount in profit. We take that X amount they printed in profit, we divide it by the total amount of outstanding shares, and then what you get is an earnings per share. That's what EPS is. Essentially, it's a measure of the company's profitability on a per share basis. You can kind of think of it as the company's profit divided amongst its shareholders. It's essentially a higher EPS indicates better financial performance. A lower EPS obviously is not good. Sometimes it can be negative. So if you lost money on the quarter, you had no profit. In fact, you lost, you burned through cash, you're going to have a negative EPS. So sometimes you see that described or stated in the negative. Revenue, we kind of prefaced this, but the revenue is the total income the company generates from its business operations, and it's articulated on the top line of a financial statement. It represents essentially sales. So sometimes you'll see sales used in there rather than revenue. They are synonyms for our purposes here. Strong revenue growth obviously is a positive indicator, but it's not the end all and be all. We need to look at expenses. We need to look at CapEx. We need to look at, interest, deductions, all these different things. Guidance, another term we often hear during earnings reports. What is it? This is the management's forecast for the company's future performance. It includes expected earnings and expected revenues. It's their look, right? So here's the thing. They're not held to it. It's not like, you say it, I'm going to hold you to it exactly. But sometimes if you misguide the market, you can be subject to lawsuits. So it's not like you have to be held specifically to the penny. But if you misguide the market, if you were willfully blind, if you were negligent, if you misrepresented something, typically you will have shareholders sue you after that. So guidance, very important here. It's also the expectations that are set amongst analysts and investors are sometimes, most of the time, based on the guidance as articulated by management. When a company beats or misses guidance, it can lead to significant reactions in the stock price. That's why guidance is so important. And sometimes you'll hear Adair and I, Breno and I, whoever else say, hey, they beat on earnings, they beat on the top and bottom line, but they missed on guidance. That's essentially saying that the projections for the future were not what the market was expecting. And the impacts of these earnings reports, they can be multifaceted and deep, no question about it. Earnings reports can cause significant volatility in the stock price. A positive earnings surprise obviously can lead to sharp increases in said stock's price. Conversely, a negative surprise can be very, very bearish and cause huge amounts of selling. Understanding the components of an earnings report, though, is absolutely crucial for making informed investment decisions. And if you're like one of the people like me who likes to gauge the macro trend using fundamentals and then uses technicals to actually trade it, you're going to want to know this stuff because it absolutely plays a part in your day-to-day trading.
Yeah. Thank you so much to Sharif for going over that and for always spreading that lesson. I think it's a very good time as well because we've got Palantir earnings coming up tonight. We got Hims as well. He and she can enjoy Hims and hers earnings after the close. Lucid earnings after the close as well. So it should be a spicy evening with Neil and I. You're definitely not going to be robbed of market entertainment with Neil Roberts and I. I need to stop making that one terrible pun. But shout out, Neil's dancing, guys. Oh, there he is. Where did you get your sandwich from, Neil? Popeyes. Neil went to Popeyes. Okay, just so you guys know too, we thought when it's a market holiday, we do not, we got to go get our lunches. So I have some ideas about what I want for lunch. But shout out to Neil getting that Popeye. Shout out to you. Also, I just took another SPY short. I talked about taking these SPY short or long scalps at the whole dollar level. I had two of these that initially failed. Then I ended up taking the scalp off the 50-cent level. When we got to that 520.50, that worked out well. It took 30 pennies. I got back, though, in this SPY at 520. We broke below, got in. I want to see what we do here. I have a feeling I might have been a little bit too hasty to this one. Let's see what we get. We're just hanging around that 520. If we keep getting into this 520.20 area aggressively, I'm going to have to get out. Yeah, okay, there we go. Got out of this trade. Where's the next trade? As Obi says, you can see Obi and Neil on that show just over an hour, but you only have 1 hour left to vote. Get in that chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers are fancy. If you have a ticker that you'd like to see Neil and Obi talk about, then you can definitely get in that chat and make sure your voice is heard. A couple different super chats here. Thank you to Willis Addison, $2 super chat. Oil trade, Iran-Israel conflict, Indo oil breakout. Yeah, shout out Sharif. Definitely took you guys through that one. So shout out to INDO. Definitely don't want to puff pass on that trade. We also had here DJ Marshall, $5 super chat, bought 29 September 20th SPY $600 calls, 600 calls at 9:33 a.m. for 1 cent when SPY was at 512, up 200. DJ Marshall already up 2,500%, 2,500% in these SPY calls. Shout out to you. Sold 10 at the 520 test, sold 5 at the test of 523, holding the last 5. Shout out to you. You had conviction. You were confident. You definitely got that bread. So shout out to you for that awesome trade there. Shout out to you, Bird66, as well. You got to have energy in these markets. You got to wait till you have that conviction. Wait till you have that verdict in the trade and get involved. Hopefully, banging that gavel with a nice verdict for your trade. Always using that Law and Order button, because why not? Also, the S&P 500, I did take a bit of an L. Not a bit, I took an L. There's no a bit about it. There was an L taken at that 520 initial rejection. If we come back here, I'm interested, but also 520 might be a bit of a bounce area. We did have some support at this area earlier. Ashraf says, and it's something I want to echo, on these futures or these ETFs of the futures, sometimes there can be a little bit less significance with the chart patterns. But that being said, I've also had trades where I've missed or I've played it inappropriately because I dismissed what I was seeing on the chart. So you want to take everything at the balance of the evidence. I'm not going to Law and Order button again here, but just know that I wanted to, and that's what matters. I'm still looking at the SPY. I'm still looking at that Tesla guy. I went over those super chats there with regards to Indo, but I want to shout you out because you were smoking on that Indo trade, which I know is not a weed name, but his name is Indo. So
Yeah, that's a little apropos there, so I got to give that to you.
Thank you.
All right, let's have a look at what's moving here. All right, Cassava Sciences was a great look, but now it's obviously having issues with 35. I hate these type of trades where there's a monster topping tail through 35, goes to 2/3, and then zig and zag we go again. But I guess on the other side of the coin, maybe I shouldn't hate it so much because, yeah, sure, there was a topping tail through a key area of technical support resistance, but it didn't tank. So it's not like it was a topping tail, then it made a newer low, at least not yet. Still holding above 34, still holding above the 10 exponential on the 5, which is always going to be that solid green line on my chart. I want to weasel away into this trade here, but that may have to wait because SERV just got into the 20 exponential. I'm keeping an eye on this one as well. There's not much in the way of small cap gappers today, so we'll take what we can get. Now, the reason I'm liking this one, even though it's negative 1.85% on the day, because it was one hell of a recovery off that $10 LOD, and then it printed 15.58 HOD. Line in the sand between green and red today is 14 2/3. We zigged and zagged a little bit below it. The reason I'm interested in this 14 and change area because it's a 20 exponential on the 5. And it's shown its inclination today to respect the moving averages, especially during this ascent over here. It really printed every closing print above the 10 exponential on the 5 during this consolidative area. And then it used it as the low area support for its ascent up. So it's respecting the moving averages. Now, my question is, or the question to myself, I guess, is does it respect the 20? Is there price action support or confluence today with the 20? So we're going to have to find out. If it doesn't hold up at the 20, then what's my move? Well, the price action area here that I see that's obviously got some interaction with it is 13 1/4, but that's well below 14, well below the 20 exponential. So if I was to get in here, my line in the sand would have to be a little bit below 14. And given how spready this one is, that may not be a good idea. It's zigging and zagging. Look at that. It just dropped to 14.10. Now it's up to 14.30. Let's load this one up on a trading screen so we can get a better look at the book. So SERV, by the way, guys, I think it trades on the NQ. Yes, it is. It's on the NASDAQ. Okay, I just didn't remember. Here it is. So there we go. At 14.20 we go right here. I mean, if I was to get in, it would have to be a super tight hold. I'm going to think about this one for a second. I'm going to wait for this 5-minute candle to close before I make my decision. You often hear Obi say this a lot, at least I do anyway. You know, he likes to wait for candles to close, get a better picture as to what, you know, the market is trying to tell him at this point. And that's kind of like what I'm feeling at this level. We're at the 20 exponential. It's a nice retracement off the high, 15.58, but I'm unsure still. So packing my patience, waiting for this candle to close. Got about another minute and a half or so. So, you know, it's not just the Mag 7 that are actually making moves on the day. There's some small cap gappers, I guess, showing up here. We talked about this one, 400 breach on Microsoft, back down. Looks like it's holding 398 for now, which is interesting. What's the future doing? We're below 18.1. Okay, so now we've really gotten up there. We got up there almost 18.3. We're very close to 18.3. Now we're below 18.1. But this is an interesting area of technical support on the future. Look at this consolidation area top that we had at 18,050. I talked about this level before. We held it over here at 1150. We held it again at 12 o'clock. We're right there right now. We're right back there right now, excuse me, to this general area. We're printing 70s. Essentially, it's a zone. It's not a price. 18,050-ish area. We'll have to see if that one can hold. Big Spile Burdette, $10 super chat. Is merely a flesh wound. Buy stocks, buy stonks, get down, he says. Shout out to Big Spile. Probably printing up a storm. I know that he printed up a storm on those Intel puts from last week. So shout out to him. Intel obviously got rinsed on their earnings report. Tough look for them. I only wish them the best, obviously. Great American company going through some trouble right now. So we'll wish Intel the best and hope that they can come out of this on the other side a little bit better, Adair.
Hopefully they gain some intelligence on what they're doing in their business, and Patty G and the team make that better. Also, I meant to talk about this. I even talked about Palantir earnings and then neglected to inform you all that I did have a brief Palantir trade. I should have waited for this because I was more interested as a short, but I was like, but Adara, we're bouncing. We're at this level here. We're above the 90 MA. What was that voice? Above the 90 MA, above that rejection area. 24.15s got long, got out, I think around 24.10s as we broke below. Not super proud of that. Oh, sorry, guys. I keep forgetting I'm not supposed to be clapping. No, my hands get excited and I clap. Oh, yeah? Not super proud of that trade. We're below the 90 MA now. Couple red candles. If we come back to 24 reject, I'll get it. No, risk into 24.10s and clap in my mind. So let's see what we do here in Palantir. SPY, I tried to take a long here. A cheeky little reversal long at that 519.50. We had 519.70. We had some nice support there. I was trying to take it into 520s. Did not work out. All good. We got into, I lost like 10 pennies on this. We got out at around 60s, got in around 70s. So all good there, baby. Not a dream. This is not my day. Oh, not my day. I am actually down on the day here because it took some L's there. But, you always want to, as 21 Savage says, taking less L's, making more M's. You want to keep pushing, keep persevering, and trying to grind harder. SPY, you want to break 519? Oh, I will short you. Do not even tempt me, SPY. Small position. Let's see here. If we get back into 96s on a wick basis, let go, SPY. Let go to the downside. Okay, let's see what we do here. We will clap on our heads as we get that fill. If we break decisively above 520, I'd give this probably about 20 cents. But also, if I see anything in the book I don't like, I'll get out anyway. I would love to see SPY. Bro, okay, you want to break down below 80 SPY? My biggest issue in some of these earlier scalps was trades where I wasn't scalping enough. I ended up taking your 30 pennies on the S&P 500. This is what I need to be looking for. One of these trades, I actually would have been 50 pennies in the money. Was like, maybe it'll go lower. Didn't go lower. Ended up unprofitable in the trade. That is the type of scalping I cannot be doing because it's not scalping. It's waiting around for moves with like a chicken with your head cut off. So the only chicken with his head cut off should be Neil's sandwich. Sorry for the weird analogy there. You didn't. I said the chicken in your sandwich. I didn't say you. Okay, sorry guys. I'm being weird now. But shout out to Neil's chicken sandwich. Just short everything now, says Robbie V. I don't think that's a bad plan at all. Tesla tried for that 200 short, missed it. But Tesla, if you want to give me 199 short, I'll treat you the same way I treated the SPY, and I'll take you short at any whole dollar level. That's right. We got these markets to the downside. Call me a bear. No, I'm joking. You can call me a Dara. But I am feeling a bit bearish. Getting excited, getting it to be a good energy. Shout out to Brad V. You just need some nice padded gloves with open fingers. Then you can clap, no problem. That's what some people are saying, yeah, get the golf gloves there. I'll have to do the Nicole Kidman Oscar clap where she clapped like this, which did not seem physically possible, and I'm pretty sure made no sound. So I'm going to have to practice that clap. SPY back to 519s. Let's see what we do on this market. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls for everything you do in the chat, for all your encouragement, all of your moderation, and I've seen you make sure people vote appropriately. If you want to hear what the Obi Wamfidence and the Neelich have to say, get in that chat, ! Join, space, $, whatever tickers you fancy. Maybe you want to hear about that awesome trade that Willis Addison and Sharif had on Indo. Got some energy in there. Maybe you want to hear about the SPY, EWIM, whatever ticker it is. Let's find out. Let's get involved, and let's see what this market gives us as we get a little choppy and a little bit churny on these here futures. SPY, I know I've given you a lot of love, but what does your cousin TQs have to say? Maybe I'll take a look at that.
Absolutely. I think we almost touched 18,000 there. Let me just double check that real quick over here on the fuge. We touched 18,020. So no, I guess it's just, there's such a wide range today there's 1,000-point range on my chart. 17,312 to the high side. I got to show you this. 1,000-point range on my chart today. So there you go. The lowest print you can see there, 17,312. I don't know why it chose 12. 18,312. So if I can't see a couple of measly points, you'll have to excuse me. 18,000 holding for now. Here we go, 18,050. The reason I'm looking at the future, not because I'm going to trade the future, but because we came into important levels on some of these Mag 7 names. Now, the 50 hasn't been a level that I've been using on the 5-minute chart lately. It's been the 10 and the 20. seldomly has the 50 featured. The 50 features more on the daily and the 4 hour, the way that I chart, but I still have it up on the 5-minute time frame. And we just got a few bounces off some key names on the 50. I'm talking about UFuture bouncing off the 50 exponential, which happens to be the 18,000 point level. We have Nvidia at the 50. We have Tesla at the 50. Very close to the 50 is Apple. At the 50 is Meta. At the 50 is Microsoft. A little bit above the 50 is Goggles. So the 50, for whatever reason, featuring on the day. Now, in addition to the 50 being important, I would submit to you $100 might be important as well on Nvidia, and we're there right now. Double bottom so far. This candle took us into 1,004 pennies. This one took us to 1,006. Sorry, 1,100. I'm still living pre-split. So holding 100 right now is AMD ever since taking that level at about 11 o'clock. So I'll have to see if we can continue to move lower or we hold up about at around 100. The 50 exponential on Nvidia is 99.87. So just generally in that area as well. Looks like we are going to hold for the moment, who knows? 18,000 as we go into that 18,050 area. So we'll keep tabs on that. Now, the other trade that I've been really wanting to get into is this SERV trade. It's given me an opportunity, I would say, at 14-ish because it's really held up at 14. So if I was to get in here, I wouldn't have to risk all that much. So we're going to go long here on SERV, and I'm going to put my stop a little bit below that 14. Hopefully we don't get stopped out, but the fact of the matter is it's absolutely not likely. Well, here we go. We're moving up. We're about 30 pennies on the money here on SERV. Let's put a beak wetter, see if we can get filled at 35. It's a 10 penny spread, though, so it gets a little frustrating with this name. And there we go. We drop off as the bid comes a little bit down. We're long 16s. Let's see if we can get printed a little bit here in front of the $0.50. As the spread opens up a little bit here on SERV, it does wick into the 10 exponential, which was around 38, and then it did reject. But if it holds above 14, then that is going to work for me. But as it comes right back down now, SERV, nothing is really immune from the negativity, I guess, today on the markets. So I'll have to see if SERV can hold up above 14. That is my look right now. Sava Sciences also coming into an interesting area, $34. The 10 exponential, exactly the same level on SAVA. So this candle came down to 34.04. The 10 exponentials at 34.08. Great move up, and 50 cents, just like that. If you were resting there at that 10 exponential or at 34, just above $34. Good move right now from Cassava Sciences, but not obviously in it. INDO still zigging and zagging. Shout out to Willis Addison. Hope he prints up a storm on that. But the trade I'm in right now, Cassava Sciences, showing me 23s on the ask, but I'm waiting in the mid 30s. We'll have to see if we can weasel our way up there. What's the chat talking about? Tom H. Savo will go up to not 39 later on. I hope so. He's like, Tony Price, I'm blaming Charles Schwab. I don't know if you're talking about anybody else or that's a running gag maybe in the chat there.
There was that issue with Charles Schwab and the they were down today. There's some issues with Charles Schwab.
Oh no!
The broker.
So I'm assuming people using Thinkorswim couldn't punch out.
Yeah, I think there were some issues with that. That's what I was hearing on Twitter and in the chat as well.
A lot of people in Thinkorswim couldn't. Yeah, okay. Yeah, thanks for letting me know that. I had no idea. Dan Emmons, I'm still short NQ from 18,250 and holding for limit down. Jeez, Dan, limit down. 18,250. How are you holding for a limit down? So okay. Well, look, man, if you think we're going to get limit down 7% from there, so that would be another 5%. Oh no, another 4.5% as we're down. Well, even less than that. We're down 2 3/4 now on the NQ after trying to recover somewhat back into 18,050. We go. Shout out to Dan. Hope he prints on that. Let me know how it goes. What else is everybody saying over here? Turning the sell button off, says Zachary. Okay. Dean T says Sava went from 26 to 34. Dump would be 30. No, LOL. We'll have to wait and see. Cassava Sciences has been on a lot of our scanners on our watch list lately because it's been doing bigger moves as that Alzheimer's headline gets it some traction. It's not the only one, obviously, involved in the alleviation of that dreaded disease, but yeah, we'll have to see if they come out on top there, Adara. Cassava Sciences down into 34 and change right now.
Yeah, what a day and a week or whatever it is. It's not even a week. It's been a Monday. What a day we've had, though, on these markets. You've got some small caps coming in later. Shout out to Sharif. Hope you serve that stock.
Thank you.
With all it's worth. That made sense, we'll say.
Yeah, it was good.
So interesting look there. AMD is positive, says Leighton Proizania. Yeah, you're not the only person who said that. AMD, I know, I was, from what I've kind of seen and heard, it could be because we did have that potential antitrust investigation being reported for Nvidia by Politico in the information last week. So, wow, AMD didn't realize it was this positive, up 3% for the AMD one. So let's see what we do here at 137. I like 137 as a potential rejection area because we are below the 90 EMA. It's been many moons since that 139 level, so let's see what happens here. Also, Kyle Burdett has a super chat here addressed to you. Nice
what is
there.
going on?
Sharif went 999 super chat.
Yeah, thank you, Big Smile. Okay. Sharif went swimming yesterday, did some massive cannonball showing off for the kids. I may have triggered this tidal wave of selling. Sorry, bro. But swing puts printed big. I don't know how your little story or the little soliloquy story about me doing cannonballs.
I think he was saying he did. I think he's saying Sharif.
Oh, I see. Okay. He's telling me. I thought I went swimming. I'm like, I played tennis, dude. Shout out to you. Shout out to Big Spile. Hey, man, print up a storm. Big Spile, I know that you're holding those. I don't know if you're still holding your puts on Intel or you covered them, but obviously that printed big for you as well. And I know how much you love to see the world burn. And so today, the world be burning. So I guess your count is printing. Obviously, I'm just joking, tongue-in-cheek, guys. Big Spile Burdett, futures trader extraordinaire. If you're a newer viewer, keep your eye out on his levels in the chat. He's often trading the SPY there. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Thanks for noticing that, Adara.
Yeah, no worries. I just got short AMD. I got short AMD because I initially said I want to see what we did at that 137. Then I realized, hey, Adara, you liked 136 earlier as well. And I did. We had these wicks here below, and we did. And now I'm going to have to get out of this trade because while we ended up bouncing here, we broke pretty violently below that 136. Like, we go from 136 on the bids like 135.95 in a heartbeat. It was the same kind of thing we saw in that Amazon when it broke that key 167 level on Friday, which was quite a fun trade that I was actually pleased as punch to be a part of. Not the type of trade I always get to be in. So happy I took that AMD. Did not work out. Ended up losing about 25 pennies in this. We break above 20s. I get out. Shout out to Ike Anderson saying a bear with the bear face emoji. Also, yeah, I guess shout out to bear face from Rockhampton because I accidentally said bear face. But yeah, so interesting look here. We're going to have to see how this goes in this market, but AMD right now still trying to hold 136 as support. Happy I tried the trade, though the trade did not in fact work out. We've got Tesla inching back to 200. We've got SPY hanging out around that 519. We have Palantir still around that 24 area. So let's take a look at Palantir. Oh, Palantir rejecting the 90 MA. I did not hop into this trade because I tried a long earlier. Was basically flat on this. I got out I think 5 pennies out of the money, had a pretty small position, but this PLTR was interesting to me because of earnings coming up. Nice little bounce here around that 24 area. We're now kind of rejecting 24.10s. We'll wait and see what we do here. But before we do that, let's find out about understanding earnings reports with Palantir in mind. We do have them tonight, so keep an eye on that, something to be aware of. But let's talk about, we're going to be talking about earnings all week. But first, before we get into how you trade earnings, you all should also like and subscribe because that's how you be a part of this community. That's how you can vote for the ticker Sean and Neil, Obi and Neil look at. You go in that chat, ! Join space, $, whatever tickers are fancy. That's how you get involved. But you can't do that unless you have
I pity
liked
the fool
and
that doesn't
subscribed.
hit the like and subscribe button.
Shout out to Mr. Neil there, not Mr. T. Mr. Neil, shout that out. But also, what? Oh, okay, cool.
I love when he does that.
Nice job, Neil. But also, we're going to talk about earnings reports. What is an earnings report? So an earnings report is going to be a financial snapshot of a company's performance over a specific period, typically a quarter. We do, as Sharif was just saying there, you have 4 business quarters every year, so each company is going to have 4 reports. They're not always going to be at the same time. So, for example, I've noticed Disney and Microsoft are 2 companies where they'll have their fiscal quarters a few quarters above everybody else. A lot of the other Make 7 names, though, with the exception of Apple, are going to kind of be in line scale of Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. So Q1 will be after, usually around April they'll report. We'll have Q2 around July or August, Q3 around October-ish, November, and then Q4 in around January or February. That's just rough though. And basically this report is going to give you a bit of a quarterly checkup for a business. It'll be like the doctor checking how your heart's doing, texting your reflexes, all of that. But for the market, instead of 1 a year, you have 4. And this will reveal the health, growth, and future prospects of this company. And these reports are the lifeblood of the financial market because what they can do is influence investor sentiment and drive stock prices. They're also really fun and can give you some opportunities if you're an intraday or options trader. Shout out to Danielle Shea, who's always has a lot of interesting options takes on earnings. She talks a lot about the pre-earnings report period, which is about 21 days before the report for options as well. You can check her out. She's usually on Thursdays on the Market Recap. Here's some example of an earnings report. Just one sample. Some things we'll look at. You'll look at gross profit. You look at things like operating profit, your total expenses, your net profit. Some companies have a dividend. And let's say if you announce a dividend at your earnings report, that can impact the stock's price. Also, the announcements of, for example, stock buybacks. We had Apple's record $110 billion buyback program announcement during their Q2 report, which is actually when most companies have Q1 in April. So that's something worth noting as well. Also, if you have companies announcing stock splits, lots of different things to keep an eye on in an earnings report to be aware of. So let's take a look here at earnings per share, which is one key component of an earnings report. This is basically to be net income divided by the total number of outstanding shares. And it's a measure of a company's profitability on a per share basis. You want to think of it as a company's profit divided amongst its shareholders. So all the little shareholders having a piece of that profit pie. A higher EPS is generally going to indicate better financial performance. But also you can have losses per share. I've noticed as well, if you've got a company reporting actual earnings when analysts are looking for losses per share, that can be a great sign. But on the flip of that, if you have losses per share and analysts were looking for earnings per share, that might not be a great sign for this company. I want to shout out as well, TS64 in the chat. You should mention that a single earnings report is an indication of nothing. You need several years to see the trends.
Really?
That is true.
Really?
But also,
have you heard of Nvidia?
Yeah, that's fair as well. Nvidia, a single report can tell you everything.
No.
But I was also going to say, in terms of intraday reactions for our purposes, we often do look at single reports because it's just going to be that one report you get to see the reaction. Tesla can have wild reactions to its report in either direction, and it's really just going to depend on how investors feel about that specific day and what happened. And so I think that's worth noting. Maybe in the larger sense, you can have an earnings report you have to look at the larger sense, but for intraday trading, it was worth noting what is said on that day from what I've seen. Also, just because I saw this in the chat, Eddie R., the holiday today in Canada is just August long weekend. That's the only holiday.
So true.
But it's not a long weekend for the market, so we're still going to continue this lesson. For revenue, another key component of an earnings report, it's going to be the top line, as Sharif was saying, and it's the total income that a company generates from its business operations. And top line of the income statement, it represents the company's sales, sometimes also said as sales or revenue. They're used more or less interchangeably. And strong revenue growth can often be seen as a positive indicator. Sharif just mentioned Nvidia, but those reports are cuckoo when it comes to revenue growth, and you've seen investors react accordingly on an intraday and a long-term basis. Guidance as well is another key component. This is going to be the management's forecast for future performance, which includes expected earnings and revenue, and it sets expectations for investors and can significantly impact stock prices. It could also, as Sharif was alluding to, impact analyst sentiment for their reports coming forward. But also, worth noting too, the other aspect of this as well is analysts can have their own ideas of what guidance might be. So if the company guides above or below what the analysts were expecting them to guide, that can also play a huge role here. When a company beats or misses guidance, that can lead to significant market reactions. One example here as well is Tesla, which had a pretty rough Q1 2024 report back in April. But when Elon Musk said they actually were going to have their production a little bit above expectations for their their economy or their cheaper, less expensive vehicle, that had the stock go up. So any aspect of guidance can be reacted to by these investors, these analysts. You want to look at earnings report much like you want to look at price action as the balance of the evidence. Imagine I chung there. But also you want to talk about the impact of earnings reports in general because they can be huge. Earnings reports can cause significant volatility in stock prices, and a positive earnings surprise can lead to a sharp increase in the stock price. And if you're thinking, hey, what happens in the case of a negative surprise? You're right, it's the opposite. A negative surprise can cause a sharp decline. And again, you never really know what the markets are going to react to. Sometimes they react to these higher prices. Sometimes they react a little bit, sometimes they react to like EPS beat, revenue beat. That's great. They'll react to those even if the guidance is a miss. Other times, one little aspect of the report can cause a huge role. We've seen with Apple when they just had China sales down, a bit of a sell-off a couple reports ago. So definitely worth looking at every aspect. You might not know exactly what aspect the market's reacting to, but as Neil says, there's no good or bad earnings report. It's just what the earnings report is and how the market reacts to it. So you might want to understand all of the components, the balance of the evidence of an earnings report to make informed investment decisions and to see what analysts and what traders might be reacting to so you can trade those intraday reports accordingly. But also there's other ways to learn how to be a trader. Maybe. So let's shout out to our awesome sponsor here at Real Trading.
Sorry about that. I'm ready. There we go. Attention Canadian traders, the Real Trading Campus program is back. Are you ready to elevate your game? Our exclusive program is designed to transform you into a real trader. Dive deep into the market microstructure, explore diverse marketplaces, and master professional execution techniques. We'll focus on U.S. equities, starting with a carefully curated stock list to optimize your learning. As you progress, you'll gain access to an expanded range of symbols. From order types to venue exploration, we've got you covered. This isn't about chasing high flyers. It's about building a solid foundation for long-term success. Don't miss this opportunity to join our upcoming cohort and take your trading to the next level. And obviously, as a graduate of the not the campus program, but the program that we had at the back there, look, it was different, obviously, when I started a couple of years ago. But I got to tell you, there was all sorts of stuff that even though I was trading on my own, I had no idea about. I didn't know about market on close orders or market on open. I didn't know about the euro trade. I didn't know about the what is that called? That trade that you guys do at 350, Rosenblatt trade. There's all sorts of different types of trades that you probably have no idea about that they're going to teach you here on a prop floor. So it was an education in overdrive, to put it that way. So, and that's just my experience of it. From my understanding, they've really amped it up even better. So now it's even more organized. There's more stuff included, and you're really going to have to, bring your learning hat on, because it's not just about showing up and just punching keys. There's actually stuff to learn. So if you're serious about it, that campus program is certainly the real deal. We're in downtown Toronto, but I think it's remote now. So, all right, let's have a look over here. I printed really nicely here on SERV. I got along 14.16. I was able to get everything out at 50. So I'm happy with this trade. Obviously, I could have done a little bit better as it's still going up. The reason I got out here because I saw lots of resistance prints here at 60, 1460. I was convinced kind of would be a line in the sand, and I'm still not technically wrong because we haven't cleared it with any distance. The only wick we have above it is a quick wick into 62 and then a rejection. So the reason I de-risked there was because of the resistance I anticipated at 1460, but that doesn't mean it's not going to continue to go. Great look for SERV. But I would say to you, it's an even better look right now for the likes of Sava and Endo, INDO. Even though it's retraced here off that 1340 down into 310, look what it's holding on to. Yet again, this is finding support for the moment at the 10 exponential on the 5, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. Look what it did before when it met the 10 exponential. There seems to be some sort of dalliance between these two, 1235 and 1240. It basically retraced off highs, came back into the 10 exponential, held up. That wasn't obviously without a wick breach. And we're doing that right now. Here comes 305, possibly 3. We have support at 3. So there was formerly resistance at 3, then you clear 3, and then you start using it as support because you start wicking into 303s, 302s. And in addition to that, you have the 20 exponential also hanging out at 3s. Reason that's important is when a stock is trending, The way I try to get in is to try to get in either on the 10 or the 20 exponential, depending on whether or not the retracement's a bit deeper. Right now, it definitely looks like it's going to be a deeper retracement than the 10. Here comes 3. Time to load this one up on a trading screen and see what's good. This is INDO. Had a couple of trades on it already. One trade, a couple of trades on it. Shout out to Willis Addison, who printed up a storm on INDO. I wonder what he's thinking right now. He's long 240s. We get a move into 340, and then we come back down to test 3. Now look at this area over here. There's umpteen amount of wicks that defended 305, and we're doing that same thing again. We're coming into 305, and it's finding a bid. You're not able to see it reflected as clearly here on the book. You think that, there might be a big buyer with, a disclosed order sitting at 305. That's not how it's looking right now, because the size there looks quite small, yet it's staying up. So what does that tell you? There's likely an iceberg order or people just punching in at the moment as it comes into that 305. But for whatever reason, 305, 3-ish area, an important level right now on INDO. Let's see if it can hold that area. If it holds it, curls back up, getting it on the back end, as Neil likes to say. Have it print a couple of green candles at that key area of support to prove to you it's going to hold up there before you get in if you are risk averse. Another way to get in is to get in at 305 and put a stop a little bit below 3. Or if you really want to give yourself room to move, put it below that 290, 285 area. We have a long consolidation area low there in case you get bamboozled, right? We've heard about this many times before, these specialist breakouts or specialist breakdowns that force the price through a key technical area to stop out people only to go originally in that same direction again. That happens, I don't know how many times a day on different stocks. So keep that in mind. If you're going to get into this, there are bamboozlers out there that are looking to take your money, so you're going to have to be strategic with your stop placement. Let's have a look at Cassava Sciences, because this thing is just on a tear. What a beautiful look today on Cassava Sciences, man. I wish I was able to get in this at 34. I really did my darndest, but it was super spready. It's 35.78 right now. It hasn't even breached the 10 on the day. Now, it's not like printing super crazy highs or anything like that, but it's showing you umpteen amounts of higher lows and higher highs working back into that $0.75 with ultimately 36 really in its sights right now to go to break through that level. So keeping my eye on that. SERV continues to go. So I got out of that way too early, it looks like. This is the line in the sand I was looking at. Oh man, this thing's going to 75s and maybe even 15s. SERV only up 0.1%, but the chart pattern looks awfully good on it. What do we got here in the future? We held 18,000 and now we're weaseling our way back into 18,150. We'll have to see, but that was a nice hold there at that key 18,000 point level, and it also held the 50 on the 5. So not a bad look. How are you doing over there?
I'm doing all right. I think it will probably surprise very few people to say I was just staring at the book for Tesla for that whole time. Took 2 trades on this. I would say of the trades, net positive, still down on the day and in the name. Like I said, I've been hiding my P&L, but just checking to make sure my risk is all good. So I was net positive on these 2 trades because the short ended up taking more than I lost in the long. Opposite. Took more in the long than I lost in the short. I got long here first at 200s because I saw the push into it. We had these topping tail candles in the 5-minute, but like I said, I'm not only trading on the 5-minute. I'm trading on the 1-minute. I'm trading what I see on the book. On the book, we had higher lows here below that 200 level, and we also, on the 1-minute chart, had a clear base here and some higher lows. You're trying to bounce with these bottoming tail candles off the 90 MA. So I liked it as a long. Took 30 pennies as a scalp. Cool, fine. Off that 200. Proud of what I did. Then I ended up going short because we broke below the 200, and then we were seeing below that 200 some lower highs. We were seeing, for example, we get to 199.95. Then we get to 199.90. I ended up getting involved, I think 91s or 89s. Ended up getting out just below $200.10 when I saw we pop back above that level decisively. I was considering getting back on the long at Tesla at $200.20, but I didn't have enough confidence or confidence. That's something I want to work on. Happy, though, that I've tried to attempt to trade these names today. This is my first Black Monday. This is one of the first things Neil said this morning. He comes in, he says, oh, you ready for Black Monday? This is your first Black Monday. Really happy I tried it. So let's see what happens here. UFO money, Palantir after hours is going to push the chips Semis, Nvidia, AI trade higher. Nvidia bottom is in. Nvidia, let's take a look at Nvidia. Nvidia around that level of 101 I talked about liking earlier. It's been kind of a bit of an interesting level. The N to the V to the D to the A. There's some clear support as well here around 100. It's always nice when you have a support around a, not only just a whole dollar level, but one of those $100 levels, which certainly this is. We had a wick up into here, come back, form a nice little base here around 99s. Pop higher, then we find support actually here around 101 with some wicks into 100, pop higher, make this nice bounce here at the 100 level. So good look here. If we bounce off 101s, and as I say that, we're trying to wick lower, bounce off 101s, I'd be actually interested in Nvidia long as an intraday play, of course, as a scalp, but I definitely see UFO money, what you mean. I also like your name, making some money from those UFOs. Around these AI names, let's take a look at Palantir, my dear. Shout out to Palantir. Hold my Palan beer. That's what I've heard in the chat a lot. Palantir trying to bounce off this 9 EMA level here. Let's see if we can Palan clear that area. Definitely nice support here, or Palan clear support around 24s. Let's see what we do here. Right now, I would want a Palantir clear of Palantir until I see what we do with this 9 EMA. It's been a bit of a chop and churn area. Just as I say, we're holding support. Palantir comes back to 24 area. To me, this one's a little bit too bamboozling for my taste, because I wouldn't take it as a scalp. You don't really get enough move for me to scalp this with the kind of size I take. However, I do think we're trying to find some direction. Still on my side chart, still have eyes on it. Let's take a look at AMD as well, which I put it off my side chart in favor of Palantir. Oh, AMD. Look at your topping tail candles. Look at the way you're sitting around the 9 EMA. There is something in the water with you at 137, but I don't know what direction it is. But if I'll be like a shark. I'll try to see if I smell some blood in this water. On AMD, I've got eyes on you. A to the M to the D. How are you doing?
Hooray. Sorry, I forgot to mention this one, guys. This is my mistake. I saw Tank, T-E-N-K, a long time ago. I neglected to mention it. I did put it up, I believe. I didn't. That's why I forgot to mention it. All right, so this is a multiple halter, and I didn't cover it, and for that I'm sorry. But look, it hasn't been that tradable, to be fair, so I'm not that sorry. 907,000 shares traded. Let's flip to the 1 minute over here, because that'll show us the halts a little bit better. So this one didn't do a whole lot. Oh, come on, it's freezing, bro. Come on. Yeah, I know, Fabian. It's a bit annoying there. Anyway, halted right now at 25.95. The high is almost 30, 29.37. This high over here at 8.10. I'm assuming that's an institutional level print at 39, 38.99. Look, it's weaseled its way above the volume weighted average price. It held Friday's close at around 12.5. The only issue with this is the illiquidity, and that's not the only issue. The illiquidity is likely as a result of the multiple halts. So the halt level right now, I just finished saying 25.95. It's an up halt. Looks like there's been up up halts and down halts, obviously, since we are moving off the lows. But the last one that really took us down there, 29.37, was a down halt, and we opened up quite a bit below that. 24.88 there was the print that we got into. So not a good look. I'm back long here on INDO. This is going to be more of a scalp trade. It's going to have to hold 3. If it doesn't hold 3, we're risking 7 pennies and we'll get out. But I've got my beak wetter around 20s. Let's see if we can get it. Okay, so here we go. TENK is open and it's pumping up again. Here comes 28 on TENK. Let's see if this halts. 28.5. Look at that. It just dropped from 28.5 to 27.5. It moved $1 in a second. That gives you an idea of its illiquidity. The fact that the spread is huge. Spreads open up when stocks lack liquidity. And look at this. We just touched almost 29. Now we're going to down halt at 24.60. This is why I didn't touch it. Here comes 24.50. All sorts of weakness. This thing can't stay open. Not surprised. Just wanted to let you know about it, but I'm not going to touch this because this looks like it's very, very dangerous to trade. Now, back to the one that I'm in at the moment, INDO. This is very simple trade. It holds 3 or it doesn't. that's the end of the matter. If it holds 3, we'll continue to ride this one up. If it rejects 3, we're going to risk a little bit here. It's still above that $3 level, trying to hold the 20 exponential. But as I see it, topping tail candle coming in on the 5-minute look. It's on my side chart. So that's never really a good look. Look at this. Now the ask, the offers are getting stacked up at 5s. There's some decent size there at around 5s. Not seeing an equal amount of shares move up with us on the bid once we do move up. So that is a little concerning. Got to keep tabs on that. We're long 7s. It's printing 5s. We're 2 pennies out of the money. Let's not write our obituary quite yet. But the point is to be alert to these things. Locally, there does seem to be a bit of a seller at 10. I don't know how Willis Addison feels on this. He's still involved in it. I don't know if he's watching it, but we did weasel up into 12s. Weren't able to get printed on that. So we're going to pack our patience so long as this thing holds 3, doesn't break 3 on a specialist breakdown. I'm going to continue to hold this and try to eke out some more profits. Cassava Sciences is the trade that was, I mean, this should have been an easy trade because it didn't really go against you all that much if you were getting in at the appropriate price. And I would submit to you that the appropriate price should have been somewhere around the 10 exponential because it's shown you its proclivity to hold on to the 10 exponential. It has not printed anything below the 10 exponential on a closing basis since 10 after 11. During that time, it was quite consolidative. The direction really came after that 11 o'clock time slot. Then we started putting in the higher highs and higher lows, as we can see, and that's when the 10 exponential started featuring here on the 5. Right now, the 10 exponential is at 35 and change, 35.16, 35.20. We're printing 36s right now, so we'll see if we can definitely hold up that level. I'm watching SERV as well as SAVA and INDO for small caps, but you know, it hasn't really been small cap season on the day. I'm sure that's going to surprise nobody, given that the market was almost like trigger down today. I mean, we were not that much. We had about 2%, I think 1.5% from the lows that we got into the pre-market to actually trigger a halt on the actual index. The NQ anyway was a lot closer than the ES. Speaking of the NQ and the ES, we're zigging and zagging. We couldn't break that 18.2 again. So right into 18.1 we go. We put in a couple of topping tails. This is a lower high. And if we break down below 18.1, I think it's going to be really ugly here because that's a low and then that's a lower high. And if we make a newer low below 18.1, watch out. So maybe Dan Emmons was right after all, and he's holding for that circuit breaker down from 18,250. He's 150 points in the money right now. That's something to laugh about. That's obviously big boy money. So shout out, Dan. I hope you print. Obviously, I just didn't think we were going to limit down. That's why I'm chuckling a little bit there. But maybe you know something I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these markets have, they've given you like a little bit of everything, whether you're long, whether you're short. Shout out to Dan Emmons there. Also, shout out to AMD. Not because I'm profitable on it, because no, took 2 losing trades on this, but I have a thesis about this. I don't know if it's going to work out, but man, will I not take my eyes off it until I see what happens here at this 136. I don't want to say head and shoulders, but maybe head and shoulders. Look at this crazy neckline on 136. I've never seen anything like this neckline just below 136. Sorry for yelling, but this is like wild. Look at these wicks we get into it.
It looks really good.
139. Hold 136. Baby sloop. Up into, on a wick basis, that 138. Do you know where our previous shoulder was? That's right, 138. These shoulders are not perfect. They're a little bit Godzilla-ish. You got some spiky shoulders there. Why are people laughing? It's the way I said the sloop. I don't know. But yeah, shout out to everybody. I love this community. Great team there. Let's see, though. We're back below 137. I tried the long at 137.20s. I wanted kind of a scalp long because we were holding that area. Got it at 137, so 20 cent hit. I am not getting back involved in the AMD unless and or until we get back to 136, have a clear rejection. Then I'm taking that thing short with whatever little risk I have left. Man, do I want the smoke on this AMD. You guys don't even know how much I want the smoke on this AMD. Also, I keep seeing everyone eating food, and I'm like very excited for lunch soon. So, where did you go? Where'd you go for lunch, Obi?
Pizza Nova.
Pizza Nova. Shout out to that. So, you had Kellanova, and you also have Pizza Nova. And let's actually let's transition this back to stocks, because that's what I like to do over here. Kellanova, Oh, I said 72 earlier. I said if we can break above 72 would be a good level for Kellanova. With those higher lows, Kellanova was like, I could, but I don't really want to. Kind of stagnated for a bit at 72. Schlump back below 72. Let's see what happens here on this K stock over here. Kellanova is just kind of saying K to the longs. It's up on the day, but it definitely has been higher. Currently down about 14%. At one point I know we were up. We're up about 14%. We were earlier up more than 20%. Shout out to Neil Roberts saying, give me those Godzilla shoulders. Man, do I hope I get those Godzilla shoulders I'm looking for from my pal Amd. Before I pass it over to my pal Sharif, who is a human and not a stock, as I'm talking about AMD being my pal, CrowdStrike. Wow. That I should have been way more aware of this. That 220 area I was talking about, rejection, support. What a range we have here. Bit of a top here, just above 222's base of just below 220. We had someone in the chat saying, it's a wild day when CrowdStrike's up on the day. I agree. This was something I was definitely sleeping on, that CrowdStrike, much like I was sleeping on my kitchen floor on Thursday. So shout out to that. This is a real, you missed this, but I did take a nap on my kitchen floor on Thursday. It was a real thing that occurred. Tired season.
I don't know. I don't mean to throw shade, but you've told me this story before.
No, this is a new story.
Is it not a running story, though, where you nap on the kitchen floor?
That was no, that's actually
my
new.
bad, different one.
That's actually new. I nap on a lot of different
I heard
surfaces.
you saying something to Sean the other day or something.
That was on Friday.
Yeah,
that was on the show.
Was that? Okay.
That was in the market recap on Friday.
Oh, was it? Yeah, because I was watching that.
Oh, you were watching. I forgot you were watching.
It planted in my head, that's why, yeah.
But yeah, so anyways, definitely sleeping in CrowdStrike on that same way. Lots of green candles here, though. I would not be shorting this range. Let's see, though, what we do here. Still have my eyes on Tesla, but I don't really want to waste any risk until I see what I'm looking for in AMD. Though as AMD continues to hold to 137, it's becoming less and less likely that I get my Godzilla shoulder situation. How are you doing?
Not bad. We're still in SCRV, and it's definitely lulling me to sleep. It did break down below 3 ever so briefly, got bought up quite aggressively, so I was happy I put my stop. The appropriate distance, let's call it that, from 3 to prevent against that specialist breakout. But it's you and your luck. Did you put it far enough? Did you not? It really depends on what algo and how far they're going to push it through that level. So anyway, we're above 3 right now, but we're still having that same issue that we had earlier, which was that 310 resistance level. So we're going to have to clear that level before I can get anything possibly on profits here. There's really no point in taking 1 or 2 pennies in the money. I'm also keeping my eye on the future. I am a little concerned. I think we are maybe setting up to sell off here. So we're doing the wick shimmy kind of through 18.1. We're getting up to 18,150, but we're putting now incrementally lower highs, and these 2 candles kind of worried me a little bit. So again, I already said this, but I'm going to say it again. If we break 18,000, that's a newer low and a lower high. The high off which we're basing is at 18,2 and 284, and then the lower high would be 18, maybe 150, something if you really want to round it out. It wasn't 150, and then this is the local area low, and this looks like that head and shoulders that Adara was talking about, possibly on AMD. We'll have to wait and see. It's not as clean of a neckline. The right shoulder a little bit skewed, so maybe, they don't work on symmetry all that much, so who knows? But this one possibly could break down through 18,000. So keep your eye on that, but if we continue to make higher highs, especially if we retake 18.2, I think that analysis won't mean all that much. I've been keeping an eye on Taiwan Semi because it's been recovering nicely, and I've been wanting to figure out a way to get into this. Initially, I was looking at the 20 exponential to get into this. Let me just refresh this screen over here. But it did break below the 20 exponential. So I said to myself, your read on this one is not accurate. But it's now moving up and finding all sorts of resistance with 148. Now, the reason I'm interested in this is because this is also setting up as a possible head and shoulder. Look at this area initially with 148 resistance. We started that resistance from 1110 till we broke through it at 1210. So an hour worth of resistance. We work our way up into 150. That's the head. Left shoulder. Possible right shoulder. Look for a neckline break through 146. So a lot of different names are setting up in this way. We saw Dara analyze it with AMD. I'm seeing it possibly on Taiwan Semi. You're seeing it on some other names as well. So you never really know exactly what could happen here, right? So keeping an eye, you're seeing on the future, which is the other one that I was really looking at here. Possible head and shoulder on the future. Now, Again, the head and shoulders pattern is a reversal pattern. So typically what we want to see before a reversal pattern is a trend that is going to reverse. So if we're seeing a head and shoulders at the top, it should be preceded by an uptrend. And that's what we got essentially since the lows that we printed this morning. That's what concerns me. Now we know that these chart patterns are fractal in nature. They appear on different time frames depending on what, regardless of where you're looking. However, their failure rate goes higher the lower down the time frame you go. So if you saw a head and shoulders on the daily, the chances of that head and shoulders actually failing are lower than if you see it on the 1 or on the 5. Right now, I'm seeing some weakness come in on goggles. I'm seeing some weakness also come in on the futures as we retrace down into 18.1. So I'm all sorts of concerned. I'm not going to lie that we could absolutely turn in the power hour and give up the majority of the gains that we were able to make back. And that's why Dan the Man Emmons is likely holding a piece for the dream. And I was joking that Dan was still holding for limit down, but quite frankly, maybe we do get that limit down. I don't know. I'm not going to make the call, but what I saw this morning and what I saw last night when I opened up my computer and when the future started trading at 6 o'clock, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Initially, we started talking, Alfred and I, my buddies and I, when we were analyzing the market, like, okay, it's more yen related. Then for some reason, I didn't even know about the Buffett sell-off because I was just super busy with the build out this weekend. Couldn't keep an eye on the market. Berkshire obviously had everything on Saturday. They talked about a storm. Didn't even know about that. You come into the market, you see all this red, and I was like, oh, this feels a little different. Then I wake up this morning, and Big Spile's messaging me at 5 a.m. Everybody's messaging me at 5 a.m. from different time zones, telling me the market is like going to limit down. And I was like, okay, this feels a little different. This doesn't feel like, a decent correction. Like we made the argument last week, I believe, that the corrections in July are absolutely normal. That is part of seasonality, and it typically doesn't retrace and break July highs until sometime in the fall, October, late October, early November, whatever it's going to be. I would submit to you probably late November this year because of the election. I didn't expect this to actually, and again, I take everything I say in context because Michael Noss kind of put the sell-off into perspective today when he showed you the daily. We're still in an uptrend. It's just, it felt a little bit different, quite frankly. I'm just speaking for myself here with respect to how much we were down in these year markets. So back to INDO, we got to 310s yet again, and yet again we did reject. So INDO got a seller at 310s, Willis. I don't know how you're playing this.
Yeah, I am. I'm still waiting for my AMD, but I'm taking some scalps in the meantime. One scalp here on the Tesla one, the Cybertrucked one, whatever you want to call it here, this TSLA. We're back above that 2150s. I like the look of it. I, like I said, did not have the best earlier morning today, so I don't have tons of risk here. I want to see us stay nicely above that 201.30. We just bounced off it. Let's see what we get. I would love at least into this 201.70s area. I'm willing to take a couple pennies here because I'm just trying to scalp. I'm trying to practice. I'm trying to get those reps in because that's the way you build your trading muscles. That's the way you build real muscles. The only way you get to Carnegie Hall is through practice, and I think that's also a pretty apt analogy given how I said I'm approaching trading lately, which is as jazz piano. You got to see how those markets are moving, got to see how all of the players in your jazz ensemble are choosing to toot their little own horns or their instruments, and that's how you decide how to get involved. You decide what style you want to take, how you want to get in, when you want to get out, how you want to play with all of these cool jazz cats. So shout out to that. Also, Tesla really not wanting to give me here any of that smoke I wanted, so I got out here at 201.30s. I thought we could maybe be breaking lower. A little bit disappointed, or Tesla pointed, if you will. Now I handled that, but it's all good. I did have a profitable scalp as well on the S&P 500, which I want to talk about. I scalped this short here as we were in uptrend. I know this was really risky, but I saw stuff in the book I liked. It was that 520 breakdown. We break down, we retest, I get involved, take about 10 pennies on this. Again, not the most profitable of trades, but it's about getting those reps in, about getting those sets in, and about working on more things. We had Ram here in the chat, not Ram, but Ram saying, smoke on AMD, please explain this. Yeah, so basically what I was saying is, I talked about my Godzilla shoulders on AMD. I think this is a spiky shouldered head and shoulders. AMD tried to prove me wrong here. We did have a bit of support at 137. I'm not taking this long though because I still think wider, larger scale that it could be a short. I feel better about the short case at 136 or just below 136 than I do about any prefer scalp long. So I'm waiting and I'm trying to save risk for that. Still happy I took the Tesla trade, and even happier with how I executed it, because if I see other scalps, I do owe it to myself to take it. But this is my big white whale trade. This is my AAPL trade, if we're talking Moby Dick. This is the whale that I want, and I'm willing to sit, reel in, and wait for this AMD head and shoulders. But also, if there's any tickers that you feel are your WAHAB, your white whale trades, your big kahuna, there's actually some big kahunas like Neil and Obi who can take you through that in the afternoon. So go to that exclamation point chat, go exclamation point join space $, whatever ticker you're interested in. This is brought to you by Real Trading. Their campus program is open if you live in Canada. And you know, maybe whatever you had for lunch, maybe you had sushi, maybe you had Nobu. We're going to go from Nobu to Nobi, Neil and Obi, in that afternoon session. That was a really dumb pun that I really wanted to say. So shout out there, Neil shrugging. So good luck there. Also, Neil saying that if the market goes, he said this in the chat, if the market limit downs, he will be wearing Ramin's fluffy sweater jacket thing in the market recap. So could be an upside, silver lining if we get a limit down, question mark. I don't know.
I think you should wear it anyway, Neil. I think you should wear it anyway. I think it looks quite comfortable.
It does.
There's a trader that's like 10 feet back there. His name is Joe, and he has like a plethora of different quilts. He comes in the morning. He's like, what am I wearing today? I'm wearing brown. Okay, this quilt will do. And sometimes, you know, he's wearing different colors, so that quilt will do. The point is, if you are short quilts, my man Joe back there is not only 10 feet tall, but he is also the quilt master. There he is, towering over everybody. We should get Wayne to stand beside Joe to show how tall Joe is. Wayne, can you stand up beside Joe? Yes, he can't hear.
He's just talking.
All right, well, we'll stop trolling Wayne now. All right, so we're dropping here on INDO. So we're back at $3. I've got my stop at 297. If we don't hold 3 here on INDO, that is the end of my trade. There does seem to be a bit of a buyer support at 298. We're long 307s, so we'll lose 10 pennies on this if we do get stopped out. But it's been holding 3, but it's also been rejecting 310. And I've been waiting at 315 the entire time, and I haven't even gotten close to get printed because it hasn't broke 310s. So let me tell you about that. Let me also tell you about this. TENK is absolutely flying, and so is Cassava Sciences. TENK is up 192% now. I don't personally think it's tradable because the spread is quite ridiculous. The spread right now is about $1.57.
Oof.
Yeah. I mean, it's insane. Yeah. It's like very Lily-esque there.
It is very Lily-esque.
Yeah.
Shout out to volatility.
Volatility, yeah. But the point is, this is not an $800 stock. It's a $37 stock, and it's the #1 gap scanner on my list. You think there'd be more market participants chiming into this one, but it doesn't feel like it's small cap kind of day. This thing's moving dollars at a time. Please, if you're going to trade this, be careful and make sure you are managing risk effectively. There's no point, in being a hero. You want to be around to be able to trade a next day, not, have your account blown up or get margin called or whatever the situation is. Anyway, Cassava Sciences continues to pump 32% or thereabouts now on only 7 million shares. So again, the shareage there is not really it's not outsized, but the price action movement here on Cassava Sciences is very good, which means what? Which means it's not being met with a wall of sellers because the volume isn't that high, yet we're really ascending here aggressively, 30 some odd %. So there doesn't seem to be a whole bunch of, detractors to this name, at least not on the day. So we'll have to keep an eye here on SAVA, 38.55 high a day. I did zoom out on this and look at the chart before to figure out, where exactly we would encounter resistance. And we're above, man, that 36.5. We're well above that. Now we really got to start looking at that 41 1/3, possibly right here. Okay, so the level that we're at right now takes us all the way back to the high of January 23rd of last year. So it's been a year and a half since we've touched anything close to this price here on Cassava Sciences. The next level up is going to be that 41 1/30. That is a wick, not a closing print. To look at closing prints, we're looking at 45. Prior to that, we're kind of in a bit of a void between this general like 40-ish area to that 45 area. But cassava size has been an absolute rocket on the day. It's just been a bit tougher to get into. For me, now ex post facto, looking at it, it looks like the easiest trade in the world. Obviously, that was not my sentiment. INDO right back into that 309 level again. So it does break 3, makes a newer low, but that flat top is still in play. It might be time for me to exit this as there's only 11 minutes left on the show before we send you the big kahunas. They're going to be taking you into power hour, and I'm going to submit to you that this is one of the most important power hours we're going to be in a really long time, because if we retrace some of these moves, oh baby, get ready, hold on to your hats. We're going to see what power hour brings, but right now the market did recover nicely. Who knows for how long though? And even if we recover today, who knows what the sentiment's going to be like for a little bit of time, right? Again, seasonality is a thing. At least I feel it is. The degree with which you retrace, though, I think was a little bit worrisome for me yesterday, because we saw the retracements in the past in July. We've been doing it every year. Every year we come in to that late summer, early spring. We sell off. We don't get back to the highs until late November, December. It's a seasonality thing. It's a real deal. This one feels a little different. Anyway. All right, let's see what everybody's talking about there in the chat. I have a few minutes left before we get up. Zach Bobek says, time to short AMD. You had a really interesting look on that.
I actually just took a short on AMD. I know I said I was waiting for that 136. Didn't have a lot of risk. Oh, I don't know. What were those? I don't know what that voice was. But I did get short here earlier than I wanted to, because I said, Adara, sure, you can have your 136 short. But if you feel good about a short earlier, you have a clear level from which to short it. What was that clear level, you may ask? That 136, I think it was 136.70s. We kept bouncing off that level. I said, Adara, you get a nose below what was this? That level, 136.70s. You get a hair below that, you go short. I got short 60s, got out 35s, took 25 pennies on AMD, but I'm not satisfied yet. No, because I think AMD can get to that 136, and I think it can break below. Got out of the trade though, because as I said, I did not have a lot of risk here. I made some decisions that will require some aggressive journaling earlier, mostly with Tesla, where I should have scalped out earlier than I did. I was sort of SPY short that was 50 pennies in the money that I let go against me for reasons. I don't know. I wanted more. I was getting greedy. No, greedy is an Ariana Grande song and it's a Tate McRae song, but it's not what you should be in the market within reason. You want to balance your fear and you want to balance your greed. And I did not in that situation, but I wanted to with this AMD trade. We got briefly below 136.30s before wicking back up. That's when I got out around 35. So that is what happened on this market. Let's see what's going on here in this AMD though, because I do agree with the short thesis. Basically, before what Drew was kind of alluding to when he passed this off to me was, I liked this Godzilla looking head and shoulders on AMD. We have some obvious resistance here right below that 138 level with a clear area of resistance ahead at 139. Now I call it a Godzilla shoulder because we have a little bit of a choppier shoulder here. And we're really taking our sweet time here. If we get right back below 30s, which to me is the most recent level of support for whatever reason in AMD, 136.30s, if we get below 30s, I am tempted to take this short into 136, but you know my big white whale level on this is 136. I have no idea if we're going to get that in these last 8 minutes of the midday. I'm tempted to think that we won't, though we do have a bit of a curl down here on the Qs and the TQs, but let's find out what goes on here in this market here, because the TQ, much like AMD, looking a little Godzilla-esque with head and shoulder, but this one, as Sharif said, it looks like it did not work out. It's right shoulder enough here. That right shoulder is not having the same kind of gains that we had in this left shoulder. It's just a little bit harder to read. That being said, our neckline is also not as clear as what we have in AMD, and we also have a bit of resistance here and support flip-flop at 53.80, which I think is worth noting. For me, whatever you want to call the neckline in this, for me, the TQ neckline is 53.80, given that clear resistance support flippity-floppity we had here. Shout out to Opie, who was shorting the TQs earlier. We're going to find out a little bit more of those trades. May the force be with everyone as they head over to to Sean and Obi pretty soon. Also, your head and shoulder analysis getting a lot of love here in the chat. That is for sure, just on this market as a whole. I cannot believe we only have 7 minutes left, Sharif.
We do. Adira, I have another head and shoulder analysis. This is obviously not good for my own portfolio, as I have a lot of shares of Apple. But here it is. This is the truth. This is a head and shoulders on Apple, and it's a gap down to initiate the right shoulder. That is not good. Okay, so this is an obvious head and shoulder pattern. It doesn't have to have equidistant shoulders from the head. Doesn't work that way. The neckline is a little bit tilting to the upside, which, depending on which analyst you read, is actually a little bullish. But what really concerned me is that gap down below 215. Look at this. There's all sorts of defense at 215 on the daily. This is the daily on Apple. And then you tank. You come to 196, and then your high of the day is the low end of that consolidation zone. That is dangerous for Apple. Again, I personally am buying this for more of a fundamental reason rather than buying it on technical analysis. But from the technical perspective, this is very bearish. And I was talking to Jay Lee in the chat. Shout out to Jay. He's like, look, Uncle Warren knows you got to sell this, that, and the other. All right. Well, you know what? This is the look right now. And I'm going to absolutely admit that this is very, very bearish. However, I don't know if this is going to be the trend from now on. So let's see if it's actually the case on different charts as well. You're not really seeing that head and shoulders too much on different charts. Let's check out Tesla. Tesla had an inverse head and shoulders, actually. So I doubt that we'll see a head and shoulders. No, you're only seeing it really on Apple. I mean, I do my nightly charting every day on the daily, and that one really stood out to me like a sore thumb. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. Personally, I think it's awfully bearish that we have that key area of technical support at 215, only to kind of almost make it our way up there to 213.50, only to reject that level. I think that's quite bearish, where support flips to resistance. That's just kind of my personal opinion there. Let me know what you guys think. Adrian says, Apple is bearish, holding my short even being red. Shout out to you. Tony Price says, buy the dip. I bought some at I'm not going to say exactly how much I bought, but I did buy some today at 200, which obviously had the effect of changing my cost basis. So now my cost base is a little bit higher. Solarific says Apple is a double bottom to me. That's interesting. Let me ask you something, Solarific. Are you charting on the daily, or are you doing an intraday analysis here? Because what I'm looking at was on the daily. So let me know what you think about that. What else are people talking about here in the chat? Looks like head and shoulders on INDO. Yeah, I totally forgot I was in a trade on INDO. Let's find out how we did. Oh, we did very well. Good, there we go. So we get that break through 15. Please this punch. I've only had one negative name on the day today, and that was, Apple. Funny enough, everything else has been positive.
Good to you.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's all good. Yeah, we'll see how much this can get up. I'm going to move up my stop now on INDO, just to coincide with my entry. Otherwise, we're going to see if we can get possibly here the $0.25 on Indo. Yeah, so pleased with this. Here come 20s. All right, so we're moving up nicely. A bit of a seller here on 20 as the size shows up, down into 19s. We go on the ask. So we'll pack our patience with this one. But yeah, INDO still giving you a trade, guys. 38 2/3 here, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, what a day it has been. So many exciting things to look at and talk about here. I'm still looking at my AMD as AMD gets very close to that 136.35. Really happy with how we scalped out of that 25 penny short scalp. But you guys know the trade I'm really waiting for. This is my snack. This is my appetizer, okay? That was my hors d'oeuvres. That was my tapas. The real trade, the meaty trade here for AMD, if she'll have me, is that 136 breakdown. Do I want that smoke? Oh my gosh, I do. This is like the mac and cheese trade for me. This is like the big meal. This, that, I really like mac and cheese. It's the protein. It's the bread and butter. It is what I want. I don't think I'll get it, but as we get close to that 136, I'm watching what we do with the book at 136. AMD, are you ready for me? Because here I come. I don't care if you're ready. I'm ready to come for you if you break that 136 decisively. I didn't think I would get this opportunity in the midday. I said, I don't know if we'll actually get this. But we're looking here for a little bit below 136, around 135.90s. That is what I want. That is the smoke in which I am deeply interested. That is what I want here from this AM dispensary. Let's see if we get what we want here on this chip. but let the chips fall where they may. Crowd up 2.6%. Cloud emoji, says Ricky Peters. Yeah, CrowdStrike has certainly been striking the longs with a great opportunity. Oh my God, CrowdStrike, I need to be paying better attention to you tomorrow. Resistance support flip just below 220s. I talked about that, but also another one now coming in at 222.60s. Some aggressive journaling and charting to be aware of here on CrowdStrike. AMD, you were at 135.90s. Is it time to go short? Are we breaking below? Yeah, I think so. I think we are. Let's get involved in 95s. I don't know if we'll get 95s. Let's try 94s. Oh, let's try 95s. We're going to have a smaller position here because I don't have all of that much risk because decisions were made. We're excited for some aggressive journaling. If we break decisively above 136 here, I'll get out. I have no qualms. I am qualmless. But you know what? You do miss 100% of the opportunities you don't take. And given how much I was obsessed with this AMD trade, I literally waxed poetic about it on and off for the entire last hour of this show, more or less. I absolutely feel like I owe it to myself to attempt this AM dizzle. My level I'll be watching here is going to be around 135.45. That's going to be about a 50 penny winner. That would be basically that previous area of resistance, which is why I like it. AMD, you're below 136. I like that. But what I like even more is if you scooted yourself a little bit lower, just a little bit. Let's see if we can do that crab walk to the downside on this AMD. We cannot decisively reclaim 136, so that I certainly like. What is else happening over here? We've got, AMD, we're pushing higher here. Let's get out as we get to that 136.20. Trade didn't work out. Happy I took it. Definitely down on the days. It's not my best day, but we're going to have to wait and see what happens tomorrow. I can't believe it's already 159, guys. I hope you had a great day here on this show. I had a lot of fun looking at these markets. Definitely, like I said, not my best trading yet. We're going to shout out Sharif for his awesome trades there. We definitely not puff passing on that Indo. We had Will Status in the chat as well. And Indo, in a couple seconds, then we're going to go to another kind of green. It's going to be the green screen with Sharif. And we'll see the big kahunas, Obi and Neil themselves. Right now, though, let's talk about Sharif and that green screen. We will see you guys tomorrow at the same bat time and the same bat channel. Let go.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about it every day. Sean's on vacation, but guess who's here? Obi. He's with Neil. They're locked, they're loaded, they're ready to take the trades as decided by you. So make sure to join the Midday Show on How to Trade with Adair and I and get into that chat and vote for your favorite stocks every day, and we'll have the big kahunas cover it for you. First, though, we'll look at the triple Qs. Yeah, if you're just joining us now, yes, this actually happened. We gapped down almost 7.5% overnight. It was 5.5%, I believe, at the lows, breaking through all the resistance levels or support levels, on the way down. It was a hell of a recovery, though, since the bell. We're up markedly since printing those local lows. We'll get the big kahunas to cover that in a second. This is Nvidia, and they did sadly have a negative catalyst on the hopper today. The Blackwell, the B200 chip. This one was supposed to be the next gen of AI and was being ordered by all the hyperscalers. It looks as if, though, they won't be able to produce that in time for delivery in this year. So we're going to have to kick over all that revenue they're going to generate into the next quarter for 2025. So we'll have to see how that does. Market making them pay. But like everything else in tech, guys, nice buyback during the regular hours.
Unbelievable bounce. The only thing more ridiculous than the bounce in the market this morning is the skyline of Toronto on this mug that I just realized I'm having for my cup of tea on. For those of you that are not Canadian, this is ridiculous. Why would the CN Tower, which it used to be the world's tallest structure, be lower than the rest of the skyline? It's not that difficult. It's literally the only thing famous when you look at the skyline. Maybe it should be a little bit higher. To me, this kind of a fail would be the same as shorting the absolute low today and then just averaging it all the way and then holding it to the top. At some point, it's obvious that you're wrong. Literally every single picture of the CN Tower will confirm that this is ridiculous. The tea is tasty, though. It's peppermint. So Nvidia was like pretty much everything else today in the absolute dump. So let's just give you, whoa, look at the wicks on that chart. Okay, I'm going to stick with the 3-minute. And then we'll go to a higher time frame on my weekly. Because we said this morning you'd be looking at a lot of weeklies and maybe monthlies. So if you start from that standpoint, on the weekly Nvidia, it went pretty much exactly where you would expect on that dip. All roads led to this breakout on the weekly, right around just underneath $100. ends up catching a bid. So where did you find resistance? Oh yeah, that's right, in and around the $100 level. Unless you had this one at the open, I kind of liked Apple. We'll get to Apple at some point. I thought Apple 200 was going to be the one. That's what I went for this morning. And then I just had to wait for Nvidia. It was a 100 breakout into, hey, there's resistance on a lower high. So shorting along the trend line, broke trend line, short again, tried to break the top, long out, went back under, and then long back into support where we shorted before. So it's just all scalping, with the biggest trades being in and around that 101 when it established a lower high. Sometimes just wait for the stock to get to the area that you want to trade. Then when it shows you what you're looking for, which for myself, I was actually looking short initially, was get the short where it's good, be willing to get out when it holds that trend too strongly, reestablish at the high of the day, try it when it breaks the trend, potentially in the VWAP, get out when it breaks out, get out when that long doesn't work, don't trap yourself at the top. That's the way I like to look at things. And this afternoon, well, what do we have to look at? $100. We've now double bottomed since noon at $100. If we lose $100, I'm looking short on Nvidia. If we hold $100, I think the longs can still work. But at the end of the day, you just couldn't fight any one of these in that early move to the upside. And if you were watching any kind of a level 2, you'd understand that that initial move was absolutely insane. You'd try to focus on one stock and then try to get it if you could at the open. Things calmed down after a few minutes, but wow, those opening candles. That's what happens when everyone's panicking.
Yeah, exactly. Right off the open, we saw that aggressiveness come in. Again, not just Nvidia, I think Apple we were talking about as well, straight through that 200 mark and really kind of pushes almost over 10, was it over 9 or 10 points to the upside here. But yeah, no, Nvidia kind of holding its the upper end of the price action from the morning session there. So yeah, I guess we are trading above VWAP. We're holding some of these levels from the morning session. 98.70s was that first little pullback right here. Is this 98.70s? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, 98.70s is the low on that candle, and then a little bit lower right here. What is that? 98.60. So yeah, we're still holding above those lows, but price action going a little bit sideways. We've slowed down a little bit. Don't really have the same kind of momentum and aggression that we had right off of the open there, especially here on Nvidia. But take a look at this. Just looking back at it, Nvidia had that bit of a bounce off that 100 level, and then some more like solid supports in around the lower 100s. We're holding that as highs as of right now. Bigger picture, can't be forgetting, I got to keep reminding myself, is that Nvidia's been selling off of its all-time highs at 141s, been making incrementally lower lows and lower highs with that 100 bounce, and now breaking and trading and shopping around, doing lots of volume here on the day in and around this 100 level. So going forward this week should be interesting, as Nvidia, again, one of the top leaders of our constituents when it comes to futures.
Yeah, the SPY's next here, guys. About down 2 3/4, up about 1 1/4, 1 1/5 since the bell has rung. But look at this chart pattern right here. I just finished talking about this on the midday show with respect to Apple, but a very similar look. And I'll get the Big Kahuna's comment on this as well. This looks like a bit of a head and shoulders right there. Consolidation pattern, we move up, and there's the neckline break. And most telling, though, this is what concerned me the most. And it's a gap down. It's an aggressive gap down through the neckline break. Separately, obviously, the major indexes selling off as a result of weaker than expected economic numbers, specifically that non-farm payrolls coming out on Friday, well below the estimates, well below expectations that had everybody talking on the weekend, guys.
And look, that had everybody talking on the weekend. The thing that had everyone talking this morning were things like limit down, which you were within, what was it, 2 points, I guess, 2 and change of a limit down situation on the futures, which we haven't seen since the pandemic. The other thing, subject of a poll we have, if you want to check out this poll or just be in the chat, hit the like, hit the subscribe to be in the chat to engage with us. And if you want to vote in this poll, which says, oddly enough, will we get an emergency rate cut? Right now, most people are saying it's going to be no, 71% no, 29% yes, got 175 votes. As they come in, I'm suspecting most people will say no. The last time we had an emergency rate cut, which would mean the Fed makes the cut outside of their meeting, right? So they just do it in between meetings. It does happen. The last 2 times it happened was for COVID. It was twice in March that they did emergency cuts. March 3rd, 2020. I'm reading it. I don't have it memorized. and then March 15th, 2020, they actually did emergency cuts. I think that's pretty unlikely, but this is the way people were talking this morning. And to Sharif's point, the gap down, yes, it's concerning, but when you have that much panic and a bid gets caught, it can be insane. Now it's where we're bouncing to that I think would be some concern, because you're bouncing right into an obvious area, go all the way back to May, and this was your May support line. That's what we're bouncing back into and seemingly running out of steam. So you're seeing another, a kind of intraday head and shoulder pattern where you're trending into VWAP. If we don't hold VWAP, I'd be a little concerned. I've already said we're not going limit down this afternoon. I will do the aftermarket show, and it's apparently a blanket that Ramin has. It looks like some kind of a sweater, which I fully said, if I wear that on the aftermarket show, you guys will think I'm a pimp. The way it looks. No, seriously, I'm going to look like Superfly. But we're not going limit down anyways, but I will put it on, and I will look like Superfly if I do it. Right. Oh, and then before we jump out of here, so VWAP, if we lose it on the SPY, I think we're in trouble. I'm kind of leaning to a pullback, but don't forget to check out stonks.com. Why? Because today, it's actually, the earnings today are Palantir. Come on. Sean may be on vacation, but Palantir earnings, all you got to do is scan that QR code, hop on over to their website, claim your free entry for a chance to win $1,000 prize pool. You can see the prize pool here. I'll just click on it. First place, if you get the closest price, and I believe 4:30. So check that 5 o'clock. Wherever Palantir is at 5 o'clock, closest price first gets $250, then $150, then $100, and the top 50% all get pieces of the remaining $500. So all you got to do is hit the claim. I'm doing it for you live here. I'll claim it. I don't know what my bid is going to be just yet, so I've done it. I can make my prediction. I'm going to think about this one. I always use some version of 22, 42, 69, that kind of a thing, but maybe I'll go for 22.69. Submit prediction. There you go. So I'll keep it relatively simple. It's 42 or 69. You know how I roll, Obi. One or the other. So let's see if you can beat me. I won like $6, I think it was, when we had Meta earnings. Oh goodness. Okay, so SPY, VWAP. We'll see if it can hold on to it. Obi.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, I like that. I like those numbers there. Okay, all right, I gotta get back to the SPY here.
Stay focused.
All right. Yeah, I gotta stay focused. Okay, so Spider, nice little bounce off of the open there. Pre-market lows, 507.90s. Again, yeah, we were sold off quite aggressively over the past, over the end of the last week, and then a bit of a gap down coming into today, and 507.90s low day, holding that trend, reclaims that VWAP. Again, I'm not, I was not necessarily respecting this information, even though I kind of was reiterating to myself, oh, just get with the trend. But in my mind, I'm like, this is the trend. But again, we kind of come back in and test the highs of this trend. As of right now, we're taking a little bit of a pullback, a bit of a breather back down into VWAP there as price kind of goes a little sideways. As you can see on the NQ and the ES as well. So yeah, Spider, nice little. I kind of missed my reversion trade on it as well. A little bit of a scalp off of the break of this morning momentum. But again, we've slowed down a little bit. I'm curious to know what the rest of the week is going to entail with this kind of price action here on the Spider today. Should be interesting. I got to stay nimble. I know nothing, but I got to, go at it as what's the saying? As the punches. Take the punches.
Exactly.
Roll with the punches.
You got to stay fly. Stay super fly.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, let's go back over to the screen, talk some Palantir with the pimp of the year.
What I wonder about, Obi, you know what I wonder about? How Ram keeps this on. This is as heavy as Ram right here. Like this, equal weight to Ramin. Shout out to Ram. Baby made me wear it. I love it. Guys, Palantir is reporting after the bell today. 4:05 is going to be the time. Make sure to catch that with Neil and Adara on the aftermarket recap show. But what a recovery. Right there is where we close out on Friday. Right there is where we gap down. Look at the attempted gap fill on Palantir. It's interesting, especially with earnings ahead of us, that it would get bought up like this. Still down 3 2/3%. We'll keep an eye out for this one. Expected to beat, guys. And people were talking about if they had a better than expected report, that they would actually be able to breach that $30 technical resistance level. That's obviously in doubt now.
Yeah, and I put this in the chat. What you guys can't tell, because he's in front of the green screen, that thing is very green. Like, I know it looks like whatever the weird color it looks like. It's because of the green screen. Spoiler alert, that's a green screen next to us. But look, Palantir, I actually see a short for Palantir right now. And this, I feel like is obvious why. Let's talk, earnings are earnings. They're going to be after the bell. Stick around for the aftermarket show. We'll have Michael Noss on. We'll talk about their earnings. 14% expected move. 14%. Well, you already had 21, watch, check that. 2080 to 2430. Like, we've already had a 370 move. Like, that's the earnings expected move from bottom to top here. And now you're starting to break down under 24. So you can see that on the 15-minute. I think if you're losing this little breakdown here, it's breaking 2380 with a local high of 2390. So I think it's kind of an easy look for a short, and I didn't have a stop order. Now I'm just going to be trying to get 77s if I can, maybe get a little wet the beak at 75, and then see if we can't get more closer to 80. So there we go. Like, that's, to me, a consolidation break, support turning into resistance. If we break out above 90, I'm out of the trade. Very, very simple idea here on Palantir, like a host of other things. Unbelievable rally. And I know we have earnings, but if it wants to retrace into VWAP or halfway to VWAP in the next 20 minutes or 30 minutes, no worries whatsoever. Ooh, I just saw something. I want to see if I can post it. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on a second.
Yeah, no worries. I can.
No, I just got it because Katina just Sean. So my high school buddies, I've known Sean since high school. Like, a lot of people get called by the last name. So sometimes I fall into it, not usually on the show because Sean's next to me, but so the market sucks. It doesn't suck. The market's been good, but Sean just posted from London. There he is, Sean with his wife Marissa, sporting the Blue Jays hat. I love it. So he's off on vacation, much deserved, having a heck of a lot of fun. Enjoy it, Sean. We're holding it down over here. Although, unfortunately, I'm shorting Palantir right now. So he probably wouldn't like that. But it is what it is. He's having fun. We're all having fun. Let's get back to brass tacks. Palantir already starting to roll a little bit over.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so a bit of a break of trend there. And shout out to Sean in London. That's solid. Rocking the Blue Jays
Represent.
Represent. Yes, sir. Thank you. 21 hold, 2082 right off of the pre-market lows, rips right up. But take a look at this. Nice little dissipation of the bid, and that crack right back through 24, getting a nice little pullback here, and can't really get past some of those prior day levels as well. Now, again, remember, this is earnings eve, and we've had some strength here on the day. Is it doing some relative volume? Yes, it is. Just over 2 times our vol here on the 5 period I have, and we're catching a little bit of a pullback, a break of trend, maybe a potential reversion I'm smelling, Neil. I like the look on this one here, but Palantir, let's see what we do going forward on the day today. Again, don't forget, earnings tonight.
It might have been the Cajun fries you're smelling, but we'll see.
Perhaps.
Yeah, those smell really good, especially when you were trying to work during the midday, Neil. No, HIMS, next on the list, outperforming the market up about 1%. This one sold off a little bit last week, but it has been mostly positive as a result of Eli Lilly and some of the other weight loss GLP-1 makers now not dealing as much with the backlog of that product. They sell that to online clients. So keeping an eye here on HIMS, guys. Still having trouble, though, with that $18 area that we had on Friday. We're not able to take through the highs.
I was just about to point out, this would look interesting for an 18 break. So the bounce that HIMS is having, what they want to do is have the bounce that Sava has had. Not like the HIMS bounce is okay, the Sava bounce has been insane. So it's done step one. Step one is make a low after you've been smoked. So there is smokage. There is it making a low. This is it trying to break back out. This would just simply be going back to last week, Thursday's bottom. If it can take it out, I think this looks pretty spicy through 18, whether or not you're able to get it. That's about the only trade I'd look for. This could actually be a reversion off of 18, as it might be breaking a very steep trend as we speak. But already in a Palantir reversion. Oh, and I'm also in a Snapchat. So very quickly, Snapchat $9. Snapchat, break trend. This is just the trade that I'm in. So Snapchat broke trend, didn't get to VWAP, came right back in, tagged the mid-90s again. This time it got to VWAP. I held on to a piece all the way back, small piece, and then when it failed the high, it just got back into the short here at 94. The top is 97, and it's falling right back into VWAP one more time. I'm actually going to get another bid out in front of VWAP just in case we get to 75s. So this is another reversion trade that just found a resistance level and then shorting off of that resistance. I think HIMS does make sense at 18 as well. But there's plenty of places you can look for that kind of a trade. Rather it be somewhere that I was already trading and a stock that you already have a read on, as opposed to jumping on over to, something that I can't remember the last time I traded HIMS at all. Like Palantir we trade, HIMS probably not, but that looks pretty solid for a little bit of a short trade off of 18, I guess.
Yeah, it's again interesting. Look at that earnings tonight, I guess. That's what it says right here on HIMS, and we've been only catching a bid all day. So yeah, let's see if it kind of turns, if it breaks that trend here. But it's looking at, like, if you compare this back with Palantir, Palantir has definitely turned and broken its trend, but HIMS still holding as of right now. But yeah, you're right. That 18 looking quite interesting. As look at that flush. Strong flush happening last Thursday, comes in right on top of that 18. We consolidate all day below 18 on Friday there, and now we just kind of magnet right back up into that 18 level as well. And yeah, should be interesting going forward what it does with this 18, just based off of what price kind of did interacting with that 18 over last week here. Again, earnings eve, another earnings eve name today is this one, Hims and Hers Health. We shall see what this one entails going forward today as well. But yeah, strong trend, maybe a reversion. You're right. I'm looking for, maybe potentially looking for that as well. If this strong trend to the upside starts to break down, we've seen it already interact with 18 in some interesting ways over last week.
Apple, last on the list here, aggressively down to start the pre-market, coming into that 196 area, breaching that 200 area of technical support. I'm going to say the same thing I said about this one as I said about the futures. This is an awfully looking head and shoulders pattern over here, and the most notable part about this is that gap down to break the neckline. That concerns me a little bit here, but there was a reason for this entire sell-off. Warren Buffett, obviously, and Berkshire Hathaway had their earnings on Saturday, where he disclosed that he got rid of about half his Apple shares, still holding Apple, and it's the largest part of his portfolio, but looking to be in cash is Berkshire Hathaway, about $203.25 billion worth of cash there. And it's just a matter of what these other hedge funds want to do with their Apple shares now, guys, below the break on Friday.
Yeah, and looking basically like, that SPY chart, the Apple chart, they're not going to be dissimilar. When I checked my notes this morning, the stock I liked for was like the June breakout level of 2,000, literally reading it, is held so far. Key bounce spot is it will be down 10% on a slight break. So 200 was there for you with the open. What I can tell you is what the books look like and the manner in which things were trading made it not that easy of a long to get, depending on how you normally execute. Like if you use a stop order as you're breaking through and fire a limit order as opposed to a market order, which I do not use market orders to get into position. Obviously, it would have been better to have just taken a market order through 200. Clearly, when you look at the chart in hindsight, a market order fills anywhere. Even if you get filled at 202, like, well, that's a bad fill. Well, not a red candle till it got to 207 or 207.80 or 208. Like, that would have been nuts. That said, the 200 break was a trade that I missed. I did not chase Apple. I'm now looking at essentially lower highs and lower lows until we get back to the morning support line of 207.5, where I think would be an interesting spot for Apple to pick up a bid. You're still above 18,000 on the NASDAQ, and as long as that's the case, you want to find some bullish-looking stocks to be long. Though I'm not feeling as if Apple right now is setting up super bullishly. I don't even know if bullish, that's probably not even a word. Like I look at Meta, which was also super strong. It's got some lower highs and lower lows, pulling back into morning support. It's all very similar setups here that I think I want to be patient for. So let's be patient. If we lose 18,000, I feel like things could get interesting or nasty. If I don't find an obvious long, Nvidia 100 makes some sense. I think this is the kind of afternoon that you just don't want to LFT yourself. We had such great moves this morning This is not the afternoon that you want to like go from green to red, because the chances that you're going to get the kind of explosion and moves and volatility this afternoon you got this morning, they're relatively low because it was an outlier morning that we had. So be careful with that notion and don't try to force too many home run style trades. If something sets up, something simple, then I like it. So I'm not really seeing anything on Apple till we get down to VWAP or that morning support. Still in the same pocket here for Palantir, scalps them out, re-entered up here in the 80s, and sitting on the bid at 60. So keeping it very, very simple here and waiting around till we get to support on Apple.
Yeah, I like that look as well. That level kind of stands out right away. When you pull up that chart, it's very, very distinct. Nice little chop, 210s, what is that, 211 and change, all the way down at 207 halves-ish, 208s, nice little hold as well. Now we're trading just slightly above that, but we're making lower highs and lower lows as well on Apple. But it should be interesting. I have no idea where this action could take us, but the trade, I think, Neil, was off of the open. We talk about that 200 rebreak. We come in, again, just price action base. We lick grab the pre-market lows right here at that 196. We rip right back up. Look at that consolidation right before the open, and the consolidation that encompasses the opening imbalances as well. A little bit of confluence right at that 200 with this pre-market, earlier pre-market consolidation or lows here. See that 200, a little bit of a bounce, comes back in, and then retest that 200, and it can't really get back above. So kind of that confluence giving the perspective of this might be an interesting level to watch. And look at that opening right off of the open. You rip through that 200, you break through these pre-market highs pretty aggressively, very quickly, and look at that, it holds the bid. This is a 3-minute chart. Let's go down to the 1 minute and kind of take a look at that opening action right there. Look at that. Straight first minute right there, you get that nice little lick grab, you break the opening range high of the first minute candle, and then you're off to the races there. All the way to 210s is where it really starts to kind of slow down and go sideways, and we've been pretty much only going sideways. Sure, we attempt to break the range high a little bit, gets about roughly about 2 points above that with a 213.50 high. We came right back in to that morning kind of range in between that 211 and 208, 207 and some change as of right now. So sideways Apple, but take a look at this. We're holding way above in the upper quartile of that strength that Apple has had off of the morning session. So it should be interesting going forward today. The DAC holding that 18th thou as well right now. We saw what that 18th thou was doing all morning long, a little bit of selling, and then we break through those sellers. Talk about being offside. I was definitely offside. I was talking about, players offside. I was the player offside a little bit in the morning. I was definitely wrong on this short idea here on the TQs. Again, I was like, okay, well, I have a little bit of a bias for continuation to the downside. Neil's right. A lot of chatter about potential limit down, and I got a little lost in the sauce with that idea there. And even as I reiterated to myself, like, oh, buddy, you got to go with the trend. Stay with the trend, especially above VWAP. But what am I doing? I'm shorting these pops. But now something I do have to note is that on some of this position, I was a point in the money, 2 points in the money sometimes as well, but I took nothing off. And that's something of concern as well. If you're over a point in the money on the TQs, you know what the ATR on that thing is? You got to take some profit.
Especially counter trend.
Yeah, especially counter trend, right? So that's something I definitely have to be. I guess I'm aware of it, but I need to be more nimble with my positioning, and part of that might be just taking more shares. So I'm content with what I have and kind of piecing some off. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what amount of shares you have. In my head, it's like, can you make the right decisions irregardless of size? That's the only way you're going to properly be able to kind of size up and really improve and get bigger, right? So
that's an important point.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, yeah, thank you for that confirmation there, but. Yeah, no, for sure. You want to speak a little bit more?
The only reason I say that is it's like I want to use a Mamba reference. So everyone, if I'm going to say Kobe Bryant, then just think of like the best athlete that you know, or someone that's amazing, that's contemporary to people now. No, but like the best athletes, and I've been around some when I was in university, like track for like the people that made it to the higher level. And one thing you noticed about was their practice habits. The best, like when Mamba is doing practice. Like he's acting like it's the game. He has the same level of intensity when he's going through drills. He goes at that level because when you then get into the game, you're then doing things just the way that you always do. You're not trying to step your level up. You go hard and go the right way all the time so that you're not freaking out when you have size. Like, no, you shouldn't be able to tell whether you have a big or, like, if you're a good trader, you should be able to not matter whether you have big, small, indifferent. You should just be able to make decision from decision. This is exactly why in poker, you want to know why Phil Ivey's better than everybody or like that professional poker player. Like most of the concepts are very simple for poker. Pot odds, anybody can learn it if you know math or just basic probability and you understand the game. But it's the ability to play the same way when it's 5-10 as when it's like 500, 1,000 blinds and then make the same decision. That's what those guys can do. That's what most of us can't do at a poker table. And trading is exactly the same way. So you try to stay focused. I'm going to get to a couple of symbols here in just a quick second, but I forgot to mention I'm still in Intel. Intel was like the second trade this morning off the open, I think, because everything was breaking out and Intel wasn't. Keep it simple. Intel's opening range top is still its opening range top. Everything broke out today. Almost everything broke out today. I haven't looked at every stock. Well, Intel didn't. 2040, we shorted underneath. We shorted VWAP. We shorted 2010. That broke. We waited for it to get to the high. We shorted that to VWAP. Waited for it to get the high. Shorted again. The high. Shorted again. Now looking for a breakdown underneath 20. If it loses 20, I want to be adding to short and then just finding a way to stay in this for the long haul. Again, find relatively weak stocks if you can. Clearly, everything is going to bounce, or everything did bounce today, so you wanted to not fight something. This is the equivalent of when Intel made that lower high that's still holding. That's AMD 125. AMD's at 136. So which one did it make? Now, I know Nvidia was at 100 level. I waited for it to get there. I didn't have anything I really liked on AMD, but here's my note to caution. Friday's high, you have a head and shoulders above it, and now broke down underneath 136. So until this bounces VWAP or reclaims 136, this even looks a little bit bearish to me, obviously. So AMD, that 2.5 points. Do consider with AMD, you had that potential antitrust, yada, yada, yada with Nvidia. Maybe why AMD is relatively strong, strong relative to Nvidia. Up on the day, how many chip names can actually claim to be green on today's session? AMD is one of them. But can it hold 136? There's so many key areas here that could lead us to a bit of a breakdown again. And Nvidia just bounced off 100. Yep. We always talk about like which way you want to get the trade, on the front end or the back end. Okay. On the front end, you're guaranteed to get a fill because you just stand in front of it and you get picked up. On the back end, you see it bounce, try to get a bounce fill, and sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. So I did get it the first time, like it bounced. I actually waited till like a consolidation to the third candle and got some 20s. This time, it didn't really do a consolidation down there to get me into the trade. So unfortunately, I'm not in the 100 Nvidia, but that's just the execution strategy that I elected to go with, unfortunately. And very so, which is someone in the chat. I'm going to assume you're French. I have no idea. ARM is also about to go green. So AMD and ARM. I'm sure there's others. No trouble saying it. But AMD 2% already.
Yeah, no, some of these chips definitely selling off here. But yeah, no, I guess one of my main, things for today was like, okay, yeah, I'm going to come in and play the market. The market is definitely in play. But I also said in the morning, there will probably be opportunities across the board on individual stocks. And yeah, it seems like that Nvidia 100 push or Nvidia 100 has been holding as of right now. Look at that, since about 11 o'clock there. Every time it kind of comes in, I know there's a lot of wicks on this chart. It's a little bit messy, but just take a look at those candle closes and opens right here. You can see that none of these candles really close below that 100. So that 100 is sustaining as of right now. Nice little hold on Nvidia. And we talk about some of the other trades as well. Apple through that 200. Softy as well. Softy through pre-market highs, 394s was interesting. A little bit of a pullback. The only 15-minute red candle in the morning session, if you consider the morning session until about 10:30, 11 o'clock. There pulls back into that 394 area, holds, and then pushes back through that pre-market level as well. So maybe not the cleanest but definitely a little bit there. We also talked about that EWJ. EWJ's only been catching a bid all day long.
Oh, yeah.
And it's attempting to push high of day as well. Only about 17 pennies away from high of day is the MSCI Japan Index Fund on iShares there. Also SOXL. We know what the chips have been doing. The short, that's maybe not the best idea here. But again, got to stay nimble, got to follow that trend, and that trend was to the upside above VWAP. So I did kind of switch over. Better late than never, right? So a little bit switching to the longs here as we've been kind of holding. But again, coming into the later end of the day, that 18,000 coming in as well from the upside. We attempted to push that 18.3, couldn't really get exactly through that 18.3, and we're pulling back down about 300 points to the downside. 18,000 as of right now holding. Softy is right back at that 394 half, so those pre-market levels as of right now. So let me pull up this. Let me pull up the chart here.
Wow,
and,
Cassava
kind
Sciences.
of look what's going on with Sava.
Cassava Sciences is ridiculous.
Whoa.
This stock is, congratulations if you bought this when things looked the absolute worst for Cassava Sciences. But then again, what's that pattern we look at when a stock breaks down this badly? Oh yeah, let it find a bottom, let it hold a bottom, let it break out. You don't have to have the low here. It just finds bottom, holds it here but doesn't break, holds it here and then does break. Like, you might think that you're chasing a move, but when it took 15 for good, look what happened. Next day consolidation, hold the 50 period. Next day consolidation, hold the 200 period. Then break everything out, rip faces off, have short sellers drinking a lot of cognac or whatever their drink of choice might be. Although I suppose you should celebrate. It's not that if you drink when you're sad, you lead to a bad place. But not a good look for anybody that was short Cassava Sciences. And congratulations to anyone who's long. It's about to break 40 even. This thing hasn't even halted today.
Bro.
It has been a very I hate to use the word controlled move to the upside because that's a really strange thing to say about a $26 to $40 move. Like, it's up 37%. But you got to keep in context, like, the stock was down like everything else. Like, from support to the top, it's up 50%. Unbelievable, Cassava, unbelievable. Just a bit of a quick update here. Snapchat just tagged VWAP. I'm holding on to, just like last time, holding on to the final 10% for a push through VWAP, and maybe it'll consolidate underneath. Keep things simple, man. Snapchat, I said I liked Snapchat, like some continuation, bad earnings last week that already stunk. Those are the things that I wanted to short at levels. Intel, Snapchat, and then Moderna ended up stronger than I expected. So 2 out of those 3 names ended up getting to the level I wanted and working just fine because they were already bad. It's like, who wants to buy Snapchat anyways in this bounce? You're going to buy dips. You're going to close your eyes and buy dips on Apple or Nvidia or Snapchat. I feel like there's just better continuation in other names when you get to an obvious level like $9 on Snapchat and catch a curl. A, you can have tight risk. B, I feel as if things are trying to break higher. Like, maybe this isn't going to be the one. I know it's got a short float, but just stick to what's working, and I will get rid of this trend line down because that's not even remotely valid anymore. But Snapchat's still working into the downside. And that Sava, I paid for locates on the off chance we get to 50. And that's pretty much, I don't want to say there's no chance that we get to 50 on Sava. Let me pull up a weekly chart. We talked about how you'd have to look at some weeklies and monthlies, but that was in the context of how far things were down this morning, not going to the upside. So this is $50 on Sava on a weekly. Go back to 2022. If I see it get close to 50, I am looking for a short. Everything else, let's keep it tight to the vest. Let's keep it very simplistic trades. And on that note, we had that little scalp trade in Palantir here, giving it to 24.90. It just broke 24.90. I'm going to get out. I was just looking for the breakdown. If it goes to VWAP, that's easily 70 to 80 cents of room to go down. It could have gone halfway and been fine. But I want to keep it really, really simple off these lower highs. Don't force anything this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely can't be forcing anything too much there. Learned that I feel like I learned that lesson too often, but I learned that lesson once again this morning there. But it did stop out multiple times, kind of save myself some risk to kind of stay in the game a little bit there. As at 18,000 as of right now, holding TQs, attempting to push back through that 54, but we have been making lower highs as well. VWAP down here at 52.80s. From these prior highs right at that 55. So it seems like 56 couldn't go, now 55 can't go, or couldn't go, and then now it's attempting to push that 54. 53 is that VWAP. So I do have to stay a little bit nimble as I am attempting a long. But confluence with that 18th thou as well here on the NQs. Yeah, I got eyes on that AMD, Neil, now that you kind of pointed out. Yeah, that thing, again, very, very strong to the upside. It's starting to curl. Where is VWAP? VWAP's 132.80 as well. So yeah, let's see if it can kind of get a little bit of relief there. But the thing is, prior day was very, very choppy, sideways consolidation, 132 to 137, and we're within that range. Like we bid right back up into that range. We attempt to break Friday's range there, but you can see on Thursday we were sold off aggressively. Not only Thursday was earnings day 2, earnings day 1 on Wednesday, sold off quite aggressively, and then even more on day 2 for that continuation play. So that is something that I do have to keep in mind there. And now we attempt to rebid and push through that consolidation. We cannot get very, very far. Now again, market tailwind very strong to the upside off of the open, 17.4s all the way to 18.3, so almost a 900-point run there. Actually, it was a 900-point run. You can see that wick travels to below 17.4 for the attempt to 18.3, so just over about 900, it would seem, points to the upside on the DAC today. Absolutely crazy, man. Talk about a reversion.
Just so, because for an old head like me, when you say the DAC, it's so close to the DAX.
Oh,
yeah, I know. You mean the NASDAQ. OB means the NASDAQ, obviously. Yeah. Not that I don't know anybody that calls it the DAC, but yeah,
there's a ticker called NDAQ as well, NDAQ, which is the actual NASDAQ ticker. Yeah.
At Real Trading, which is the number one, shout out to Real Trading, the sponsor of the show. We're on a Real Trading trading floor here. You can trade pretty much every single market. So I've traded the German market, Milan, Euro, obviously Paris as well. But the DAX is a big market in Germany. Do not mix it up with the NASDAQ. And the NASDAQ could be in trouble if Nvidia loses $100, which is about to come back in test right now. So the last couple of times on Nvidia, it has bounced off the $100 level cleanly, almost exactly 100. The first time it was like 4 cents was the bottom. This afternoon it was 1. So if it holds 100, great. Look, bounce. If it breaks it, there's a potential sympathy short that I think could be over in AMD if you miss the short trade. But I want to be looking at this $100 in Nvidia very, very closely here. And thank you for the super chat, David Alphaeus. Appreciate that. Ooh, pounds. So you might be somewhere close to Mr. Katina on our show. How do you decide what to trade with top down?
What is that?
So I'm not sure what you mean by the last part with top down. But what I can tell you is how I decide what to trade is I generally have a list of like the regular things that I'm looking at. And it all starts from there. Like it's a long list of NASDAQ stocks. I don't know if I can, let me do this. I don't know how well you'll be able to see my iPad. It's an old iPad. Oh goodness, what did I do there? Okay, so I'll have these groups of stocks, what I always look at. The top is like a big cap tech, and then I'll have a group of like chip names, and I'll have like a coin and Mara. In there is a couple of things related to Bitcoin. Then I'll have a couple of earnings names in the next gap to the downside, and then maybe a futures level. I had that note, like the viewer that said Tesla 174 by Friday, I put that in there. I had the halt level for the ES. Well, I have these stocks that I'm looking for. Then one by one, in the morning, I go through and put key levels. You'll note that most of those stocks have nothing next to it. Or like I had numbers and ideas next to the stocks that I wanted based on me looking at the chart to find what's trading at a key level or a level that I like or something that I want to be involved in. And then I go from there. If they end up not moving, I pivot from one to the other. But for Nvidia, it's as simple as we're at 100. 100 was a key level I liked this morning, and we're at 100 again. So you keep it that simple. You could trade AMD at this level, but AMD's at 135.5 and kind of random, whereas you're at the put up or shut up zone. And there is I'm not going to count it, 100,000, 500,000 shares, 500,000 shares on the bid of Nvidia at 100. If it wants to go through, it's not going to take anything. It just crashed through it. So I was just in at, what was I in there? Just barely over 100, I think 103, and got out at like 97. It looks like I was able to get a fill. So it was a pretty small move. And I said if I missed that trade and didn't get a reversal, I might look for a sympathy short in AMD. I don't know if we're able to get this one in AMD anywhere close to 136. I might pivot to Micron over there, but I want to keep eyes. As long as Nvidia is holding underneath 100, either there's a shot back up to maybe retest the 100 level, or I can find a sympathy short that makes some sense to me. I'm not seeing anything on AMD. ARM feels like it's been really strong, but that's starting to, okay, ARM's rolling over through 112. That might be an idea here. So if I can get some 112s on ARM. So I'm watching ARM in here. That's breaking its afternoon trend. If I can catch ARM under 112, which I might not get that fill, I'd look for a pullback 110, 109. So as we're rolling through, we're underneath that 18,000 level. Flipping long to short, obviously you can use that fill to have just gone short, but I had the long for the second time off 100 even. Now we're going to see if we can't roll into something short. Ideally on ARM, or maybe right tight up into AMD, if we can get it. Already have Intel, and that hasn't really changed much of anything. I don't see an obvious entry to add into Intel at this point because it's at 20 and it's at VWAP. And it's kind of bouncing off support. So if I take a short that isn't the high of the day on Intel, it's got to be like lower high or underneath 20 bucks. Or I just stick with Intel. But there's no trade here in Intel because it's at support still.
Yeah, that's fair. Market's coming back in. That 18,000, yeah, that 100 broke down. 18,000 taking a little bit of a pullback here as well on the NASDAQ. And yeah, okay, so we are coming back into some of those pre-market levels. Here is the VWAP on the TQs as well. So nice little, I guess we did pull all the way back. We were talking about how it couldn't get through to 56s, then it can't get through 55s, then it can't get through 54s, and then just slams right in through 53s as well right now. Now this is around, in and around that VWAP area as of right now. Again, I was talking to Neil. There's been a lot of size that's like showing up back and forth on these TQs. Again, very, very interesting stuff. What does it mean? I have yet to know. I have no idea. But again, I find myself once again apparently fighting the trend here, Neil, as we pull back into that VWAP. And I did switch long, but we've only been making lower highs and lower lows right into that VWAP, and we're really slamming in as of right now. That 100 break, we're still holding that 99.60s, 99.70s here on Nvidia. So let's see. That I don't know if we're just about done with that 100. We've been holding that quite well over the session there. And something else to note is I got the VIX here up on a 15-minute chart. A little bit of a hold of that 32, pulling back up 35.43s as of right now on the VIX. So a little bit of a curl up on the VIX, and we're getting that flush down on the markets as well. I want to take a quick look at this chip basket here. Maybe that AMD reversion could potentially be coming in as well as of right now with this market pullback as we kind of retest some of these
at support
morning
right
session
now.
lows. What's that?
AMD's at that support right now. 134.5 is where AMD is at. So that's like, this has been the support line for AMD. AMD was kind of traveling in the middle when Nvidia was breaking down. That's why I didn't really see a clean entry point into it. And remember, it's been relatively strong. Trying to break. Intel did break 20. And for the second time today, this time I did remember that it's short sell restricted. So when it broke 20, I was trying to get shares through 20, but you can't hit the bid without an uptick on Intel because it was down more than 20% on Friday, right? So today it's short sell restricted. That means if you want to sell aggressively to enter a short by hitting the bid, there needs to be an uptick. There was not one when 20 broke, and that's me sitting on the offer. Tried to get it through that VWAP in 20 even. I felt like that was going to be a potential next trade. It was. If you get the fill, congratulations if you got it. Maybe you cross down or use a different gateway. You might have had better luck. I got to think about 1975 as a bit of a bottom. I'm going to get out if that happens. ARM we didn't catch. Like ARM broke 112, did not get the fill down there, so I'm not chasing anything. Nvidia still working downside, and now AMD. Like AMD's still battling with 134.5. Everything is breaking down, and AMD's still holding on to this bid. The second it loses it, I want to be short. VWAP's $1, and then just see where it goes from there.
Yeah, some strong selling coming in here. Just at VWAP on the TQs, and we're taking a little bit of a bounce right off of it. So some buying pressure coming in. I have TQ VWAP here at 52.44, and the low of this candle right here, as of right now, is 52.47. So just about a 3 penny or hover above 3 pennies. And a retest of that VWAP there, an aggressive kind of bidding coming back in. Let's see if this kind of bid holds. We've only been holding above VWAP since the morning session is the first time we kind of come into that VWAP and giving it a little bit of a knock on the door on the TQs there. Let's see that 99 coming. Sorry, that 100 coming right up on Nvidia there. Only printing within that last quarter, 99.70s, 99.75s as of right now. Holding on Nvidia. Let's see if we can get that bounce. 17.9, 18,000 again, very interesting level. The shorts from the morning got a little bit slapped. I was definitely one of those, and we've come back right into those prices here. So I'm going to be continuing to watch this VWAP here to see if we can get a little bit of a bounce, but a little bit of a cheeky counter trend hold on my part there. What's going on, Adara?
Big drop here in Alphabet with some increased volume. Bloomberg reporting that the company, or Google specifically, lost its DOJ antitrust suit over search, with the judge saying that Google did in fact violate antitrust law. So again here, Bloomberg reporting that Google has lost its DOJ antitrust suit, GOGL, nicely to the downside here with a bit of a volume uptick as well, guys.
Yeah, not good. Like that might have actually been, there you go. That's probably the reason why we just had that push into the downside. So I think be very careful shorting pops on the way back up at that 18,000. Just watching Alphabet come down. I'm chasing it down at 158. If we do get a bounce, the old where did it start from? You got VWAP and then you have 161.60. So shorting the bottom, I don't know if I really, really love that notion. Again, if the market decides to bleed, I got a couple that I can hold on to, and I still like the chip names, Nvidia 100. Although I just tried to grab Nvidia at 100 and I just canceled the order because it came to like Obi sort of said, it came to the 3/4 mark and couldn't get back into the hundreds. So I feel like we might have missed that opportunity. AMD is still holding 134.50, believe it or not. So it's just towing the line. The buyers are still engaged at this 134.5. If they break, I just look to be punching short on that name. But now I'm going to keep Google up. Feel like that's going to make a lot of sense. Just see how it does and any rebound back into VWAP, or if it craters right into the low of the day. That could be very telling. This is the kind of afternoon where good news, we were already risking a monster pullback if we lose support, let alone something like Google having bad news. If it gets to VWAP, it's about 160.80 or so. Wow, the buyers on AMD at 134.5, it's insane. Like we just had the futures break key support, and then for 5 or 6 minutes, they're just stepping up every single time, right at 51, 52, and 53. And it's not even size. It's just refreshing orders that are doing just enough to hold the bid here on AMD. Strong stock today.
Yeah, very, very strong. That news on Google, and I kind of pulled it up right there. Intraday news flushing very, very aggressively. So I'm going to continue watching this one right now. And yeah, you're right. Maybe we get that. When did that start? That started, I guess. Let me just pull up the right kind of cursor here. It started around, I guess, 239-ish. I can see that 239-minute candle there. 239 is, yeah, a little bit of a flush coming in, but that aggressiveness, 162 to 158. So potential a little too hard, too fast, maybe. I don't know how it's going to happen, how it's going to kind of pan out. But within 3 minutes, it sold off quite aggressively. Google pushing about 5% to the downside as of right now on that DOJ news. Let's see if we can get back to that VWAP. 160, interesting level. Morning consolidation lows, 160.30s here, Neil. So yeah, let's see if we can revert the bit of the move there as the market kind of takes in and digests some of that news. VWAP holding, oh boy, on the TQs here as it's pushing a little bit higher here. Nice little chop in and around that VWAP. I was talking about 52.40s, and we rip about 60 pennies on that bid right back through that VWAP there. So that's definitely a potential decision-making point for me. What's going on, Indira?
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
And that's one of the reasons why was just that Alphabet news that you heard. So at the end of the day, you want to be in stocks that move. And wow, Dan Emmons, shout out to you in the chat there, tagged out for 350 points on the runner. There you go, tagging Sharif and Adara. Congratulations, Dan, on your trade. If you want to engage in the chat, like if you see us talking to members of the trading community, our trading community in there, or for answering questions, you want to ask a question, you have to be a subscriber to be in our chat. So just hit that subscribe, hit the like if you enjoy what you're seeing here. We're with you every single day the markets are open, before it even opens. And then after, we have another half an hour for an aftermarket recap show. Tonight, I'll be doing it with Dara. We'll have Michael Noss on, talk a little technical analysis, I'm sure, and about today's market moves. So speaking of market moves, AMD just continues to bounce off this 134.50. Well, I can sit there thinking we're going to break down off that level, or I can just say, hey, look, Nvidia buyers are there. Sorry, AMD buyers are there. Let's look for the long off of that. I think I have the short kind of covered with a weaker name like an Intel, which is pulling back into 20, and I might short this one off of VWAP to look to somewhere to add. I'm sitting at that 97 still. Maybe I'll get picked up. Who knows? I'm just going to sit on the offer. I don't want to move it. Don't want to chase it too far to the downside, but if it just gives me a consolidation lower, I might have to take it. But AMD certainly looking like a stronger one. The Piper asking, what is the runner? I felt Sava was the runner today. Really just been looking at big cap tech names, but I'd say Cassava Sciences would be the runner. And if your thing is trading smaller cap, lower float, high short float, parabolic movers, whatever you're giving it, I would wager Cassava Sciences was the stock that you wanted to be on today. So if that's for you, I can't imagine there was something better than this. And I was pointing out that the $50 level, if it makes a break of this 40 area, I'd be looking short at the 50, just because when you pull up the weekly chart, it's kind of obvious. So if it sniffs that 50, that's the only way I'm going to trade it or even consider the short. So that Intel is consolidating underneath. Maybe I don't wait for $20 even. Might just try it right in here off 1990.
Yeah, the market's really kind of chopping as of right now with that Google news. Again, we did do a bit of a pop right back up, 158s to 159s, and the Nasdaq is holding that 17.9 as of right now. TQ is a little bit of VWAP hold as well. I got a little bit more as we kind of reclaim that 53, that VWAP area as well. But a little too hasty on my part as we come right back into that VWAP area and continue this little chop and churn that we've been kind of experiencing as of right now. So Apple pulling back in as well. Oh boy, okay, all right. So Apple 205s incoming. Softy, although holding. Spider still holding it onto its VWAP as well. Let's see what else we got going on. Let us know in the chat what you guys have been trading. Has it been a fruitful day? We saw some big mentions of some winners right off of the open there in the morning session. But how has your morning and midday session been? We only have about an hour and 5 minutes here, Neil, as we approach the very last hour of the trading day, power hour. Curious to know how that last 1 hour candle will unfold here on the market. So yeah, let us know. I'll be reading the chat. How do you short Google? Asking Steven. Well, I don't know. You just gotta hit the short button. Have a broker that allows you to short these tickers. But large caps pretty much free to borrow, right?
Yeah, it'll be free, at real trading. I don't know the exact percentage here, but I'm gonna wager it's something like 90, probably like 98% of all equity on the NASDAQ in New York at real trading are easy to borrow, meaning you can just short the equity, have locates freely available, and all of the big cap tech names are going to fall into that group. Now, on the occasion, there might be something like, ooh, AMD just caught the bid. Here, let me finish that thought in a quick second. So short Google here at the evens to the 50 with the 158 as the first target, just to give you that idea. And then I think we already mentioned AMD in that $0.50, 134.5 has been support the whole way. So AMD relatively strong, support at that $0.50 level. That's what I'm working off of, at least temporarily, and we'll scalp into 135 and then maybe 136. So that's the idea behind those two trades. We did talk about them before. Everything else I'm short except for AMD. But just following back into the locates discussion, so easy to borrow. All you got to do is hit offer, enter, limit prices. We're trading the equity directly here. For something like Cassava Sciences, which might be hard to borrow, in that case, we have a back office system where we can go in and request pay for locates, which I did do on Sava. I had to pay 25 cents per 100 shares was the quote that they gave. You can say, no, that's too expensive and decline it, or you can accept it and then you pay and then you can short. If you get 100 shares, you can short 100 shares. Get in, get out, then do it again, then again and again, but you can never do more than 100 you paid for. You can pay for 1,000, whatever you choose to do. So here at Real Trading, we can short just about everything in the market. And it's definitely an advantage, although, we'll see. If Cassava Sciences gets to 50, I put the short on, then I would have paid for it. If it breaks out and I lose, then you lose the amount that you paid, and then you lose on the trade. But you want the opportunity to be in the trade. So it looks like they just ran stops on AMD underneath that 50, broke 40 halves, and now holding right back above 50. It feels like I got wicked out, but the futures are still going down here. Like I look over at what's going on in like Intel, which I get the reload, that's right back into the lows. I still have some shares from 35s, which I didn't actually put a bid at 81. And then we'll only be in the shares underneath 20 after that. But last I checked, this is an easier weak stock. Want to be short consolidations underneath. Google has bad news. Again, the antitrust, so I want to short the pop. First available under VWAP was right here at 159.5, so that's where we grabbed it. And Sebastian, why did I like that on AMD? So while the market was making that fresh low and breaking 18,000, this was the NASDAQ breaking 18,000 and heading lower. That entire time, there was just refreshing buyers at 134.5, and they're actually still holding it. So it's still holding that level. It looked like it was breaking down, and I'm biased to the short side, so I did get out of it with a tight stop. But see, you're still holding the bid here, and there are buyers in AMD. So if you're looking for a stock to go long, why not go long something which is bucking this failure of 18,000 and holding on to some support? That's basically the thesis behind it. Nothing too complicated about that.
Yes, sir. And so that's 17.9, 17.9 just holding as of right now on the NASDAQ. Again, we're coming into that last few seconds of that 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock candle there. And here we go. Here's the fresh print on that last hourly candle here.
The fresh print of Bel Air?
Yes, the fresh prints happening as of right now. Opening the candle with a little bit of a bid as of right now. Let's take a quick look at the 30-minute candle as well here on the TQ. So nice little flush down, strong leg, little chop, another leg right into that VWAP, and we're holding as of right now with about, on this 30-minute candle, let's take a look at the hourly as well. Hourly looking relatively similar as well. Look at that nice little hold of that VWAP, 52.40s as of right now. Catching a little bit of a bid confluence with that 17.9 on the NASDAQ and 5,200 on the ES. Nice clean level, 5,200 holding as of right now. So I'm curious to know how we end off the day. Today we were talking about some of these levels in the morning, and we had some aggressive buying through these levels. Now with that Google news coming in, and let's see if that move is attempting a continuation. We're holding. We popped right back up. So this area on Google, 158.58, was that prior, not current all-time highs, but when it had all-time highs a few months ago there. This was that area as of right now. And if you can see in the pre-market, we consolidated in and around this area. Now we're taking a little bit of a bounce off of this area, off of that news that came out, right? So a bit of a moving average test here. I got the 9. Pretty sure that's the 9 EMA here, blue line. On Google, we attempted to break down through that 158. Can't really get through 158, but we're coming all the way from 162s, and then nice little push right back up. Let's see if we can get back to that 160, and how we end off today is going to be interesting. Everybody was looking for that limit down, man. It seems like we might not even get that.
Nope.
On the day today, but
I won't have to wear Ram's thing. What was it called again? the pimp vest. I don't know, whatever. I want to get to a super chat, but I got to go back over to Google and AMD here. So Google, there it is. I actually got into an accidental long. We had the short, gave it to here. The idea is stair step down, short the consolidation, breaks the consolidation, get out of the trade. Very, very simple. Now, obviously, accidentally reverse long with 2 stops instead of 1. I just got out. It actually made a cent, but who cares? Doesn't really matter. AMD also bouncing. I'm going to get to the super chat, Kyle, but AMD then bounced itself. And remember the reasons I gave for liking AMD into the upside was while the market was going lower, you had that support level just holding on AMD. It doesn't seem like much because I'm probably zoomed out too much. But first, I wanted to shout out Kyle Burdett. Appreciate the super chat here. Directed for you. Obi, good time to practice. Say it with me. Get down.
Down.
Now try Big Spile Burdett.
Big Spile Burdett.
You got to say it
right?
The big. That's how they do it. We love all of our viewers out there. We have a lot of good characters. Kyle, I'm assuming you're talking short the NASDAQ underneath 18. That said, maybe we're headed back into the upside a little bit here. I just looked over. Intel's coming right back into 20s. It's at 1996. So it's trying to get back. Even like the weak names are going. And I promised I would zoom in to show everybody on AMD. So this is the $0.50 support. The last time I got it, what happened? It broke down, wicked everybody out. And this is simply it breaking back through the even dollar. Right, so I got wicked out and didn't get back in off the level and just simply took it when it broke the even dollar through and then took some out on the $0.50. Now I want to hold to 135 even. Try to keep it as simple as possible. Right, like I'm playing every single $0.50. Make sure you scalp out profit. That's the way to go. Respect it. But that's one of those, you get wicked out. Ideally, you're right back in here. In a perfect world, I'd be right back into that long at the same level if I'm really quick on the keys, but I wasn't that time. It is what it is. It's going to happen. Maybe you're distracted as well. But a good look heading back into this 18,000 level.
Yes.
See, I look at the TQQ and I'm like, do you ever have that trouble? You have a futures chart up, so you can see 18,000. But knowing what the equivalent to 18,000 is on the TQQ is going to be important.
Yeah, no, for sure. I am kind of watching that. We were talking about that VWAP hold. And I got to do better with this. I held about a point against me, and I didn't add where I really should be because I'm kind of down on the position. I'm like, okay, where are the best places to add? Don't really get in and around VWAP 5240s, and look at that aggression back up. We were talking about that 17.9 and that 18,000 coming right back in, and we've only held VWAP throughout the day. Again, I feel like a lot of sentiment, even mine in the morning, was potential limit down, and we've kind of gapped down. We've already been selling off for the past couple of weeks. We were talking about how we can potentially inference or use that aggressive selling into the bid that we were seeing at the open. I was like, oh, okay. Well, if there's aggressive selling into the bid, I want to be more short. But I was definitely wrong on that, as those aggressive sellers definitely got wiped out on that push back towards those highs. And we've, again, kind of goes to show that maybe there was a little bit more buying pressure than selling pressure on the day, especially in the morning session, right? We have sold off, made lower lows, lower highs off of this 18.3, 56 on the TQs here as well. Let's see if this VWAP holds. I guess that's kind of where that bid showed up in the morning session, and even take a look at that midday. You attempt to come back in, towards the VWAP, and you hover above it. You catch a bid actually much higher than where VWAP is, kind of showing that maybe, okay, sure, we can't even get down to the average weighted price as the buyers kind of step right back in. But when we finally do, we're getting a little bit of a chop and churn here, to fight this selling that we've had from those highs. So yeah, I gotta do a little bit better with staying nimble, because I don't know what the ticker is going to do. I don't know what the market's going to do, but I know that I should know what I'm going to do depending on what I'm seeing and how I want to trade it. Again, having a better plan is definitely one of my things that I do have to improve on. I keep thinking that, this is the level of detail that I might need, and I'm finding that no, you got to be more meticulous. You got to be more specific as to what you want to see and how you're trying to trade it to really kind of perform well, right? So that's definitely my flaw on the day today. That's something I do have to get better with. And it seems as of right now that VWAP bidding is coming right back in. 17.9, let's see if that holds. on the NASDAQ, 5,200 as well. Again, got to remember, this is that last hour of the trading day here. If we continue this strong selling that we have had from the midday, from about 12 o'clock, look at that wick candle, 12 o'clock candle right there. Strong wick from off of 56, and we came all the way back down to VWAP. So the question becomes, is VWAP going to hold? Are these buyers, sufficient enough for us to hold some of these prices? As of right now, we're ripping right back down into VWAP. So I could definitely be wrong on that, but I will stay patient and observe what this action is, entailing, or the story that's been built throughout the day is definitely interesting to me.
And it's a very interesting story in the market for sure. And just quickly, you'll see I'm now out of AMD. AMD 135 broke, got to 135 half, pulled back into 135, bounced to 135.20. It tried to get through the quarters and failed it. So I'm now out of that one. I'm staying real nimble on the long. Again, underneath 18,000, the way we started in the morning, it does feel like a little bit of a trap there. There's a key for that. You said it, and I'm the one that should be doing this. It's a trap. Is there no sound with that?
Is it really low?
Okay. It's a trap. That's the best I can. I'm not Admiral Akbar, man. I can't do that kind of a voice. But anyways, I'm a Star Wars fan. It is what it is. But I feel like you could be a little bit trapped. You could say that in either direction, but you have to have a gut feel. And if I'm wrong about it and the market does decide to be bullish in the afternoon, then would have been right to hold on for dear life to the longs. Obi could be dead right about that. But I want to be scalping the longs and trying to find places where I can hold the shorts. I'm not ignoring this Snapchat, but it broke VWAP. I allowed it to snap back up to VWAP.
Hey.
And now that it's kind of consolidating here, I might look for an ad on the breakdown. So just weak name underneath the $9 level. Look for something underneath VWAP here for reloads. Kind of stick to the names that have worked for me. Just keep it simple. And wow. Oh no, Tesla. Stacks in the chat mentioning Tesla. And I just realized something. I think this is the first day. I know I've not traded. There's been days that I haven't traded Tesla. But I don't even think I tried to trade Tesla today. I don't even think I gave a real look at Tesla today. And I think that's a good thing because it meant that the plan to be on a couple of chip names, as I said, Snapchat, Moderna, and Intel were all going to be post-bad earnings plays. Tesla was just never in the pocket for me, so I'm not paying too much attention. But just like everything else, VWAP seems to be holding. If you lose that, you're in a world of trouble. And then don't forget, after the bell, we're going to have Palantir earnings. So this is me. I'm going to short to here and give this lower high consolidation my stop. Sometimes you have the level correctly. It's what you do at that level that's incorrect. Mine was to stop out. Could have just jumped right back in the trade. That's the difference between, I'll show you on Intel, the difference between something that you jump in and trade new as opposed to something that this is the stock I'm trading today. I'm going to be in this one and active on this all day long. Now, that same thing happens on Intel, and I'm jumping right back in the trade. Happens there, I'm jumping back in. I see the top, and then I'm shorting it again off of those same highs. Whereas Palantir, okay, I'm going to take a one shot on Palantir, but I'm not focused on the stock. Then you miss that opportunity, which is fine if it's not a part of your primary plan. But again, it kind of wicks people out, and then if you're not focused on the stock, you kind of miss that better move. A lot of times, the best moves are after people have had stops run. And if you really like that trade, or it's a stock that you're focused on, you want to see it happen and be willing to jump back in. To me, you shouldn't. If you're scalp trading something, and if it wicks out, you wouldn't get back in. That kind of tells me that you don't want to scalp trade it, or that maybe you should have just used smaller size in the first place. That's exactly the kind of trade you want to be willing to get back into, especially if it's part of your plan. But you got to pick the ones that you really like. I knew which ones I wanted to be in multiple times, wicked out, jump back in. You got to be able to do that.
Yeah, it's that's a skill I definitely have to kind of work on, Neil. So thank you for that. And
the way I look at it, as it's getting to that level, you got to. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys Snapchat in a quick second. Just I want to finish the thought here because, when it's coming to the level, I'm in position. I'm holding the last 10% of this position. I know my stop is above the high, so I know it's going to trigger, and I'm just watching the stock. I'm on it. My hands aren't on the keys necessarily to add to it, but I am sitting there okay, I'm going to watch this as it breaks and then observe what happens after that. So it runs my stop, instantly goes back down in the money if I was short, and then holds a consolidation. Then what does it do? It's a 3-minute candle. So 5 minutes later, it runs the high again and goes under. So now it's stopped me out at the top, run the high again and came back underneath. So now I'm like, okay, I'm shorting it. I saw it do it twice. I just watched it for the next 5 or 6 minutes, shorted it, didn't get a great initial entry, but then added at the absolute high and then just watched it crater to the downside. But when it gets to that key decision point, you have to be on that stock so that you can make a decision, anticipating that it might happen. And that's all you can ever do. Just be ready for it when it does. Top VoIP, just because, I'll go back to you in a quick second. Top VoIP just asked what my prediction is on Palantir today. Well, I've already made one, and I'll do another one for you live. So if you would like to potentially share in a $1,000 prize pool, then visit stonks.com for free. You can get an entry free. All you got to do is claim your entry. I've already done it, and I believe I did $22.69. I'm going to put another one in here and go $24.69 because you can do multiple. So I got another one. There you go. $22.69, $24.69. So I got a couple in there, and if I win something, I'll let you guys know about it. 5 o'clock, you have until, I believe it's the closing price at 5, so then you have until 4 o'clock to get those in. So visit stonks.com, check the description below. I don't know, can you throw up the QR code there as I'm doing it? Hey, you can hit the link in the description. We'll get the QR code up a little bit later as well. But yeah, those are my bets. $24.69, $22.69. I am very uncreative like that when it comes to picking prices.
Yeah, no. Interesting prices, you know, a little bit like 42 answer.
I don't want to have to think. I don't want to have to think about it.
Yeah, what's the answer? Was it to the universe? I think, is that the question? Right?
42. Yeah.
42,
what's the
exactly.
what's the meaning of life?
What's the meaning of life? Yeah, that's what that was. And the answer is 42 apparently.
And according to and thank you, Adara over at the desk just mentioned it's also Jackie Robinson's number. Oh. I wore 42 when I played baseball for the obvious reason. Like I did a school project when I was like, I think it was 9 years old, and you had to pick a historical figure. And I remember like everyone's picking like Gandhi and whomever, and I go, I want to do Jackie Robinson, baseball player. Like everyone has like politicians and this and that. I'm like, no, I love baseball. I'm picking the most important person in baseball. So I've always worn 42. But that's my thing. And then 69 because I think it's funny.
Nice.
What?
No, it's definitely funny there.
It's just funny. That's all.
It seems like, okay, so there's 17.9 coming right back in on the market. So I do have to kind of, reassess this. I know I'm fighting a bit of the trend here. We're still holding in and around VWAP, so that's another consideration here. But that hourly candle is about to go red potentially here. As again, we don't know if are we going to hold the 17.9. It is the last 45 minutes of trading as of right now. 53 was a little bit of a chop. 52.40s is VWAP here on the TQs. 52.43 specifically as of right now, and we keep kind of chopping and churning underneath this 53 mark. Still in an orbit of that VWAP area as of right now. So gonna again pack my patience, kind of watching this as it kind of chops around this VWAP level. But yeah, no. Let us know in the chat what you guys have been trading. I didn't really catch too many tickers here when I asked earlier. But yeah, give us a little bit of a tag so we know that you're kind of replying to what we're asking about. And let us know what have you been trading. Have you guys been trading options today? We know that equities is not the only market that's hot right now. We know Forex was interesting as well over the weekend and this morning with the whole the stuff that's going on in Japan with the yen USD. I know that's definitely been a bit of an interesting trade. I got to look into that more, man.
The carry trade?
Yeah, the carry trade. Like that, I wrote that down. I was like, I wasn't too familiar with what that even was before coming into the day today. But again, after hearing Michael Nas kind of mention it as well, I do want to kind of polish up on that and kind of understand what that really means.
The stuff that super rich people do that the average person can't do. Just think of it that way. Again, you have to have like oodles and oodles of money to essentially just sit there and arbitrage interest rates in different places in the world.
Right.
It is what it is. And so when you have essentially, okay, I don't want to put a tinfoil hat on, but in a free market society, the most important thing is money. And then all money is essentially a creation of debt. And so then everything then hinges on how much it costs to service that debt. And what is the one thing that then becomes the most important? The cost of debt, which is then predetermined by people in a room and not free floating, which you would think in a free market society. So the thing that you would think is the most important is the thing that is actually centrally controlled in every single country, and that would be the interest rate. But whatever, what do I know? Let's just short some Snap at VWAP because I'm just a trader. So $8.75, there it is. There is a short to pop. I want to see if I can get something in the mid-60s. I don't mean to go tinfoil hat, but yeah, that kind of is what it is.
It always reminds me of what Greg used to say, because I'd like talk to him about like, you know, certain like market conspiracies and like stuff about my thoughts. He would be like, buddy, tinfoil hat. I got a whole tinfoil suit in the back here with some of the stuff he's seen. And I was like, yeah, definitely. Kind of.
I don't want to be like. Here's the thing. That's not tinfoil hat. Like, so money is debt. Like I was telling this to Fabian the other day. Like when money gets created, it is not somebody printing. It's not the mint printing dollar bills. It is creating money out of thin air because of a debt obligation. Somebody gets lent money, or the central bank lends it to a bank, and then they just create that out of thin air. Like 98% of all money creation occurs that way, not the actual printing. So if that's the case, then obviously the cost of servicing all that debt creation is what ends up driving the economy. This is why things get so out of whack when you have zero interest rates, because there's nothing natural about that when you're creating money out of free air to have it cost nothing. So the economy gets out of whack and we have bubbles all over the place. It's like, that's not really tinfoil. I don't think it's tinfoil hat when I say that. But anyways, back to the markets, which are trying to bounce off of 17.9. I could probably do this all day long. I'm not Peter Schiff or anything. I'm not telling you to go into gold or anything like that. It's just understand that that's what creates the volatility. And as a trader, it just means you get to take advantage of it. But some things like the carry trade, only the billionaires do.
Right. So yeah, I know it's like, okay. So I gotta look more into it. But thank you for that explanation there, Neil. But it's always interesting to know that like there's so much more learning that is left to be done. Speaking for myself here, when it comes to understanding and kind of like market movements and like financial structures and how different players kind of move money around within those structures as well. So yeah, definitely going to be a little bit of homework for tonight and maybe throughout the rest of the week. As again, I don't know if this that trade is probably not over. Right?
Well, it's the whole point is that it's unwinding. When essentially they stopped, when Japan raises the rates, this is kind of what makes the trade start to unwind. It's not necessarily over because you still have, I mean, there's obviously still a gap between the U.S. rate and most rates around the world compared to Japan, but it just unwinded the trade. That's why people talk about trillions and trillions of dollars came out, because they had to sell the assets. They had to sell some assets, but. Just before we get to the super chat there, Kyle, I just wanted to mention two things. One, so here's Snap. It's a very tight range. We got to talk about the trades here. Very tight range in between 72 and now 66. That's like a 5-cent range, man. So if that's what it's going to be and it's 320, then we're just going to have to take what we can get. And then Intel, I'm now out of the 2035 trade, like this one in here, and I'm just shorting underneath like 1990 right now, and I was trying to get something closer to 20. If it breaks 20, I want to get out of that trade. And Nvidia, for everyone following, Nvidia just tagged VWAP and is losing this one. It's still underneath 100 and just tagged VWAP. What's important about VWAP, so morning support after the breakout was this 98.5. Nvidia is still looking weak. I think I should have been shorting this at $100 instead of trying to grab 20 on Intel. And now we'll get to it. There it is. Thank you for the super chat, Kyle. Stand by by Neil, the real deal. Buy gold now, sponsor. I was basically saying I'm not a go buy gold person. That is, that's other people. You can take like, yeah, I've never been like, oh, everyone should go into gold. That's never been my stance at all. I think you just have to be real about how money in the economy works. you don't have to be I don't want to say gold nut, but you don't have to be obsessed with gold whatsoever. You can take advantage of market cycles in other ways, and then understand that as long as they want to keep it this way, just you take advantage of all that crazy market cycle nonsense by when everyone starts panicking, there's going to be a good opportunity to buy because they're just going to prop things up again until the next bubble, and those are generational buying opportunities. So Nvidia looks weak under 100. ARM might be going to the downside, and yeah, Matt Winch, we haven't mentioned Sava in a while. Mostly because I was thinking the short would be at 50, and in a cruel twist of fate, the short on Cassava Sciences ended up being at my favorite number, 42. Like, come on. Like, really? Really? Yeah, really. It did go right to 42. 42 is my favorite number, and there is a curl. So I will not be chasing Sava short, but there's always a chance if it goes head and shoulders. VWAP is at $34. There's a lot of room to the downside to find some kind of a short in here in case it wants to get all the way down there. But I paid for the locates. They were cheap. My intention was to short this. I just figured if it consolidates at 40 and breaks higher, like it consolidated 35 and got to 40, consolidated 40, I'm thinking it gets to 50. Unfortunately, not there. We'll have to find something else, maybe the $40 level. Only about 20 minutes till the imbalances, 25 minutes till the imbalances. He's starting to run out of time for the big trades, but this will move regardless.
Yeah, so I'm kind of watching this TQs here. So we attempt to break down that 17.9 as well. Attempted pushes. We hold. You can see that prior 15-minute candle, nice little wick off that 18 thou, and then we get that nice little push back above on this 15-minute candle. So let's see. We've currently made a lower high, yes, but that bid coming in off that 17.9, kind of chopping and churning in around that same interesting level, that 18 thou from the morning session there, kind of confluencing with this VWAP as of right now on the TQs. Interestingly, again, volume weighted average price. A lot of the participants kind of sitting at these prices, and we saw the chop that happened in and around this 53 mark in the morning on the TQs. Again, same kind of confluence with that 17.9, 18 thou mark on the NASDAQ. And I guess if you want to confluence that with ES, is 5,200, give or take the area there. So again, didn't really have much diversity in terms of stock selection for me today. I only pretty much chopped up the Qs or TQs today. Not so great. Some trades were again in terms of P&L not so great. In terms of decision making, maybe a little bit okay there for the most part. Holding bags a little bit, just a little bit there. But I guess those were in the money, so I don't know about that. It wasn't necessarily a bad bag hold, but I was in the money about 2 points a couple times there, 1 point as well, and I just wanted more, I guess. But again, you kind of have to be more nimble, be like, all right, take some out, get back in. I could have definitely been churning this a little bit better here, but that VWAP holding as of right now. Again, 17, what is this? Sean James saying 17,000 is a nice bottom for the NQ. Oh boy, so 17. You're telling me another 900 points, potentially? Okay, we'll see. I don't know. We still got the rest of the week left, man. So yeah, it's a long way down, but we did a long way down, I guess, overnight as well. And this morning we popped almost 900 points as well, right? 17 threes and change all the way to 18 twos and change on the NASDAQ. So shall see. It's shown us that it can do about almost 1,000 points intraday. Again, it's interesting to know the past couple of weeks we're like, oh, it did a 300-point move. Oh, it did a 400-point move. Oh, it did a 500-point. And then today we do almost a 900-point move. So definitely a little bit of representation of that volatility.
Yep, the market was on that Indo.
Oh, yeah. I don't know about that Indo, but definitely on some sativa there. Kind of,
Oh, okay. Well, the joke being that Indo is up 67%.
Yes, that's
right.
True.
So for those of you, I was talking about the stock, Fabian.
Oh, were you?
I was, and you as well, Obi. I was talking about Indo, INDO. No, you weren't. You know exactly what you were saying. Brenkels knows we got to be professional over there. So INDO, actual company, Indonesia Energy. I had to look it up. I have no idea. I didn't know it was called Indonesia Energy Corporation. It's only a 3% short float on this one. The key thing is that the float is 5 million shares. It's done 42. It's done 8x to float plus Obviously, it's making a power move here today. $4, chop, chop, chop. Around here between like 390 and 440. So it's getting into that zone where you might expect, like it goes parabolic into the zone. Let's see if it can actually get to $4. So what Sava stopped doing, Indo is trying to do as we speak. We'll see what happens. I kind of feel, I don't want to chase with 30 minutes to go, but there might still be that crack at Cassava Sciences. I don't see a very clean entry, unfortunately. I'm still just in the same two names here. Snapchat underneath 75, and then Intel underneath 20. AMD is held on pretty nicely, back into that 134.5, so it's trying to break back up. I got to zoom in so you can see AMD a little bit better here. So see, they're still buying 134.5. I felt bearish and didn't get back into that trade, and now you're holding a higher low. So AMD, I'd still say, is a strong stock. This is one to be long. Maybe we can get back into 135 for one last push halfway through power hour, and then Palantir ruins everything. No, I'm kidding. I don't know what Palantir is going to do. We'll just react to it when the time comes by observing the action tomorrow, overnight, and then play it in the morning. Get your bets in, see how things go for sure. Palantir is going to be the big earnings name today. They're not the only one, but if you're in the Simon Property Group, they report as well. Lucid is going to be reporting. Actually, the biggest expected move is from Lucid.
Really?
It's a $4 stock.
Yeah, that's true.
Big short flow too. Big.
Yeah, that thing's come a long way. Lucid Motors. Again, I remember what was it? What was that pre-SPAC? Was it CC? Not CCIV. CCIV was a different one.
No, that wasn't Lucid.
That wasn't Lucid. Lucid. I'm trying
Who was CCIV again?
Throw it up in the chat if you guys remember what the SPAC ticker for Lucid.
No, it was them.
Was it?
They were CCIV.
Okay,
Right,
cool.
it was CCIV.
Yeah. Okay, I
you got it
so.
right.
I was like, yeah. No, CCIV, absolutely wild trade from the past, but we've come quite a ways from that news coming out. The merger, I guess the acquisition, was it so confirmation, right? So it was solidified, and then we've only seen lower lows and lower highs since then on Lucid Motors. So
you're saying it hasn't gone well?
It's probably not. I mean, the cars are nice, dude. Have you seen some of those? Have you seen some of the vehicles? Like they are absolutely beautiful. Sure, a little bit of a pretty price tag on them, but
they're a little expensive.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I mean, I'm just saying, like everyone says exactly the same thing about Lucid. Hey, they're gorgeous, but that's pretty expensive.
Yeah. I love that. I love the light. It's like that one single, like, oh, it's beautiful.
It looks cool. Don't get me wrong.
Cool.
And the good thing is,
the ones that are doing like that luxury type of go. So it's like
you gotta have a shtick, but it's just difficult for the EV name. They're all in the penalty box. You can't really pick on one over others. Mullen, but at the end of the day, Lucid. They'll report tonight. It's pretty heavily short floated. Very quickly before we go over to Adara, 135 bounced again, so 135 and then 135 half, resisted again, so it's basically the same thing that happened on the higher low at this level. It gives you like a 50-cent move, of which sometimes you only capture 40 cents, and then we'll see if it can follow through here as we go over to the screen with Adara.
Quite a few names here making some outsized moves, mostly to the downside, but actually one to the upside, which we'll talk about. Let's get into some of these S&P 500 names with these sharper gains and losses, two of which are Mag 7 names with catalysts. We have Alphabet here, GOOGL, down more than 4%, taking a nice hit to the downside in the midday after Bloomberg reported that the company lost its DOJ antitrust suit related to its search feature, with this judge finding that the company did violate antitrust law with that feature. So GOOGL sharply weak. Also weak is another Mag 7 name here, AAPL, down more than 6%. We had Warren Buffett selling 390 million shares in the company, or Warren Buffett's BRKB, that's going to be Berkshire Hathaway. They sold roughly half of their position in the second quarter, so big move down here for AAPL as market participants react to that. Last but not least, the one upside, a big upside move here on the S&P 500 is going to be Kellanova. They're up more than 15%. Reuters reporting here that Mars is considering acquiring the company. So nice move upside with a few bright spots in a very red S&P 500, guys.
So, about that heat map. That wasn't a very good looking heat map. Could you tell that one color stood out over the others? Now, I'm not the best with colors. My wife tells me that all the time. I don't know if you noticed that, Obi, but
yeah, a little bit.
There was a little bit of red on that. So as I was just mentioning, AMD bounces off 135. AMD gives 135 half. AMD loses 135. AMD heads back into 134.50. I guess the play would be get out of all of it when it goes 50 cents on that 135 hold or break. So as the market heads back to the downside, once again, it's a scalp in and out, then get out when it goes to break even. I'm going to go on the midpoint here. Why is it not filling the bid? Sometimes it's weird. Like there's see 66 down here. So this is the level on Snapchat. So 73, 72, the top, 66 is the bottom. But it wasn't actually printing anything on 66 unless you use a reverse gateway, a dark pool, or a midpoint. So I just switch gateways and suddenly you get a fill right away. So Snapchat just kind of holding out this VWAP retracement trade. Intel's still at 91 and I'm short 91.5. Well, that's exciting. And Nvidia, I'd be careful with. So the caution for the longs would be something like this. Nvidia was just breaking out 100, and Nvidia just wicked to 160 cents, and then slammed right back underneath. I don't know what that looks to you guys, but that looks like a rejection candle to me. At $100 on Nvidia, down 7%. And the 18,000 level just held as well. This might feel like a bit of a short. The early look imbalances in an absolute ridiculous upset, all the early look imbalances are sell side. So T, BAC, DNA is a penny stock, Verizon, 1 million, everything else lower. Ford, that was from Ford 885 is not that big, but Nvidia 800,000 is pretty big. 800,000 early look imbalance, but that's from this morning. Snapchat's a sell. They're all sell side. You've got buys on, what do you have? BBKR, yes, Snap, but then that's such a depressed stock. Who cares? It looks like you're going to have some sell imbalances potentially. And on a day like today, that should not be surprising. Wow, Nvidia losing that 100 is not good at all. So be careful with this market in the last 20 minutes here. If we do not get back above 18 and we do get some sell imbalances, you could see VWAP get taken out. I'm just going to stick with these two names. Watching Nvidia at this 100 as well is going to be the play. If we fail break 100 again, might be a nice little scalp short.
Yeah, so again, that 18 thou, a little bit of a clip of that 18 thou. VWAP holding still here on the TQs there. A nice little shake and bake. Google as well holding that 159 to 60 consolidation. That 53 still staying a little bit interesting here on the TQ. So yeah, as we approach the final, I guess the last half hour here of the trading day. Again, some volatility potentially coming right back into these markets. I'm seeing this tape speed kind of get a little bit more aggressive, and that pushback, that wick off of that 18 thou, that was definitely interesting. Let's see what that can potentially bring us towards going into that last half hour. As a lot of these, I don't know if you're noticing this, Neil, but the tape is getting a little bit more aggressive. Going into
very
that,
much so.
Yeah, very, very much so. As we approach those imbalances, only about 15 minutes away. And what did you say that early look was? A little bit of
well, most of the stocks are sells.
Yes.
On the early look, which I guess is not a surprise. But that a lot can change in 15 minutes when the imbalances actually come out. Just one more thing: this tank just halted to the upside here. So you have another low float runner heading higher. TENK. Halted at $43.74. Currently, the indicative open is $45.74. So it's indicating it would open a couple of dollars higher. Another late day rally on this one's halted multiple times today. I'd have to check my scanner for exactly how many, but you can usually count them up. 10 times this thing is halted today, although the first in a little bit. So there goes Intel through not 20. I guess I could have given it to exactly 20, but if a resistance is here, I'm getting out there. So we re-entered into Intel. That just broke higher. At least Snapchat doesn't seem to be breaking higher. I want to keep eyes on this. If we do bounce to 18, I want to know what's going on. Intel tries to break through at VWAP. Snapchat's still rejecting. So Snap doesn't really care what's going on here. That said, I'm going to get another bid out here at 65. Let's just respect the fact the market is bouncing a bit here. And when you're at a support level, just take a little more. Now, if we break, I want to see 850s. And then go from there. So Snapchat was kind of the better rinse and repeat trade. And this comes down to when the market was gapped down, the market could easily bounce. I like 3 names the most, and they all kind of looked like this in the last couple of sessions. Had been destroyed on earnings and had followed through on Friday. And those are the ones that I wanted to short, like Intel, destroyed on earnings, follow through, short underneath the bottom. And those are the ones that have worked out, I think, the best today in terms of trend. Everything else kind of broke through, got back above key levels, and the ones that were under pressure for other reasons tended to stay that way.
That 18,000, Neil, is coming right back in, knocking on the door. So that wick off right into the close before, that's a nice little, we talk about players potentially being offside. We wick the 18,000. Now we're trading or attempting to trade right back through it there, catching a little bit of a bid. VWAP's holding going into the last half hour. I like that. We talk about how that last 15-minute candles and the last 30-minute and the hourly, how they might be setting up to print, and that tape speed definitely coming in with a little bit of a bid as of right now here on across the board. Look at that Google coming right back into that 160 as well. We're trading above 18,000 now. Size getting taken out here on the TQs as we push back up towards some of these levels from before. We talked about how 54 had some trouble, 55 has some trouble. We're trading 53 halves as of right now. Let's see, 2,000 lots on the bid at 53.40s getting taken out right away. So we wick that as well. So some crazy action. We talk about that volatility coming in, going into the end of the day here, and that is definitely showing itself here, Neil. So absolutely wild. I do got to kind of, this is just chopping around my break-even price as of right now on the Qs, but again, looking for that bid to kind of show up. VWAP was definitely held quite well as of right now, and we're just chopping in that area, right? We haven't gone too far away from it either way. We did about, what, 50 pennies above, 50 pennies below, and just a little bit of a one-point orbit happening here on the TQs around VWAP, and I'm going to take a little bit of an assumption and say that the NASDAQ is probably doing something very similar as the TQs is pretty much.
You would be correct.
Triple leveraged NASDAQ.
You would be correct. And I just got a weird request. I have no idea. Someone explain to me why Ari Pages is asking me, Neil, before the imbalances come out, can you let us know your top 5 country songs? I don't really know that many. I like all. I'm down with all. Good music is good music. I don't have any biases when it comes to that. But I don't know that much country. I think Lady is one of the best ballads of all time. Lionel Richie, Kenny Rogers is pretty cool. And then, I don't know, like I said, I said The Ring of Fire. Johnny Cash is legendary. Johnny Cash is actually much bigger than you would think in Jamaica. I don't know why, but it's actually true. But this weird question, I got no issues with it. Ask us anything you want. Like, we're usually pretty open books. I just have no idea why anybody suddenly cared about my views on country music there. But go right back to the well. Every single time AMD has retaken 135, I have gone back long through 135 on this stock. And the time that it holds is the time we're going to get 136. But every single time I get in, I'm willing to be out. If it can hold the breakout, great. And maybe we'll get some continuation past the 40s and the 50s, and we'll get into 136. But until that happens, I'm only getting in when it gets back above that 135 line, which, let me zoom out so you can see. This is kind of like it's been an over-under price. In the morning, key reversal area, resistance to support, and then supporting in that general area. So I let it bounce off the $0.50 and then go through the even dollar, and then we'll rock to the upside for just this name. It feels strong to me. If the market's going to go, AMD's been strong all morning, or all day, I should say. So with only 10 minutes to go, I'm going to give it every chance off this 135. Every single bounce that holds, I'm going to try using that as well. Raheel, what do you think about ON or TSM? Ooh. Don't know much. I don't really have too many thoughts on ON post earnings. From a fundamental level, don't know. TSM, obviously dominant market position when it comes to just making literally every chip out there, or at least 2/3 of them. But the issue with ON is like it's in that settlement zone where you kind of have to, you got to let this one play out, because this wick under here, so that move down that we have this morning, is an obvious liquidity grab underneath $67. Like, if I liked this stock and like this is a stock that I want to buy, that's the exact kind of thing where holds that wick, look for long right back into previous support, and then retrace some of the range. Right? Like, there's your lit grab. As long as it holds onto this area, like the 68 area, room to 78, generally speaking. But I'm not an ON guy. Like, if that same thing happened in stock that, like Nvidia, if I saw that set up and I was looking to buy Nvidia, I'd probably get into a position. But with ON, I think you let it settle down, hold 68, and then room higher. TSM, you have all that risk of you have the overnight risk with TSM. You've got the you've obviously got you've obviously got the also sort of foreign risk there with TSM. I just think it's a quality company. Just be careful with the fact that one of the only things that both parties agree on is they don't like the dominance of, basically outside of the U.S. chip makers. Neither one of them like it. So you have agreement on very few things on both sides of the aisle. And one of them would be, we would prefer if not all of our chips were made in Taiwan.
Yeah, that the whole chip again. We see what it did with Intel, right? Intel aggressive selling, multi time frame levels getting taken out on Intel off of that whole chip debacle as well. But yeah, no, it's always good to kind of bring things in-house. We saw what happened during COVID, right? We tried to bring a lot of things in-house, and kind of a similar action there with some of these chip makers and foundries. It would be nicer again if we kind of had more of our own foundries as well. Okay, so 53 kind of cracking as of right now. So you know what, with only about 15 minutes left for these imbalances to come out, I do have to be a little bit wary of my position here. Again, volatility coming into the end of the day. We're just chopping around on top of VWAP as of right now here. Open of this candle on the hourly is at 52.57.
You willing to scalp it?
High of the candle, sorry?
You willing to scalp that?
What do you mean?
No, just because I feel like we could get like one of those trades where 350, you get a quick little spike.
Yeah.
But if we spike up, like kind of sell into it, and then 55 hits. I'm thinking that way with AMD, to be honest with you. Because you get an inside range like what we're seeing right now. You might get that 350, quick bounce, quick reversion into 355 as well.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'll be watching the TQs here, and I guess Google as well. Google kind of holding within its range as well. So yeah, it should be interesting what these imbalances bring us with only about 6 minutes left here, Neil. And again, that 18th thou didn't really break through that 18th thou as of right now. So we did have some size coming in at that 53 mark on the TQs, and we're trading a little bit lower now. So again, you know what? With those imbalances coming up and this last 15-minute candle about to finish printing, I do have to kind of, okay, there goes the 5,200 on the ES as well. So we're getting a little bit of selling here. See what we do with that 17.9 coming in to these last 15 minutes. So yeah, what are you guys saying in the chat here? 16 minutes. Yeah, Ricky Peters, we're talking about the imbalances are in 6 minutes. But yeah, the market does close in 16 minutes. That is correct.
Yeah, we don't have much time left. Do stick around after market. We are going to have myself, Adara, Michael Nas jumping through. We'll have Palantir earnings. Expected move Palantir's 14%, Lucid's like 18%, and then Diamondback Energy, FANG is reporting as well. Simon Property Group is going to be reporting. There's a lot to go over. Obviously, we're going to go over the moves in the market here today. Such unbelievable volatility. You don't see it all the time. With 5 minutes to the imbalances, I am out of AMD. It's been a scalp trade the whole way. First, we trade off 134.5, then the 135. It's just not getting through the 135.5, and now I feel like you might take out that support level. It's got one more little shot in here, and I haven't been trading. I've only been trading it through 135. I'm going to try and take this off the bottom if I can get it for like that one last salvo before we get the imbalances coming out. So, all right, we're in it now. This time off the low, instead of back through 135, I'm going to try and catch the bid here. Grab some 60s. If we get to the every $0.50 is going to be a thing, and then it's also time sensitive. I want to make sure that wherever it lies, I want to have a tight profit take at 350 when the imbalances do drop. Nvidia is underneath 100. The difference is you've had the same level of support on AMD while it's been up most of the day. Just relatively strong most of the day is what AMD is doing. I'd rather be in this one to the long side. And then just watch out for Snapchat. Yeah, this one's now breaking underneath, so I'm going to tighten my stop. I don't need to have a stop at Snapchat here. I'm going to tighten this up to the mid-60s, and then we'll just let it ride.
Yeah, so again, I'm just waiting. I got out of the TQ's position, took a hit on that. Again, not really doing the best trading today. I had the short idea when I should have been long, had the long idea when I should be short. Classic, right, Neil? A little bit of a classic conundrum there. Sure, stopping out every time there. but not the best in terms of executing some of these ideas there. But yeah, no, now got a little bit of time there. 3 more minutes until these imbalances come out. I'm curious to know. You know what? I'll pull it up here. The NASDAQ imbalance list here. Let's kind of keep an eye on it as some of these imbalances come in. Excuse me. Some of these are a little bit of doubles, but you know what? We should sort by the size there, just to see some of these imbalances coming in potentially. Let's take a look here. The market has sold off aggressively with respect to prior week, and just taking a look at some of the price action that we've had today. Let's do a little bit of a review. Kind of popped up, held some levels there, 48 all the way to 56s on the TQs there, 17.4s all the way to 18.2s and change as well here on the NASDAQ. And we did a little bit of a pullback here. So top wick happening on the first day of the week with 56 as a resistance, with 18.3 as a resistance on the day, and 52.80 here as resistance on the TQs, on the NQs, and the ES respectively as of right now. And look at that. TQ still holding in and around that VWAP there, man. I was looking for a push further past this 53.50, looking for a break of that trend there. But again, trading in anticipation, not really participation. That's my fault right there. And yeah, Neil, about 1 minute and 30 seconds here. So I'm curious to know, what does Nvidia come out with? What does Google come out with? Google with that intraday news. Yeah, potentially a sell, right? But we shall see. I have no idea what it can potentially come out as. But again, with only about 1 minute and 10 seconds left, it should be interesting, Neil.
So Kyle W.
Yes.
Kyle W. in the chat just asked, sometime will you slowly explain catch the bid process ins and outs? So I literally wrote it here. I'm going to put this on my iPad. And then tomorrow, at 12 o'clock when I do the lesson of the day, then this is going to be the lesson of the day. And if anybody ever wants something like that, usually when I do that lesson of the day, it's something about the price action or the way a specific stock moved or the way a setup played out, and then what you could learn from it from a trading execution standpoint or from a technical standpoint. That's usually where I go with things. But if you guys have a suggestion for something you want me to cover, for us to talk about in the midday show, let us know. If I have no idea what I'm talking about with it, then I won't do it, or I'll do my best to try to learn it and see what I can give to you guys. But yeah, when I say catching the bid and the way to get into position ins and outs when you're catching a bid, that is something that I can explain from an execution standpoint and focus on it for 5 or 10 minutes for you guys when we're not actually actively trading it. So I think it's a great suggestion, and I will do that. And feel free you can tag me in the chat. It's a subscribers only chat if you want to, and let us know. The imbalances just dropped, and I have, what is going on here? 8.6 million sell on Nvidia. So I just promptly punched out of AMD there for a 20-cent win somehow. But 8.2 million shares to sell on Nvidia. Cisco is there for 1.5 million to sell. Tesla is a 1.1 million sell. Snapchat's a buy. Let me just punch out of Snapchat because that's a buy. We'll get 10 cents on Snapchat. But Tesla big. Nvidia is pretty much all that matters. That is absolutely insane. So 8.8 million and now 8.4 million on Nvidia.
Yeah, no, that sell imbalance coming in quite heavy there, but I'm looking at the NASDAQ and the Qs kind of pushing very aggressively back into that 18,000 mark. So yeah, VWAP still holding through those imbalances, those sell imbalances. Again, Nvidia, Cisco, Tesla, AVGO, AMD, Google, Comcast, as well. So yeah, Intel coming in. So a lot of these chips coming in as a sell, but the market catching a little bit of a bid as of right now.
And just to remind everybody, look, when you're watching this, if you you want to understand trading better, if you want to understand things like the imbalance locator, the level 2 that we talk about, right back now, if you're in Canada, is the campus program. So this is something which is, to me, myself, near and dear. We do a lot of giving back by teaching you guys live. Well, the process that you learn in this campus program is very similar to the same thing that everybody here goes through on this floor. You're going to have the ability to learn how the market is structured first from the basics, and it's all free. Then you're going to learn the trading platform that I trade on, Obi trades on, Sean trades on, everybody here trades on. Then you're going to be able to go into a simulator, a fantastic simulator, which allows you to execute trades and learn trading patterns on specific symbols so that you can start your journey correctly. You're going to have one-on-one coaching. That part will last about a month. Then you can go into live mode, trading real markets. You can get a real live funded account at the end of this. It is going to be 8 hours a week, maybe about 16 hours a week total, as you see in the bottom. So you can have a side gig as well while you are doing that. It is absolutely free. All you have to do is apply, realtrading.com/campus. You can scan the QR code below, check the link as well in the description, and sign up. The spots are going to fill up really quickly. They always do. And as I said, all you have to do is be in Canada, have a passion for trading, and want to work hard at it. Free program. All you got to do is put in your time and effort.
Sure. Again, markets aren't doing too much off those imbalances, man. Like I'm watching these. Nvidia still holding just underneath that 100 mark here. So that 100 mark was a little bit of an area level, especially around midday where we kind of bounce off of it right here at that 12:50, 1 o'clock ish. Nice little 2-point bounce off that 100, coming right back in. VWAP buyers still holding strong as of right now. We come into that VWAP 98 halves. And bid back up into that 100. Price kind of coming down a little bit though. Lower highs and lower lows off of the highs of the day. 103.40s right there. Nice little chop. But taking a look at a bigger picture, we've only pretty much gone sideways here on the day after a strong bid up off of 90.69 and VWAP still holding the bid here. So again, I'll be curious. We've had some red weeks. Let's take a look at the weekly here. Here I'll take some of that off. But you can look at that. A little bit of red weeks, nice little pullback. Last week we did gap down, close green, and then we gap down again. And then looking like a bit of a green move as of right now, just above some of these prior levels here, where you can see the bid all year was very, very strong. And we had a strong pullback just over 15, I think, it was a 20% pullback there, roughly, maybe a little bit more if you take the actual high there. So 22% pullback on Nvidia, and then we push right back up, and now we're having a bit of a 35% pullback off of all-time highs there on Nvidia as of right now. But the pullback did not last very long today, as those low 90s got bid right back up into that 100. So definitely an interesting day. And going forward this week. Let's see what Nvidia does with 100, man. Yep. A little bit of a level showing itself last week. We saw that bounce off of 100.01. I saw people in the chat talking about that 100.01 bounce on Nvidia, and we traded below that quite aggressively in the
Nvidia paired
session. Nvidia pairs off on the imbalances there.
So 8 million to nothing on the imbalance.
Apple's a buy now.
Apple flipped to a buy of 1.3 million. Nvidia went from an 8 million sell to paired off instantly at 355. Although the price action might not be reflective of that on Nvidia. Okay, it went from 99 to 99.70 there. So I guess that's a good 70-cent move. Everything seems so small relative to what we were doing in the morning, but that is a pretty good bounce. Remember at 355, if we're telling you guys stock X has this imbalance, it's big, it's small, it doesn't really matter. At 355, there is always a major pairing event. That is the point at which you want to be sure. If you are trading based off of the fact that Nvidia had an 8 million sell imbalance at 355, that is the most likely time for it to pair off big and for it to reverse. And you saw it just go from short easily under 100 to bouncing off 99 in a split second. If you're not taking profit in front of 355, you do risk that reversion. So Apple, a bit of a buy and balance. I'm going to quickly go over to see Apple did make a bit of a move to the upside. I'm going to mosey on over to the desk after I'm done here in just a couple of seconds so we can get into the aftermarket show with Adair and Michael Noss. But last thing, I want to shout out and thank you, Willis Addison, holding that Indo 341 and watching HIMS and Palantir aftermarket. We'll be right there for you as well. HIMS, that's the other one that's reporting. So we'll be right there with you. And then Robbie V, how come 8 million balance on Nvidia doesn't match the volume traded? So the imbalances are for the closing auction. So when we talk about these imbalances that get listed at 350, those are market on close, limit on close orders that go into the closing auction. Then they report at 350 where the current status of the imbalance. Basically means if they had to run the auction in that snapshot, there'd be this many more buys than sells or sells than buys, right? So if it's a big sell imbalance still at that moment, that basically is telling you at 350, if they had to print Nvidia, there's 8 million shares too much to sell. So it would have to come down. That's what it means. It's usually going to pair off because that's what it's there for. It's so that they can pair things off and have an orderly close. And with that, I'm going to kick it off to Obi. I'm heading to the desk and we'll have the market recap show in just a few minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Neil. Okay, so I'm just kind of looking across the board here just to see how we ended off. Let us know in the chat how you ended off as well on the day today. Nice little bid, and then a reversion of that strength as well coming in across the board. That SPY reversion, I was looking at this, 523s, 520s breaks that all the way down into VWAP, printing about 4 points lower there off of the break of that. But overall, a bit of a sideways action there. So let's go through some of these volume gainers that have been moving on the day here and see how we've panned out on some of these names. Wow, TQ's right back up into that 53.30. So yeah, a nice little chop of some prices. 18,000 coming back here, coming back in on the NASDAQ, and that Nvidia pushing back through that 100, man. So absolutely crazy there. So let's do a quick rundown because I know we have only about less than 2 minutes left. So there's Nvidia holding that VWAP. Intel didn't really sell off as much as I thought it would today, but again, market kind of did a bit of a bounce. So maybe adding to that pressure there. Ford, I was looking at this with Neil during lunchtime. Ford, if you take a look at the weekly chart on this thing has been coming to the downside quite aggressively. Take a look at that. Nice little flush off of those highs, 14s. We were just there about 3 weeks ago. Not anymore as of right now. Let's go back to the 15-minute chart here so we can get a better look. Apple, of course, Apple 200, that we saw that 200 break right off of the open. We're holding VWAP with a pullback down into 204s as of right now. So absolutely wild. Tesla did not have eyes on this one. VWAP hold as well. Amazon holding VWAP. So a lot of these tickers I'm seeing a bit of a VWAP hold and the bid kind of catching as well in and around those areas. AMD, look at that reversion coming in on AMD. Palantir, don't forget, Palantir has earnings tonight, and stick around for that after hours market recap show with Adara and Neil, and they will definitely be covering some of those Palantir earnings as well. BAC, okay, so didn't really have eyes on the banks today. MGO Global, BBD, okay, NEO. We're getting into some of these ones that might be doing a little bit lower volume, but you can see that we covered a decent amount of those bigger tickers as of right now. Ford, Intel are dying dinosaurs, says TH in the chat there. So here we go. Here's the timer. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you there. Look at that pop on the TQs going into the close. I was looking for that push, that 50, the high of that prior kind of push there, 53 halves. It pushes right into 53.70s on the close. Oh boy, I got to do a little bit better with the risk. Like if I'm risking down to here, I'm never getting out, and I get that final push going into the last minute into the close. GG's. I was definitely wrong on that. But you know what? Tomorrow's another day. We come back at it again, and we come back a little bit better than we were today, hopefully, as well. So hopefully you guys keep that same kind of mindset there. Ding, ding, thank you, says Bears versus Bull. Yeah, no worries there. Already closed. Oh boy. Smart. Okay, I'm not going to read all of those comments there. But we're catching a little bit of a bid. 18,000 pushing back up again after some peculiar action happening on a failure to follow through back below that 17.9. I got to do a little bit better with my executions to really capture that move. Oh my God, look at that 54s coming in, going into the after hours. I got to do better than that. Anyways, the market is closed. The bell has rung. Thank you for watching. Thanks again for spending time with us today. We will be back tomorrow, but you guys don't go anywhere. Neil and Adara are at the big desk for the market recap. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take it easy.
GG no re. Does that make sense, Obi? There you go. Obi's a gamer, and I was just told that term. GG no re. Clearly, I have no idea what I'm talking about when I say that, but maybe some of you guys do. Wow, look, Obi, everyone appreciates your humility. I mean, Obi's a fantastic, he's an insightful trader, and he knows himself very well, which is really cool. His journal is fantastic, but It was a wild day in the market today, an unprecedented kind of day in the market. It is not very often that we go from asking ourselves, will the Fed, and this is legitimate questions this morning, will the Fed do a surprise rate hike, rate cut outside of their session? Will we hit limit down on the futures? Those were things that were getting talked about this morning as the VIX was shooting up to 60. And then all of a sudden, you had a rip your face off rally. In a couple of minutes, we're going to get Palantir, Hims, Lucid. Oh my goodness, Clover, that can't be any good. We're going to get their earnings as well. We'll have Michael Noss coming through. But an unbelievable day in the market. All you got to do, and I'm going to have Palantir up just in case something crazy happens, but all you have to do is look at any kind of a quote board to see what was going on today. Almost everything was red. I feel like when we have these crazy red days at Dara, it's the same, like wheat is always up a small amount. Obviously, TLT being up is going to make a little bit of sense on this board. Everything down. Q's down 3%. SPY down 2.9. Berkshire down 3.3. XLV down 2.7. The Dow down 2.6. XBI down 3%. XLY down 2.8. SMH down 2.3. GLD down 1.3%. You see what I'm getting at here? And just to top it all off, when everything is looking that bad on an overnight basis, I know we bounced. On top of that, you had to take MSOS down 8% too. Okay? So you get that rug pulled from under you as well. All of a sudden, the weed names can't even catch a bid when it's bad. Jets to the downside. It's all bad today. That being said, if your only focus is looking at that percentage, then you missed a lot of what really happened at the open, which was a huge rally across the board, wipe out bottoms that just took faces and ripped them off. Not all names were exactly the same, but a big, big move up in the markets for most of the day. Whether you're talking about the Qs or specific individual names like Apple, and we'll get through some of these, but Apple back through 200, huge rally. Apple right back into 210, as a matter of fact, in the aftermarket, only down 4%. Apple hit 10% at one point. 10% down was Apple, and it's only 4. So it's not always about where you finish or start. It's certainly about where you finish. And one of the things we always talk about is forget sometimes about the percent from the previous close. A lot of times as a trader, have an idea of what the stock has done since the open, because a lot of names, they're up and they are up big since that open. So we have less than 1 minute to go. They should all come in rapidly. I do believe at Dara, we've got Lucid, Palantir, Hims are all 405, correct?
Yeah, all of them 405. Also Clover Health, which I know there's some interest in the chat, and decent options interest as well. But we got Palantir out first, so let's get started with PLTR. What are they doing here?
To the upside, to the windows, to the walls. 10%. 10% for Palantir. Now, that just means it's green on the day today, because obviously it got smoked today, but 24 to 27. $27 for Palantir here. Big time move to the upside. Just a quick look for you guys and the higher time frame chart. If you go over to like a daily, this is not randomness that it happens to be popping into. You've got resistance up here at the $27 level. So big bounce into 27. You're seeing it pull back a little bit as we speak, which would make some sense to get to that 27, trying to hold the higher lows here in 26. This is one of those days, I guess, when you had that much negative sentiment and a lot of people sold, the lower hanging fruit would be a bounce. What are the numbers here, Dara?
They're pretty good here. We have an adjusted EPS beat 9 cents versus the estimate of 8 cents. That is going to be a beat. Their revenue here also a beat, $678.1 million for Q2 versus estimates of $652.1 million. That is also going to be a beat. Their Q3 revenue outlook also nicely above estimates here, $697 million versus to $701 million versus estimates of $679.1 million. So again, 697 to 701 versus estimates of 679. Their fiscal year 2024 revenue also stronger than estimates. This is worth noting because that's actually part of why they gapped down last time, weaker than expected. fiscal 2024 revenue estimates now seeing 2.74 billion to 2.75 billion versus estimates of 2.70 billion. Also, they're saying they're seeing profitability in every quarter this year. But let's get to some of these other earnings now. What else are we looking at? Is Lucid out?
Yeah, so
moving?
Lucid is already moving, and while Palantir holds on to gains at 28, Lucid pops 13%, and then right back to where it was at $3. It went to $3.50, and it's right back at $3. So it must be a little bit. Look, I'm not going to say it must be mixed, but certainly there's something they don't like about that. Those are great numbers by Palantir, and the shorts exiting is probably going to make it a good one, but not looking as fantastic for Lucid. The initial move is already retraced right back to $3 exactly, Adara.
Got these numbers here. They lost 34 cents a share versus estimates of a 26 cents per share loss. That is going to be a wider than expected loss per share. Their Q2 revenue, though, actually beat $200.6 million versus estimates of $192.1 million. They also said they've received here a $1.5 billion investment commitment from a public investment fund. $750 million of that is going to be through convertible preferred investment, and the other $750 million, so the second half of this investment, will be through a delayed draw term loan. So $1.5 billion investment commitment, and they missed on earnings per share, beat on revenue, guys. HIMS as well?
Yeah, HIMS is very, very whippy in there. And remember, if you did do that challenge on stonks.com, the free look to guess Palantir's price, I do believe they said at 5 o'clock. I don't think they said 4:30 on that one.
I think
you got a
5.
lot of time for that one to calm down. My guess is not looking very good right now because, the odds of 24.69 holding up are very, very unlikely. HIMS is very strange price action here, Adara. HIMS went through 18, got to 19, fell to 17, back to 18, now it's at 1780. So you've had 5% up, 5% down, now back to the middle here on HIMS.
Let's go through these numbers here for HIMS. Q2 adjusted EBITDA is going to be a beat, 39.3 million versus estimates of 34.4 million. Their Q2 revenue nicely beating here as well, 315.6 million versus estimates of 299.9 million. So they beat by over $15 million for Q2 revenue. They have free cash flow here of 47.6 million. They beat as well nicely on Q2 net income here, 13.3 million versus the estimates of a 9.57 million. So that is going to be a beat across the board, and $47.6 million in free cash flow.
Wow, so it looks pretty good, but I don't think the market's loving it that much. There's something on this HIMS. The bid is not really picking back up, and you're trading underneath where we close. It's not cratering or anything like that. Like, it's holding down underneath where VWAP was at 1780. Not the best look for HIMS. It's like we always say, there's no such thing as good or bad earnings. You can read a report, you could like a report, you could hate a report. The price action doesn't lie when you're a trader. So there's something about it here that's not exactly flying through. And for a name that's 13% short, if they like the report, you would think there would be some covers. What's still interesting is Lucid. Lucid's holding the line at $3, but it's giving it all back and still holding down here. It's the story. Palantir is actually holding highs. Now you're holding above 28. Forget about the 27 level holding. Now holding above the 28 even here on PLTR. It's only a 4% short float. But remember, it's never been that kind of a name in terms of needing to run because of a high short flow. So it is getting into some chop areas up here. A $30 break at some point on Palantir obviously looks very, very, very enticing. So good look here early for PLTR. Gotta love what you see there. And you're getting some moves in the aftermarket in other places. I've seen a few people in the chat mention this one. Nvidia got a nice breakthrough to get back above $101 going into tomorrow's trade, which will be very, very key. So that is looking pretty solid there for Nvidia. Bears versus Bulls corrected me. It is 4:30 for Palantir. That makes more sense, because why would it be all the way at 5 o'clock when earnings were out at 4:05? So it'll be Palantir at 4:30. Either way, my two guesses are probably bunk, but hopefully yours are still potentially good. Sauce, if only AMC did what Palantir did. Two very different companies, believe it or not. Now, you'd be surprised to know that. AMC and Palantir, maybe not the same. One filled with government contracts, and the other one, possibly a dying business. Who knew? But no, I'm just being facetious with that one there. No, I don't mean to be like that. Do we have Clover yet? Because
Sort of. I saw a few numbers.
it's not a lot of movement, but it did spike a little bit there. We were supposed to be getting them at 405. Not a lot of crazy action here on Clover, however.
So what I'm seeing here from the estimates that I was seeing when I made my notes today, the analysts were looking for 338.7 million in revenue. What Clover ended up reporting here was 349.9 million. So if those estimates are true, they did beat here. The only number other than that revenue beat that I'm seeing is basically just a summary saying they reported earnings and, quote, improved full year guidance on strong performance. So that would back up that $10 million revenue beat we saw. If I see anything else coming from CLOV, I will let you guys know.
Thank you very much, Adair. And just another point here. Lucid, they like it again. That was a heck of a hold at $3. So sometimes it's not that crazy. This was consolidating from 309 to the close with a bid at 3. Breaks out, pulls back after the earnings report. The low is $2.99. Now, I'm not saying people should be out there trying to make plays in the aftermarket, but very few times would you actually see something which is probably reasonably risked. Assuming you have full access to most of the gateways that trade aftermarket, assuming you have access to stop orders or fast order flow, holding $3 on a dime and going 10% on Lucid. I'm not going to say, this is not a comment on the company being good or anything like that. However, it's not that often you're going to see something so obvious of a support level that gets held multiple times in the aftermarket on an earnings day. Good look there for Lucid. Now up 323, that's still a pretty solid move off the $3 level. Not the 350 that it was before. Not as big as Palantir either, but it's a heck of a lot better than what it could certainly be. But you know what time it is? I do see, when I look to my left, I see a certain someone chomping at the bit who might have a very awesome beard game. So when I get the heads up, you know what time it is to go to. Oh no, it didn't work. I'm going to try it again. It still didn't work, Fabian. My button, it doesn't work. My Trader Talk button didn't work. Michael Noss, we usually have it lined up. I hit the button. We got the music. I don't usually get to talk to you on a Monday because I do the aftermarket show in the later days of the week. So I'm glad to be able to talk to you in the aftermarket here, Mike.
Yeah, it's good. And usually you're a bad omen when it comes to weather, but this time it's sunny and beautiful outside, so I'll take it.
It's so true. For everyone tuning in, there was a good run of, 3 or 4 times in a row.
Yep.
If I was doing the aftermarket show and talking to you, Michael, you were hunkering down for a storm coming through the East Coast, which was horrible because my brother lives out there.
Storms there was a couple fires and storms and all kinds of things. So I'm glad things are okay and we just get to talk without me looking over my shoulder the whole time.
Well, I feel like today, some of these shorts were looking over their shoulder all morning long. Now, obviously, percent down-wise, everything in the market, I shouldn't say everything, most things in the market caught a pretty precipitous bounce to still end up down significantly. However, that was one heck of a reversal. I just want, before we get into the plan of action here, just from what happened and the reaction of the market throughout the day, does it change the way that you're thinking about things in a general sense because of the way that we reverted, or does it not matter to you?
No, and especially not at the close, right? When I was on this morning, I said, hey, I'm going to wait for the close. You have to let all this craziness kind of work its way out. One of my favorite technicians, Luis Yamada, who's been in the game for 50, 60 years now, just has a famous quote of, the bigger the drop, the longer the need for repair. So I'm not expecting a snapback to all-time highs. I was looking to see the close. It looked all day like we could have this massive rally into the close. There were some ETFs that were getting close to closing that gap. But at the end of the day, we reversed down. The RSP closed down from the close. There's a lot of indices that just showed me that people were using this bounce to sell into as opposed to using the drop to buy into.
Yeah, I think that's a very good look, and it's always really important. And again, be patient. Now, some traders, now myself as a day trader, can't really ignore that kind of a bounce when looking at maybe some individual names. Like I can't ignore the fact that AMD got up to green, turned green, held a key level. I got to look for that. Maybe is more of a long, whereas I can still think about Intel shorts, that type of a thing. But as a swing trader, it's obviously going to be different for you. I would imagine, though, you've gotten some data for that shopping list of yours. You've been talking about this for a while. One of the most important things you can do as a swing trader is, if you don't have anything you're in right now, have an idea what it is that you want to get into. You don't want to be sitting there so reactive that, I want to be buying something and I don't know what I want to buy. So walk us through this shopping list that I know you've been building.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head. That's exactly how I look at it. When you're day trading, there's generally always something to do. Every day, anyway, there's something to do. As swing traders, we have to separate it out, what is work and what is trading. So the work I'm doing right now, which is constantly looking at the market, seeing what's holding up well, where I might like to put money in. The trading side of things, as opposed to day trading, is just way less. I hit the button and I could be in something for a couple days or even a couple weeks, and then in that interim, when I have a full portfolio, I'm not doing anything except every day looking to see if there's something to sell. I don't think you can really, talk about things that held up well without talking about FXI. This was a great hold that we had here on the close. If we compare this, which I will in a second, to like the S&P 500, FXI, which is your large cap Chinese tech names, did very well. If we go to KWEB, it was even better. KWEB actually closed positive and put in this nice reversal kind of down move right here. And then we look at the SPY, and yes, we closed with a green body, but well off our highs. And RSP, which I actually like better as a kind of a sign of what's going on with the overall market, because RSP is your equal weighted version of the S&P 500. So it doesn't favor big tech as much as the actual S&P 500. That closed red on the day. So it wasn't able to kind of get going, just showing us that it was a lot of these names like AMD and a lot of these tech names and chip names that actually held the market up a little bit. And because they've been the leader for the longest time, I'd kind of rather it the other way around, where the markets actually, most stocks hold up and then those markets sell off a little bit. But yeah, I'm looking at China, and then lastly, a lot of commodities, right? DBC, which is just a overall commodity tracking ETF, that actually closed about positive as well. So you're talking corn and wheat and gold and things that if you drop them on your foot, they hurt.
Well, okay, you might have to drop a lot of wheat on your foot and it hurts. So you're telling me if I drop Bitcoin on my foot, it's not going to hurt?
I don't know how you would, the ethereal Bitcoin out there. That had a really bad day for sure. And Ethereum.
They absolutely did. The one thing about it too, and I was telling traders this morning, Bitcoin had a key 54,000 level. It's like you got to that and then it started chopping it back up after bouncing off 50. So I don't like the way that closed. Can I ask you a quick question? We actually have a question from the chat that I'm going to get Adara to address, and maybe you'll be able to answer that. But before we get to that, Michael, with regards to KWEB and the Chinese market, like I was looking at something like a BABA, which is very similar for a trade. Now, clearly you see the way that it reverted, and there's a big difference between pulling back and then holding where the bottoms were on Friday, or holding at the tops, or breaking through and holding the top end of the range. Now, as a day trader, like I'm looking at the 70, it would be like this 77 half top. Like if you get through that tomorrow, that's kind of just an easy sort of breakout trade in something that's relatively strong if it breaks out the top tomorrow. But what would be your approach be to, let's just say, a KWEB? Are you in a holding pattern? Do you see something that you would enter into? Do you need to wait a week for things to settle down, wait a couple of days, or are you starting to see something brewing right away?
With a lot of these, I don't think it's going to hurt to wait. If I see incredible strength tomorrow, maybe I'll dip my toes into something like a KWEB. But there's two ways that I look to play this. One is you want to see, if you want confirmation, you want to see some sort of move higher and then when it pulls back, you want to see buyers defending a higher point. Right. And then as it starts to push from that level, that makes a lot of sense because buyers have proven they're willing to step up. They're willing to buy higher than, the low of KWEB right here. That's one way to do it. Another way, if you want to keep it simple, is you're buying break over this high tomorrow, and then your stop goes down there under the low, and you're just betting that this is going to be a low that's going to hold for a significant period of time. You call it a basement window trade because if you're going to jump out a window, it might as well be a basement window. You've got your level set. You know exactly where you're wrong. A close below the low of this candle. It's time to exit. For me, I always like to look kind of inside the sector itself. So I was looking today at TAL, which is a education company. That had a nice engulfing candle today. EDU looks nice as well. And then you have TME, which is Tencent Music. Those type of names, I'm going to spend my night kind of researching those. But yeah, I need to see some strength, or if you want to be real conservative, you need to see a push up, and then you need to see it come back and bidders step in at a higher level.
Thank you so much, Michael, for being here with us today. Hope you had a nice Canadian holiday. We actually had a question here from the Piper in the chat asking if there's any particular sectors you like right now. So we were wondering if you could give that question and answer for everyone in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the commodities make sense because if this market's going to remain crazy and choppy, which, to be honest, there's not meant to be strength in the market right now from a seasonality point of view until November when the election's over. I brought that chart, I think last week, maybe I'll bring it back up again on Friday, but just showed the seasonality of the election period. And from July until November, you get this kind of choppy, chaotic mess. So something like commodities is generally a good place to go when that kind of happens. So again, DBC is just an overall commodity tracking fund. I think that's a good place to look at. I also think you could go and look at some of the hard metals. We had gold actually holding okay today. We have these lows here on gold that I think you could play against. Things like natural gas, again, down, but not too much, and oil. It's this flight, I hate the term, but it's a flight to safety. When you're not sure if semiconductors are going to go up 20% or down 20% in a day as volatile as they are, people will like to favor things that are generally a little bit more stable and don't move as much. So for me, again, I'm going to be gravitating to this kind of DBC. You can look at things like wheat. You can look at things like corn, which is WEAT, and CORN is just the corn ETF. These things have held really, really well. So if we're going to get strength, again, that's a nice, safer place to put your money, I guess is the best term.
Yeah, I like that look, and thank you for answering that question as well. What's interesting, it is a really good level on that GLD. I was just looking at that one in particular, like it was riding the 50. You have a bit of a double, you have a double top there, which I guess could be a little bit of a concern. But from a technical standpoint, this does look like a good bounce zone. And I've said this many times, like I have absolutely never been much of a gold holder, but I went on a little bit of a rant about what money is and why some people talk about, debt and stable assets and things like gold. This looks very, very enticing for a good little entry into gold. And I do feel the difference between that and looking at the KWEB is at least this bounce here in GLD, it does give you an area which makes sense to get in if 220 holds tomorrow. And then you have a kind of out underneath that 50 period at like a 218. To me, it would seem as if there's already a trade there on GLD. Do you get that same sense?
Absolutely. And, down to the whole currency thing, right? I'm going to try not to upset any Bitcoin people, but it has proven that it's not an inflation hedge. It went down when inflation was a big deal. It's also proven that it's not really a flight to safety because every time the world sneezes, you have Bitcoin, which we can just look with IBIT, leading the charge down 13% today. Ethereum, and these are well off their lows. Ethereum was down 25%, I think, in 5 minutes on Sunday night and holding below this low. So these are risk assets. And they're places that you want to go, and I buy them myself and I trade them myself, so I'm not anti any of these things, but they perform well when the market is on a very risk-on environment, and they're looking for risk to trade. They're looking for things to trade against. That's when you want to be in your cryptos and you want to be in your tech stocks and all that. When the market gets a little bit scared, you can't knock things like gold and silver and wheat and corn. It's important to note that a lot of these funds, they have to remain invested. They're not allowed to go to cash. So the question is, if I can't go to cash, what can I go to? And gold is generally a good option for that.
That's a very important final point. I'm glad you said that one. It is so very true. If the money has to stay in somewhere, there's a reason people talk about rotation. It rotates from one place and goes into another. And this is why it might make some sense at GLD. And of course, I see some people in the chat are joking around. Neil says buy gold. That's not what I'm getting at all. We're just here pointing out some relative strength in a place where you might see money want to hide away a little bit. Any final thoughts here, Michael, before we get you out of here to what is apparently fantastic weather out east?
Just patience, right? I understand that. Listen, like you said at the top, Neil, if you're a day trader, this kind of stuff's amazing. Size down a little bit. You can still trade the crazy volatility. You can focus more on things like indexes that, you'll get the return and the volatility that you wouldn't normally get. If you're a long-term holder, if you're someone more like myself who's in the middle with the swing trading, just understand the market's going to be open tomorrow. It's not going to hit new all-time highs without giving you some opportunity, some pullback or something to get in. I just saw so much on Twitter. It was either this is the end of the world, sell everything, or we're going to have this massive 20% rally, buy everything. And, just take your time, take a breath, cooler heads prevail, make your shopping list, but wait for the market to kind of prove that it's got a couple days of strength in it anyway.
Michael Noss, charter market technician from Trade Ideas. I love, first of all, we don't shout out Trade Ideas enough. I use it on a daily basis. And if anybody has any questions about Trade Ideas, or if you want one of our layouts, don't ask me. Ask Michael. He's very gracious about it. He knows the platform even better than I do. Be sure to check him out on Twitter or the X Machine. Always some fantastic insights on there. Great to have you, Michael. Best of luck in your trading week. And again, thank you for coming on.
Thank you very much. Talk to you at the end of the week.
Thanks, Michael. And, there we go. The transition works. I hit a button. I don't know if it does anything at this point. But thank you very much, Michael. Dara, just a point here. Through all of that, Palantir is still holding 28. We just had Michael on the whole time. When was the last time we saw this on earnings? We had the big move to the upside, and it's holding the top end of the range. No significant pullback there for Palantir, holding on those good earnings. Lucid, holding the highs as well after their earnings. I know it's only $3.50, but for Lucid, that's a big deal, everybody. It was $3 before. That's a good move for Lucid. It's baby steps for Lucid. Everybody's got to have their moment in the sun. It wasn't the biggest... it's not all good. I'm trying to think of something positive to say here for HIMS. HIMS was very mixed initially. Now HIMS is down 10%. So HIMS giving it up in the aftermarket here after their earnings. Not so much good. Good one there. Dara, Lucid dreaming of $4. Yes, it is. And they're still dreaming for another.
Fabian saying it needs to wake up if it's Lucid dreaming of $4, which I don't disagree with. Shout out to Fabian for everything.
That's not, $4 isn't even that good for them. Let's be real. You're still very much underwater if $4 happens there. Shout out to our sponsor, Real Trading. But you know what time it is?
I do.
It's about time for a little roll call action. So everybody, thank Bears versus Bulls. Thank our fantastic markets for giving these opportunities. Thank Michael Noss in there and get your name in there so Dara can rip it off on the roll call.
Yeah, thank you to Neil here. Thank you to Fabian. Thank you to Bears versus Bulls. Thank you to everyone. Obi Stiller, shout out to Obi. But let's also shout out to this roll call. Bears versus Bulls. Here, I'm going to start with you. Robbie V saying, yo, thanks for the show. Thanks for being here, everybody. We got Scott Angel. We got Neil Roberts. We have Bears versus Bulls again. Easy Trader. Hey, Davis. Neo Roberts, as well as Neil. I will shout out Nightbot, because why not? Richard Sharp, Charlie Taft, Andrew Chow, Charlie Young, Marie L. We got Michael P. We got Aldrin. We have Johnny C. We have Ricky Peters. We have Farm Trader. Larry's Mobile Detailing. We have Mike P. We've got Miguel Lopez, Crabstock, NBNY, Sebastian Bootburner, Richard Fan, Adam Khalifa, Roger. We got Hans Beer. We got Billy Bob, Lucas Chavez, Hey Davis, Manimal. I like that one. Aaron Scott, Matthews, Mark L. We've got Big Spal Burdette, Tony Price, Michael P. Artemis, Aldrin, Justin Swearingen, a couple of repeats coming in here now. The Real Tech Geek, Apple and Raisin Pancake with powdered sugar, sounds delicious. Trader Leah, Ike Anderson, we have Dollar Bill, Nathan Williams, Joel, Eli, V-Dog, Kushik, Bart, nephew, I guess. Guillermo Sanchez, hold my Palin beer, I guess, tonight. Extra Life, Juan Alejandro Castillo, Piper, Dollar Bill again. We've got Jolene, we have Brooklyn, we have Nevada. We have Las Hansen. We have so many people here. Thank you guys. Everyone who I named and who I didn't get to name, thank you so much for putting your name in that chat and for being here with us every single day.
When I heard dollar bill, cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. That's what it's all about. Drop them dollars. We're going to have a heck of a lot of fun this week. I do believe it. Volatility is back. Palantir is still holding up 12%. You saw what happened with that huge reversion. VIX is moving around, stocks are moving around. We're going to have a heck of a lot more fun. So you know what to do. Rest, because we got to rinse and repeat. Tomorrow morning, 8:30, it's Trader TV Live for the entire team here. Shout out to Fabian, shout out to Obi, who's still here. Shout out to Adair, shout out to Sean in London, shout out to Brennan, shout out to everybody here. Shout out to our viewers. But we're going to be excited to trade again tomorrow morning. Bright and early, 8:30 every single day. Trader TV Live. Get some sleep, everybody. It's a busy week.